The boss was dead. Korea's most feared crime syndicate had vanished overnight, an empire built on blood, money, and raw power, reduced to ashes. The one responsible, Chairman Lee, the cold, calculating head of the Sion Group. With a single move, he wiped them out. Her comrades, her family, her life. That night, Dang lost everything. A year passed. She drifted through the world like a ghost, voiceless, hollow, a prisoner of memory and vengeance. Then one day, a knock echoed through the silence of her apartment. It was an old ally from the underworld. He hadn't come to offer condolences. He brought something far more dangerous, information. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to feel. But then he said the name Chairman Lee. Her eyes snapped open. He handed her a photograph. A school. Then came the truth. Chairman Lee had a son, a hidden heir, enrolled at that very school. The world believed Lee was childless, his succession a mystery, but now that mystery had a face. They had tried everything, infiltrating his companies, ambushing his lieutenants, but every lead ended in a dead end. Only one path remained. Her ally said what they were both thinking. "We're infiltrating the school, aren't we?" She nodded. The king was untouchable, but the prince was within reach. This time, revenge wouldn't strike the throne, it would strike the bloodline. The very next day, Dang walked toward Chebel High, her mind sharp, focused, and alert. She knew only one thing: the successor was a boy. Beyond that, nothing. Her mission: blend in, observe, investigate. She began scanning the crowd of students, eyes sharp. One male student noticed her gaze, panicked, and fled. Dang frowned. How was she supposed to investigate every single boy? As she walked, she accidentally bumped into a girl who nearly stumbled but caught herself. Dong didn't stop. The girl, however, turned with a glare, clearly annoyed. Inside the classroom, the teacher introduced a new transfer student, Dang. The students eyed her silently. She didn't seem remarkable. No presence, no flash, just ordinary. The teacher instructed the class to remain calm, since there would be no morning assembly. Coincidentally, the same girl Dang had bumped into earlier was seated nearby. Upon hearing Dang was the transfer student, her eyes narrowed. Moments later, that girl walked over and kicked Dang's bench. It nearly toppled, but Dang caught it without flinching. Her calm reaction only irritated the girl further. "You didn't even apologize," the girl snapped. The girl turned to her friend, Kim Sui Jang. "There were rumors about a girl from some random company transferring," she whispered. Sui Jang replied, "Jun hasn't heard anything either." The girl scoffed. "Of course. A nobody gets lucky and slips in." She looked at Dang and decided to explain how things worked at Chebel High. The school's hierarchy, she said, was brutally rigid. A pyramid of bloodlines. At the top were officials, parliament families, and titans of business. Beneath them, the celebrities, the rising rich, the influencers. And Dang? She didn't even register. The girl wrote "fourth tier" on a piece of paper and slapped it onto Dang's forehead. "You don't belong here. Watch yourself, or this place will chew you up." Then she turned and walked off with her friends. Dang stared after them. This place is insane, she thought, but deep down, she remained composed. This mission would be handled, no matter what. Later, at lunch, Dang walked into the cafeteria. Her tray held a perfectly cooked steak, a rare luxury. She was quietly thrilled. She planned to savor every bite, but just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message from her partner. "Hourly updates. Dawn set forget." Dang clenched her jaw. "Do they think I'm some kind of dog?" She texted back furiously. "Even dogs get to eat in peace." The reply came quickly. "Control your temper. You still at school?" Dang cursed under her breath. Her partner was getting more annoying by the hour. Suddenly, a shadow loomed. It was Jeong. With a smirk, he let his own food tray crash onto Dang's meal, ruining it entirely. "Oops, my bad," he said sarcastically. Dang stared at the mess, fury simmering under her skin. Why am I even being targeted? For a brief moment she considered retaliation, something violent. But then, she paused. Something wasn't right. Her steak had doubled. "Wait, what?" She glanced up. Someone interesting is watching. One of Jan's friends casually reached for the discarded steak and smirked. "If Dachonsit's going to throw it away, might as well give it to me." But before her hand could reach it, Daeong grabbed her wrist with sudden force. Her eyes were filled with fury. "Give it back," she thought. "That's mine." Jian, noticing the tension in Daeong's expression, quickly intervened. "Forget it," she told her friend, then tossed the steak to the side with mockery in her voice. Dong stared at the wasted meat lying on the floor, her partner's words echoing in her mind. "Stay quiet, control your temper." But it was too late. Something inside her snapped. Without a word, Dawong grabbed Jian by the collar and slammed her down. In her hand was a spoon, raised high, poised to strike. Jian's eyes widened in terror. Leon, another student nearby, screamed in shock. Across the cafeteria, a boy silently observed the entire incident, watching with intense focus. Just before the spoon came down, Dong paused. Her rage had cooled. She let go of John and stepped back. Jian's friends rushed to her aid, both horrified and confused. "She's insane," one of them shouted. But then came something even more humiliating. Jian had wet herself in fear. Gasps spread across the room. The shame on her face was unmistakable. Outside the school, Dong walked alone, reflecting bitterly. So much for keeping my cool. Even now, her obsession with food hadn't changed. That steak had meant something. "That was amazing," he said. "How sipped you do it?" Before she could answer, he extended a hand with a grin. "Let's be friends. What's your name?" Dong didn't answer right away. She studied his face carefully. Another one to keep an eye on, she decided silently. "I Dong," she said at last. "Transferred today. And you?" "Han Jong-won," he replied, handing her his phone. "Let me get your number." Nearby students whispered in surprise. Did Jong-won just ask for her number? Is he into her? Who is she? Dong entered her number into the phone, thinking how strangely convenient it was that the investigation targets were coming to her uninvited, but under all those watching eyes, she felt exposed and decided to leave. She handed the phone back and turned, but Jong-won stepped in front of her. "Hey, how about lunch? I saw you didn't eat." She declined politely and tried to pass. Again, he blocked her. "Come on, you've got nowhere to go, right? You must be hungry." She refused again, changing direction, but he persisted. "Let's go for a walk then, enjoy the view." "No thanks." Still smiling, he tried once more. "How about I give you a tour of the school?" That made Dong nervous. Without warning, she turned and bolted. Only after running a good distance did she stop to catch her breath. He hadn't followed. "You've already got someone chasing you," he replied, surprised. "What's his name?" "Jong-won," she said. "Check for info." "There's nothing. No personal data at all." "What do you mean?" Dong demanded. "Every student record here is locked down tight. You said you're lucky I even got you in." Frustrated, she snapped. "Then make yourself useful." He sighed. "I a hacker, not a magician." She cut him off. "Doesn't matter. I just need to get closer to Jong-won." Her teammate perked up. "Perfect. Use every chance. Walk home with him. Chat. If he likes you, he'll drop his guard." He kept going, enthusiastic. Dong was silent for a moment. Then dryly she asked, "Can we eat ramyeon together?" He practically shouted in excitement. "Yes. That's the spirit. You're doing great." Before ending the call, he gave one final tip. Dong agreed and hung up, feeling slightly ridiculous for even considering his advice seriously. As she stepped out of the restroom, she checked to make sure Jong-won wasn't following her, but her thoughts lingered on him. Why was he different? He's not ordinary, she thought, and I don't have time to waste. Meanwhile, in another corner of the school, Jian was facing her own humiliation. She had cornered a boy demanding he give her his phone. "Delete those photos," she yelled, her voice cracking with desperation. "You took them without permission." The boy sneered. "Who do you think you are, bossing me around?" Jian looked close to tears. "Just delete them, please." But the boy only laughed. And the game of power, both in the school and behind it, continued to unfold. Dakyung arrived just in time. Her teammates' words still echoed in her mind, make at least one close female friend, but the scene unfolding before her was anything but friendly. A boy sneered at Jong, mocking her attempt to protect someone's household reputation. His tone turned darker as he warned her to stop, or it could spell trouble for Jae-young, a student whose parents were under his father's protection. He mocked her silence and raised his phone. "I'll just post the photo on Facebook." Panic hit Jeong instantly. "No, please don't stit." That was when Dong stepped in. Calm but sharp, she grabbed the boy's wrist, startling both him and Jong. "What's going on here?" she asked coldly. Jong, red-faced with embarrassment, whispered, "Did he really post about me peeing myself?" Dong blinked, taken aback. "You had an accident?" Jeong's shame deepened. Internally, she blamed Dong for dragging her into this mess. The boy, now angry, shouted, "Who the hell are you to disrespect me like this?" Before he could act further, Dowing snatched the phone from his hand and tossed it to Jong. "Delete it. Now." The boy lunged at Dong, fists flying, but she moved first. A clean punch landed on his jaw, blood splattered as he dropped to the ground. "Is it done?" Dong asked, without looking at him. "Yes," Jong replied, shaken but relieved. The boy's companion stood frozen, never intervening. Then, the one on the ground, Wanjin called out weakly to a figure dozing on a nearby bench. Jiayang, get up. Jiayang stirred. What is it? By who? That transfer student. Her name Sips Dong. Jiayang Sips' gaze turned toward her. You start joking. I sep not. Elsewhere, Dong and Jiang sat quietly on the stairs, eating what little lunch they could find. Dong offered her some food. Jiang declined, saying she was on a diet. Dong shrugged. Mind if I finish it? Go ahead, Jiang said, watching her curiously. Then, unexpectedly, Daong broke the silence. Sorry about earlier, she said. I wasn't paying attention when I bumped into you. Jiang seemed embarrassed but nodded. I was rude too. Dong noticed the stiffness in her voice. Apologizing didn't come naturally to her. Do you know Jiang Won? She asked, shifting the topic. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you interested? Dong didn't respond, just stared blankly. Oh, sorry, Jiang quickly added. Didn't mean anything. Then, in a more casual tone, she shared what she knew. Jiang Won's sets. Unusual. Always smiling, always acting a bit crazy. Back during the entrance ceremony, all the big seniors came to scope out the new batch. One of them was the son of the foreign affairs minister, Yu Wang-sik. Big name. He was the most feared senior here. Dong listened intently. Among the first years there was this quiet guy, Rang Wang, total nobody. Fourth-tier status. That senior picked him as his personal target, bullied him, humiliated him, even forced him to pretend to be a stray star in some stupid astronomy prank. But Jiang Won, she continued, he always smiled through it, never reacted. Until one day in art class, that senior dumped a bucket of water on him. The atmosphere froze. We thought something horrible would happen. But nothing did. The class ended. He walked away. Daong leaned in, curious. And the next day that senior was gone, just vanished. No warning, no goodbye. What happened to him? No one knows. He was the minister Sep's son. Their Sep's no way it was simple. Some students even joked that Jiang Won had killed him. Just then, as if summoned, Jiang Won himself appeared. Wow, he said grinning. You guys have wild imaginations. Both girls jumped, startled. Why is he here again? Dong thought. Without giving him a chance to speak, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him aside. Come with me. Once they were alone, she turned to face him. Why do you keep following me? Jiang Won shrugged. I just want to get to know you. Dong stared into his eyes. His tone was calm, sincere. Is he playing a game? Or is this real? She hesitated. Then, taking a deep breath, she asked bluntly, Are you interested in me? Jiang Won didn't flinch. He smiled. I am. Dong froze. Is this really happening? Could he be telling the truth? Was this the end of all the confusion? She felt herself considering the possibility, but her thoughts spiraled. Am I just being foolish, or is this part of the plan? Wanna go eat some ramyeon? Dong paused, then narrowed her eyes with a slight smile. Before I go home, shall we eat ramyeon? And just like that, the game shifted, again. Young Won was taken aback by her sudden change in behavior. He asked if she really meant going to his house. She simply nodded and said yes. His surprise melted into a laugh. He found her amusing. With a grin he agreed, saying they could head to his place after school, and that he'd prepare a room for her. Meanwhile, Dawn quietly wondered to herself, was her plan actually working? A little later, as class ended and Dawang was about to head home, she noticed Young Won waiting for her at the school gate. The two began walking together. As they walked, Young Won asked why she had suddenly taken an interest in Rimian, reminding her how she'd been avoiding him until now. Dawn calmly replied that after thinking it through, she decided she wanted to be friends with him. Then, with a hint of hesitation, she asked if his parents were home, and if she was even allowed to visit. Young Won replied that it was fine. He lived alone. That response caught Dawang off guard. She hadn't expected him to live by himself. Just then, Rose raised a concern. Was Dawang really okay with going to a guy's house when she barely knew him? But Dawang brushed it off, saying it was fine. Akyong Won added a warning, saying it could be dangerous. Dawang looked at him curiously and asked, "Dangerous for me?" There was a spark of confidence in her voice. Soon they arrived at Young Won's house. Once inside, he offered her something to drink. Coffee, water, or aloe juice. Dawang picked aloe juice. As he handed her the drink, he asked if she'd like to look around the house while he made ramen. As Dong explored the house, she was surprised. The place was spotless, far cleaner than the rumors had led her to believe. Her eyes settled on a photo album. She sat down and began flipping through it. Though the images hadn't changed, everything felt strangely dull and impersonal. What stood out most was the absence of any family photographs. From the kitchen, Young Won called out, asking if she wanted eggs in her ramen. Daeung walked over and told him to add 2. An obvious choice, she said. Young-won smiled in agreement. She then asked for more juice, and he pointed to the fridge, asking her to grab it herself. But just then, the ramen pot slipped from Young-won's hands and spilled onto his clothes. Dong's instincts kicked in. She quickly told him to take off his clothes. In the washroom, as she poured cool water over the burns, she scolded him. The ramen had been boiling, and he shouldn't pretend it was nothing. But Young-won insisted he was fine. Most of it had missed. Dong, however, was lost in thought. She blamed herself for causing trouble, and felt a wave of frustration. She had expected him to be slim, but to her surprise, he was quite well built. Her mind flashed back to Hwang Jong-sep's words. Maybe it really could be him. Young-won noticed her gaze and joked that her staring was making things awkward. Embarrassed, Dong quickly looked away and told him to change and come out in 10 minutes. Later, she applied ice packs to his stomach. Thankfully, the injury wasn't serious, just a first-degree burn though the area was large. She advised him to visit the hospital the next day. When Young-won looked at her curiously, she asked what he was staring at. He hesitated, then said she had acted like a secret agent earlier, especially when treating Guyan during the fight. Quietly, Dong admitted to herself that she really had come here as an agent. She didn't have time for distractions. Then, she looked at him seriously and told him to sit down. As he sat in front of her, she began asking questions. Calmly but firmly, she insisted that he answer truthfully. She started with a simple one. When did he begin living alone? Young-won replied that it was something he just wanted to do. Unsatisfied, Dong pressed further. Was he not close with his family, or were they simply too busy? Young-won admitted he wasn't really close to them. Dong felt he was avoiding the real answer and wondered if Hwang Jong's suspicions were true. The tension slowly faded, and they both sat quietly on the sofa. Dong apologized. Young-won told her it was okay though her questions had caught him off guard. He confessed that he hadn't expected her to be so curious about him, then asked where she had transferred from. Dong told him she came from a private school in Seoul. When asked why she transferred, she explained that her family had moved. Young-won commented that transferring into their school was difficult. Her parents must have had influence. Dong, uncomfortable, tried to steer the conversation away from her parents. Young-won went on to say that since she didn't seem to get discouraged by how people treated her, her parents must be amazing. Curious, he asked more about them. Dagong simply replied that they were kind and warm, more than anyone else. Then, she stood up and said it was time for her to leave. Young-won looked surprised but respected her decision, saying it would be rude to make her stay longer. As Daeung prepared to leave, a thought ran through her mind. She had already retrieved the USB. Her mission was complete. She had done enough for the day. But just as she turned, Young-won asked a strange question. Confused, Dong asked what he meant. Young-won laughed. Her blank expression gave her away. She had no idea. With a smirk, he asked, "Who taught you that phrase anyway?" Still unaware of the double meaning, Daeung asked again what it meant. Eating ramen at someone's house. Young-won burst into laughter before explaining it to her. As realization hit, Daeung's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He chuckled and commented that whoever had told her that must have been quite mischievous. Teasingly, he suggested that she stay longer. But Jong politely declined. Just then, her phone buzzed. She excused herself and stepped into the washroom to take the call. Speaking quietly, she told the person on the other end that she had already texted she was going to Young-won's place. But what she heard next shook her completely. Without wasting a second, she burst out of the washroom and rushed to Young-won. "There's an emergency. I have to go," she said sharply. Before he could ask anything, she was gone. She dashed toward him, but instinct screamed, "Danger." In that very moment, from behind a man swung a baseball bat at her, reacting instantly. Daeung raised her arm and blocked the blow. Her expression sharpened. "Who are you?" she demanded. Without waiting for an answer, she delivered a swift punch to the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. But her thoughts remained turbulent. How did he find this place? Was it really the chairman? The attacker, now desperate, pulled out a knife. Before Daeung could fully react, he slashed her hand and fled the scene. She shouted after him, but he vanished. She quickly turned her attention to Tai Wong, now unconscious. Later at the hospital, Tai Wong finally regained consciousness. Dong sat at his bedside, her hand bandaged. As he stirred, she gently told him not to move too much. "Don't strain yourself," she said softly. "What happened? Was it just one guy?" Tai Wong winced. "The last thing I remember, someone was going through my computer, probably looking for our information, but I don't get it. If he wanted to kill me, why didn't he?" He looked troubled. Maybe someone else sent him, not the chairman. Jong placed a hand on his shoulder. "Stop overthinking. You still just make the headache worse. Right now we need to find a new office and erase all evidence of our existence." She then handed him a USB drive. Check what I got from Young-won Sit's computer. You idiot. Why didn't you tell me what seating ramen sit meant? Do you have a death wish? Is the patient awake? What are you doing? The nurse scolded Dong and ordered her out of the room immediately. Standing beside her in silence was Jae-hyung. Jong, feeling like she was wasting time, decided to head down and clean up their ruined office, but then, Jae-hyung called her name. She turned sharply. How do you know my name? She asked. He replied casually, heard you beat up Owen-jun. Owen who? She asked, confused. Just then, two boys appeared. One of them was instantly familiar. He was the one De-yong had taken down at school. Angrily, he stepped forward, fist clenched, ready to strike again, but Jae-hyung moved between them and stopped him. Why are you stopping me? The boy growled. He turned to De-yong and sneered. Be thankful to him. Next time you one set be so lucky. With that, the group walked away. As they disappeared into the night, Dong pieced it together. So that was the infamous Won-jun. She turned to Jae-hyung and asked, why did you stop him? Jae-hyung scoffed, clearly disgusted. That guy hides behind his parents' Sip's name, thinks it gives him a free pass. He glanced at her. Don't go around picking fights. You should lay low. You stetra lucky I let it slide. Then she asked, what Sep's your name? He blinked, surprised. Lee Jae-hyung. She stepped over the cigarette again and muttered, high schoolers shouldn't smoke, before walking away. Jae-hyung watched her go, silently wondering, wait, is she a high schooler too? The next day at school, during class, De-yong dozed off at her desk. When the bell rang and the students started filing out, Young-won approached her, visibly upset. Did you get home safe yesterday? He asked sharply. She blinked. Yeah. I texted you, he added. Did you see it? She pulled out her phone to check, but before she could unlock it, Young-won grabbed her wrist. Shocked, she pulled back. What are you doing? Without a word, he gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing the bandaged wound on her arm. Then, with a serious tone, he asked, who did this to you? Dong stared at him, caught off guard and uncertain how to respond. Inside the hospital room, Young-won stood in front of Dong, clearly unconvinced by her excuse that she had simply slipped while walking. Dong stuck to her claim, but deep down, she was confused about why he was scolding her in the first place. Jong shot back defensively, insisting she was perfectly fine. She tried to get up from the bed, but Young-won stopped her. Where do you think you're going? He asked. I have class, she replied. But Young-won was set buying it. You don't even care about class. Suddenly, her eyes caught something unexpected. Her phone, lying on the nearby table. How did it get here? Before she could grab it, Young-won reached for it. Dong rushed forward to stop him. Give it to me, she demanded. But Young-won held onto the phone, his eyes narrowing. Who stets Tae-wong? Is he the reason you were acting so secretive? Is he the one who hurt you? De-yong Sip's patience snapped. He Sip's my bodyguard, not that it Sip's any of your business. But Young-won didn't believe her. He accused her of lying and refused to return the phone, unless she told him the truth. The tension escalated. In a burst of energy, Dong lunged and managed to wrest the phone from his hands. She clutched it, feeling triumphant, but only for a moment. Because just then, the door opened. Jae-hyung stepped inside, only to be met with an unusual scene. Dong sitting on top of Young-won, who was now lying on the floor. Jae-hyung addressed her calmly, Dak-hyung. Hearing that, Young-won looked between the two. Wait, you two know each other? Still scrolling through her phone, Dong replied nonchalantly. Something happened yesterday. Young-won looked curious, but Jae-hyung waved it off. None of my business. Besides, I Sip not the type to chase after someone already taken. He glanced at Young-won. You Sip been kinda mean. Mean? Young-won raised a brow. Jae-hyung shrugged. Female friendships are complicated. You said you're just trying to mess with a clueless transfer student. Young-won smirked. Are you jealous? Jae-hyung gave him a cold look. Not even close. Young-won tilted his head, amused. You stare acting awfully bold today. Makes me wonder if you stare more into someone than you let on. Unable to bear the awkward tension any longer, Dong stepped out of the room. She breathed a sigh of relief, finally free. Her stomach growled. I stim starving. Elsewhere, Jin was dealing with her own troubles. She asked one of her friends to accompany her to the restroom. The girl made an excuse, claiming the teacher had called for her. Jaein turned to another friend, suggesting they go shopping after class. That friend already had plans. Jian was left standing alone. She couldn't help but blame the peeing incident for her sudden isolation. Bitterly, she thought about how she had always been there for her so-called friends, and yet now they acted like she didn't exist. Then, her father's voice echoed in her mind. gently asking his little princess to cut back on shopping because of the company's financial difficulties. Jan wondered if her classmates had somehow found out. As she walked toward the cafeteria, her heart sank at the thought of eating alone again. Inside the cafeteria, Jian spotted someone sitting by herself, Dakyong. She was shocked to see how calm and unaffected Daeng looked, especially after what she'd done to Owen Jun. Is she at least a grade 2 student? Jian wondered. Grabbing her tray, she sat down beside her. Dong looked up. Where are your friends? Dong raised an eyebrow. No, I don't sit. That was the final straw for Jian. She slammed her hands on the table, tears welling in her eyes. They all turned on me, she shouted. They were the ungrateful ones. She broke down in frustration. Dong stared at her, unsure if Jian was crying into her food or eating her tears. Then Jian sniffled and said, let's hang out after school. Dong could already see the meltdown coming if she refused. Calmly she replied, sorry, I've got things to do. Jian exploded again. You star just like them. Take responsibility. With a tired sigh, Daong joked, all right, let's hang out. I and Sul even post about how I stem totally fine without my old friends. Jian nodded fiercely. You better make time. As Jan's mood lifted, Daong thought to herself, maybe I can use this chance to get some answers out of her. After school ended, the two girls stopped in front of a large, stylish building. Kia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she told Dakyuong they had arrived, and urged her to come inside. But as Dakyuong looked at the place, a feeling of discomfort settled in. It didn't seem like somewhere she belonged. Inside, Ji began trying on one dress after another, spinning around and asking Dakyuong how she looked. When she declared the outfit pretty, Dakyuong agreed, though she couldn't help but point out that they had already been there for over 3 hours. Ji teased her, saying she tired too easily, and that her stamina was far lower than expected. Eventually, Dakyuong was persuaded to try on a dress herself. Ji's eyes lit up as she said, it looks great. Without hesitation, she told the store staff they would take both outfits. Embarrassed, Dakyuong quickly told her to stop, but the staff had already rung up the total $75,000. The number made Dakyuong's jaw drop, yet Jae calmly handed over her card, smiling as she said it was a small gift for her friend. She called it nothing, but hoped Dakyuong would like it. Then she suggested they head out for dinner. Dakyuong, still stunned, couldn't help but think Jae's sense of what was small was on an entirely different scale. At a restaurant, they began eating, and Dakyuong immediately found the food delicious. But she soon noticed Dakyuong watching her intently. What? Dakyuong asked. Dakyuong leaned forward. Are you really a grade 1 student? Dakyuong denied it, but Dakyuong insisted she must be, before pausing to apologize for what had happened yesterday. She explained that the guy involved was not someone who let matters slide. He was the successor of the Wangguan group. The name caught Dakyuong's attention. She repeated it aloud. Dai explained that despite being founded less than 20 years ago, the group had grown explosively, surrounded by both fame and controversy. Dakyuong thought privately that if it was that Wangguan group, then old W. Jun couldn't be who she suspected. Ji then noted how no one seemed to know Doong, and Doong didn't seem to know anyone either. This, Gay concluded, meant she must be from an elite background, perhaps from a major foreign company. Doong quickly tried to clear up the misunderstanding, mentioning that old W. Jun had been stopped yesterday by someone named Lee Jae-hong. Ji's eyes widened in shock at the name. She explained that while little was known about Lee Jae-hong, he was someone even other grade 1s feared, a grade 1 among grade 1s. Hearing this, Dakyuong silently decided that he definitely needed to be investigated. When Gi asked if she was interested in Lee Jae-hong, Dakyuong avoided answering, but Gi smirked, claiming she could tell just by looking at her eyes, and promised to help. Dakyuong dismissed her as delusional. As they parted ways, Gi offered her a ride, then to send a driver, both of which Dakyuong refused. After Guy left, Dakyuong sat alone on a bench. It had been a tiring day, but she had gained some valuable information. Old W. Jun can wait, she thought. Lee Jae-hong though, he's the one I need to dig into. Just then, Lee Jae-hong himself appeared. Without a word, he handed her a packet of bandages, saying he had noticed her earlier. Dakyuong was caught off guard. He didn't seem the type to do something so considerate. She used one bandage on her foot, then looked up to return the rest, only to find he had already walked away. Acting on impulse, she ran after him, grabbed his hand, and thanked him. He told her to keep it, but she stepped in front of him, insisting on treating him to coffee. The words slipped out before she could stop herself, leaving her internally panicking. Still, to her surprise, he agreed, though he added that there was something he needed to check first. They went to a cafe. When the food arrived, Jiang took a bite of a croissant that had been heated in a waffle maker. It was annoyingly delicious. She reminded herself of her real purpose and tried starting a conversation, asking if he came there often. At first, he stayed silent. Finally, he looked up. Who sent you? The question caught Durang completely off guard. He pointed out that she had no real reason to transfer schools, her identity was unclear, and her martial arts skills were far too advanced for an ordinary student. "What's your true goal?" he asked. Zhang's mind raced. She had considered the risk of being exposed, but not this quickly. How much did he actually know? She steadied her thoughts. If he truly knew everything, he wouldn't have asked. Maybe he was bluffing. Nervously, Daeong asked what he meant by that. Was he suggesting she was some kind of spy? She explained that her martial arts skills were nothing more than a self-defense technique she had practiced as a hobby since childhood. As for hiding her identity, she reminded him that the same could be said for him. In fact, she claimed she could reveal her identity if it came to that. She just didn't trust anyone at this new school yet. He, on the other hand, had been at the school for 2 years. Why was he still so secretive? Before she could push further, Ji-hong abruptly ended the conversation, saying they should drop the topic. Frustrated, Dong swore to herself she wasn't finished with him yet. She asked if he had investigated her background, and whether that was the real reason he had agreed to come along so easily. Thinking it over, she realized his guarded attitude made more sense now. Perhaps this was simply a normal reaction. By comparison, Han Jong-won had been surprisingly welcoming, a stroke of luck for her. Then, without warning, Ji-hong asked if she was dating Han Jong-won. Shocked, she called it nonsense, but the question triggered an unwelcome memory, her embarrassing fall on top of Jong-won. She mentally scolded herself for thinking about it. Ji-hong dismissed the moment, saying it was fine, and suggested they leave. Dong thought bitterly that she hadn't gained much useful information, but today wasn't her only chance. As they walked outside, she nearly tripped in her heels. Ji-hong caught her and told her to hold his hand while walking. She obeyed, though part of her wanted to simply take the heels off. Then she heard something behind them. Turning, she scanned the street. Ji-hong asked if something was wrong. She said it was nothing but casually asked if he had bodyguards following him. He returned the question. She replied that she didn't feel she needed any, and he said he felt the same. Just then, Taeyong pulled up in his car, grinning. "Are you two on a date?" he teased, half sarcastic. He went on about how he was a patient who had nearly died, only to be called to pick up someone going on a date. Taeyong snapped at him to stop talking nonsense, and climbed into the car. She told him she was leaving, and that he should go home too. Taeyong glanced at her outfit and asked what she was wearing. Annoyed, she told him to keep his eyes on the road. He then guessed the man she had been with was Han Jong-won, saying he looked handsome. Taeyong corrected him. It was Lee Ji-hong. When he asked who that was, she admitted she didn't know yet, and told him to drive slowly. "Why?" he asked. "Someone might be following us," she replied. When he pressed again for details, she said she didn't know. He asked if Ji-hong had any bodyguards. She said Ji-hong claimed he didn't, but she wasn't sure. Taeyong wanted to know what they should do, noting a right turn ahead. Taeyong decided to call it a day. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ji-hong took out a cigarette. One of his bodyguards immediately lit it for him. Another reminded him the chairman wanted him home quickly and brought up yesterday's matter. Ji-hong calmly said he had already given instructions to handle it. The scene shifted to the school. Yoon rushed into a classroom looking for Wonjun, but instead found him lounging casually, his feet propped on the shoulders of other students while he scrolled through his phone. Yoon approached and told him they needed to talk. Wonjun, instead, looked at one of the boys serving as his footrest, and mocked him for being stupid before ordering him to move. The boy quickly apologized. Uneasy, Yoon pulled Wonjun out of the classroom. Outside, he asked seriously whether it really wasn't him. Wonjun looked confused, asking what Yoon was talking about. Yoon insisted it was too dangerous not knowing who that person truly was. Wonjun brushed him off, saying he didn't care, and telling Yoon not to get involved if he wanted to stay safe. As Wonjun turned to leave, Yoon tried to stop him. Wonjun shot him a cold glare and told him to mind his own business. Yoon shouted after him, frustrated, demanding to know why he had been acting like this lately. He warned that if Jawong found out, the situation could spiral. He reminded Wonjun that he wasn't always like this. Wonjun stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly called over a student named Unkong. The boy removed his glasses and stepped forward. Without hesitation, Wonjun punched him in the face, then turned back to Yoon with a glare. He asked why Yoon kept crossing the line, saying he had seen everything long ago and had avoided getting involved, until now. Yoon quickly apologized. Wonjun told him to leave if he understood. Yoon walked away. Moments later, Yoon Won arrived, helping Unkong to his feet. He told Wonjun to stop harassing the younger students, asking what could have happened in such a short time. He reminded Wonjun about the scolding he'd gotten from Dabong earlier. Wonjun's eyes narrowed in fury. "What did you just say?" he demanded. With a sly smile, Yoon Won asked, "Do you want to be hit too?" Furious, Wongjun kicked the door, muttering curses under his breath and calling them bastards. Spitting out that he wouldn't do it anymore, he stormed off. Sometime later, Ji-hong handed a bag to Jung-won, telling him to give it to Deong. Curious, Jung peeked inside and found her school uniform. "How did you get this?" he asked, but Ji Hong simply walked away without answering. The scene shifted to another classroom, where Ji and Deong were chatting about dresses. Jung approached, holding the bag. When Deong opened it, she was surprised to see her missing uniform. She had thought it was lost. Jung explained, smiling, that Ji Hong had asked him to deliver it. Then, with a suddenly serious tone, he asked if the two of them had met yesterday. Deong admitted they had, but only briefly in the evening. Jung pressed further, asking if it had been just the two of them. Her hesitation was all the answer he needed. His expression darkened. He accused her of having dinner with Ji Hong, and demanded to know why he had her clothes. Inside, De Wong was already irritated by his attitude. Meanwhile, Ji Hoppy Haunt Chance scene began to blush, and wildly speculate. Was this a love triangle? Had De Wong broken up with Ji Hong and met Jung instead? Sensing the situation spiraling, Deong gave Ji a subtle signal for help. Ji quickly caught on. She pulled out her phone and showed Jung a picture of herself with Deong at a department store the day before. She claimed Deong must have left her uniform there, and Ji had probably picked it up. Jung, still unconvinced, asked for more pictures, specifically of Deong in different clothes. Ji grinned and invited him to her house next week, saying Deong would be there too. She teased that she normally didn't allow guys over, but she'd make an exception for him. Deong immediately protested, asking if her opinion didn't matter at all. Ji ignored her and finalized the plan for next Monday. Jeong agreed. Frustrated, Deong shouted again, but neither of them seemed to hear her. The scene changed. Deong entered her secret hideout, where Taeyong was already waiting. He said the new location was better since it was closer to school. She countered that it was still an old building with no air conditioning. Taeyong shrugged, reminding her they had no better option given location, safety and cost. Deong replied that it didn't matter anyway. Taeyong suddenly asked why she was in such a rush to die. Dedong, brimming with anger, said she'd seen the school and would rather fight 1 against 100 than put up with it. Then she asked about the file she'd given him, the one stored on Han Zhong-won's computer. Taeyong admitted he'd been waiting to talk about it once she arrived. Pulling up his laptop, he complained that Jong-won hardly even used his computer. When Derong asked why, he showed her a single photo he'd found, a man holding a small child. Taeyong remarked that the man looked just like Jong-won's father. Daeong frowned, sarcastically asking if men could get pregnant these days. Taeyong joked that school life was hard for everyone. She speculated the photo showed a man in a hospital, carrying a baby, and looking gravely ill. She said he had died 18 years ago. Then she asked if Taeyong was sure this could be Jong-won's father. He confirmed that he had searched thoroughly, starting from the most basic records and family names. Taeyong noted that the only connection was that the photo was found on Jong-won's computer, suspicious in itself. She admitted that investigating people around Jong-won might not lead anywhere, and even his name could be fake. The lack of information was so severe it was almost unimaginable. The scene shifted again. Deong stood surrounded by corpses, her face and hands dripping with blood. Her phone rang. The caller asked if she was all right, and whether she had reached the boss. She coldly asked why. The caller avoided a direct answer, hinting that the boss might also have been caught in the chaos. He said the situation on his side was just as bad, completely destroyed. He urged her to run as far as possible. Just as he spoke, the connection grew unstable. His last warning was not to think about how far to go, just to keep running. The call cut off mid-sentence. Deong quickly tried calling someone else, but the number went straight to voicemail. Even the voicemail failed to connect. Panic set in. She attempted to send a voice message, but that too failed. Frustration boiled over. She hurled her phone away and collapsed to the ground, screaming in anguish. Gasping for breath, she muttered bitterly to herself. She had only just returned here, but the truth was, she had no home or family from the beginning. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was Taeyong, trying to wake her. In that moment it was revealed that everything had been a dream. She woke with a start to Taeyong shouting again. Panicked, she slapped him and shoved him into a trash can, snapping at him for scaring her. After freshening up, Diane began her briefing in a calm, deliberate tone. Their investigation had narrowed the school's male student body from 372 down to just 34 individuals under scrutiny. Of these, 16 showed no connection to the chairman. Information remained incomplete for the other 18. She explained the logic. Based on the Chaebol hierarchy rules, the chairman's son was almost certainly ranked at the top of the school's social order. By focusing on the first and second ranks, they were left with only 4 potential candidates. Duong voiced skepticism. What if some of them are intentionally posing as lower-ranked students? But Dekyong dismissed the idea. In her view, the Chaebol hierarchy was built on solid foundations: public exposure, family influence, and deep internal networking. These students all knew each other's faces, and status was difficult to fake. She referenced Kong Jun-hun's opinion that rankings were shaped by visibility and presence. While exceptions existed, With some receiving top rank despite not meeting all the usual criteria, the system was still reliable enough to focus their search. Out of the 4 names left, Tiom asked if one of them was indeed the chairman's son. Tong confirmed, Lee Jae-hyung. He was well known, publicly exposed. Tiom challenged her assumption. What if the top-ranked student had no public information at all? Daekyong countered that such a student wouldn't be ranked in the first place. Duwang, half mocking, remarked that she and her team seemed to know everything. Then he dropped a new detail. Jeong had once held first-rank stakes in a major incident unrelated to him. The realization clicked for Taiwan. You mean the W. Jeong group leader? She confirmed. That man had been in the news frequently, earning the nickname the incorruptible JBL Junior Prince. Daekyong brushed the matter aside and shifted focus, instructing him to investigate a man named Samyong and his connections to both the Wonjin group and a private organization. Tong agreed. Then she brought up Han Jong-moon, the most problematic person in her words. Taewong, smirking, wondered if he was an idol or an actor. He admitted he knew nothing about the man, not even his face. Leon interjected, accusing Jung-won of being suspicious from head to toe. She complained about his constant attention, his tendency to treat her like his possession. Taewong shrugged. Maybe Jung just had a crush on her, but Taoning questioned the logic. No one knew Jung-won's true identity, not even the school. Their investigation had turned up nothing, as if he had erased himself on purpose. Do you think he knows who you really are, and approached you deliberately? Taewong asked. Daekyong said it wasn't impossible. In their society, she was officially dead and he was non-existent. No one should be able to uncover their identities, yet she admitted there might be someone who could. Taewong groaned, rubbing his head. He confirmed his task was now to investigate Wonjun, joking that she had used up her explanation quota for the day. Pushing her out of the room, he left her still muttering in frustration. The scene shifted. In a dimly lit alley, Rosen handed 2 thugs an envelope of cash, promising the rest after the job was done. They asked about the target's photos. Rosen produced one, Jae and Daekyong, standing together. He pointed to the black-haired girl, warning them not to mistake her for the one with pink hair. One thug scoffed. She's just a student, we don't need a whole crew for this. But Wonjun, clearly agitated, bared his teeth. She had knocked one out, and he'd had to get an implant. If it were that easy, I'd have done it myself, he growled. As they spoke, one thug noted the girl's resemblance to someone they'd admired 20 years ago. Wonjun, intrigued, pressed for details, but the man hesitated, unsure if he still had the photo. His eyes lingered on the picture again. Smirking, Wonjun muttered to himself that Daekyong was turning out to be far more troublesome than expected. Back in a quiet classroom, Deong stirred awake from a short nap. Her eyes opened slowly, only to find Dungyeong-won sitting beside her watching in silence. She blinked, startled. "Why are you sitting here?" she asked. A few seats away, Jian rested her head in her hands, groaning about the unnecessarily intense math class they SUPTA just had. Jian turned back to Jung-won. "Why do you keep changing seats during self-study?" He shrugged. "I like this spot." His casual tone made her uneasy. "Are you really fine with that?" she asked. Young-won didn't appear bothered. "It's not a big deal," he said casually. That was when Daekyong noticed something odd. "Where's your backpack?" she asked. "I didn't bring it today," he replied, just as calmly. Before she could respond, Ji strolled over with a mischievous grin. Well, spring sep's here, and it looks like you stuffed your dating again," she teased. Without waiting for a protest, she grabbed Daekyong Sip's hand. "You promised to help me with something. Come to my house. Now?" Pulling her along, Ji didn't even notice that Young-won quietly fell into step behind them. As they walked, he asked, "So, how was your weekend?" June, walking beside Daekyong, leaned in to scold her. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Then turning to Young-won, she added, "You've been showing up to school a lot more since Daekyong moved in." He gave a small shrug. "I'm not really trying to avoid school anymore." Daekyong tilted her head. "Why were you skipping so much before?" "I had a lot going on," he said simply. She hesitated. "Is it really okay for you to just disappear like that?" Before the conversation could deepen, Jae-yong interrupted, boasting that her parents had connections with the school board and could get away with anything. Young-won stopped walking. "Go ahead without me," he told them. "I need to contact my family." Jin nodded. "Take your time." She and Young-won continued on their way, leaving Daekyong to check her phone. A missed call stared back at her. She regretted not answering. Lost in thought, she didn't see the figure ahead until she collided with him. Her phone slipped from her hands, clattering to the ground. It was Wonjun. Rosai's friend looked her over and remarked that she seemed fine, but Wonjun's smirk carried venom. "Low-class trash," he muttered. At first, Daekyong said nothing. She told herself he wasn't worth it, but then as he turned away she noticed him frown slightly. "Why's your shoulder so stiff?" he muttered, almost to himself. She called out to him, showing the cracked phone screen. You stepped into my way, he said smugly. You bumped into me, she shot back. It's just a broken screen. Don't be so dramatic, he replied. I want an apology. His eyes narrowed. Do you want compensation for my broken tooth? That struck a nerve. That tooth was the price you paid for secretly taking photos of Hang Jun, she snapped. For a moment his face went still. Then with mocking politeness, he pulled out his wallet, tossed some bills to the ground and said, use it to pay rent. Dakyong's fists clenched. Memories flashed. Taekyong's warning about powerful Chibo families who could destroy lives. She forced herself to breathe. Forget it, she said, turning to walk away. But Wanjin wasn't finished. You remind me of your mother, he sneered. She froze, rage igniting in her eyes. Just then Leong Won appeared, resting a hand on her shoulder. Come on, he said softly. She followed him, silent but seething. Later, in Johnsit's car, the air was thick with tension. Ji cursed, furious about what had happened. I wish you stit punched him harder. Jung asked, what happened? Jun reminded him of the ambulance that had taken Wanjin away after an earlier incident. I didn't think much of it at the time, Jung admitted. Dakyong sat quietly, wondering how someone as detached as Young Won could still be kind to her. Jun went on, it started on her first day here. Young Won took a photo of her while she was urinating in the cafeteria. Jung Sit's expression darkened. Jun blamed it on Dakyong Sip's former level 1 status, calling it unfair, but Dakyong corrected her. I sip and not level 1 anymore. Jian looked surprised. Really? Why is that so hard to believe? Dakyong asked. John explained. Even after everything, you still seem okay, and it sep's not easy standing up to Wanjun. Young Won asked quietly, is Wanjun really that dangerous? Jang explained that the issue with Wanjun was not about physical danger. He was manipulative, obsessive and toxic, someone who drained people until they gave up, making him unbearable to be around. Kyung decided it was time to change the subject. She leaned in and asked about the Sayong Corporation. Her tone was light, but the question was not. Ye Yong immediately cautioned her against speaking about such matters in public. One wrong word could bring trouble. Dakyong glanced toward John Won. He was smiling, but there was something unreadable in his expression. What was he really thinking? The tension eased slightly when they reached Jian's apartment. Jian greeted them cheerfully, admitting she was excited to finally have friends over. She held Dakyong's hand and asked her to help order some food. They settled onto the sofa. Just asked what everyone wanted to eat. Anything sep's fine, Dakyong replied. Same here, Jung Won added. But June frowned. I hate vague answers like see whatever, seps. To break the indecision, Dakyong suggested chicken pizza and tteokbokki. Jian rolled her eyes, certain they didn't truly want that, but went to place the order anyway. Just then, Jian's phone lit up. The caller ID made her freeze. It's Set's my dad, she whispered. Her voice trembled. He doesn't stet allow boys in the house. Without hesitation, she rushed Dakyong and John Won into the wardrobe, pleading with them to stay quiet. Moments later, her father entered the apartment. Why didn't Set you come home? He demanded. I decided to stay here, Jan said quickly. And who else is here? Just classmates. Inside the cramped wardrobe, Dakyong shot a glance at Young Won, who motioned for her to remain silent. She thought, he's definitely in trouble now. Then, without thinking, she gave him a small push, only for Jung Won to grab her arm in warning. Don Set, he whispered. There steps a hanger right behind him. She ignored him. The push sent John Won's head into the hanger with a loud thud. Out in the living room, Jian was on a video call with her father when the noise rang out. What was that sound? He asked sharply. Delivery box fell, she said in a rush, trying to sound casual. But her father narrowed his eyes. That sounded like it came from the wardrobe. She laughed nervously and opened the doors, revealing only empty space. The two inside had already crouched out of sight. Still, her father's suspicion deepened. Are you possessed? He asked seriously. Stay away from whatever spirit is trying to get close to you. Jian insisted there was nothing there, ended the call, and apologized to her friends. My dad Sep's just strict, she explained. Please don't take it personally. Dakyong stood to leave, but Jian pleaded for her to stay. Dinner was already prepared. Eventually, they all sat down to eat. This is simple food, Jian said, but it sets good, isn't set it? Partway through, Yongwon asked when Dakyong planned to head home. She said she would go after the meal. He offered to walk her back, which made John blush, but Dakyong refused. Rosise agreed with her, though she suggested they still go together. Why are you so insistent? Dakyong asked. I am just worried, Jungwon admitted. Maybe because of Wanjun. Dakyong Sep's expression hardened. Even if 100 people like him came at me, I wouldn't be swayed. Jung teased her. calling her a gangster action leader. She laughed nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Jel noticed, "Why are you sweating like that?" Dakyung wondered silently if she had just exposed herself. Jung Set's curiosity deepened. "Why do gangsters wrap bandages around their knives?" "So the grip doesn't slip," she answered without hesitation. "What about wrapping the handle?" "To avoid leaving fingerprints." Von Wun guessed, it could also be to prevent fatal wounds, and Dakyung agreed. Jane suddenly slammed her chopsticks down. "Why do you two know so much about this stuff?" she demanded, her frustration boiling over. Jung Hun told her that if she thought about it just a little more she would understand as well. Ji, now irritated, snapped back, asking if he was implying she was nothing more than an inanimate object with no thoughts of her own. Startled, Young Hun quickly denied it, but Ji wasn't convinced. "Why don't you just call me Plankton then?" she shot back sarcastically. Calmly Young Hun replied, "Plankton isn't set inanimate." That only made her angrier. Watching their petty exchange, Daeon couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Jung asked why, she refused to answer, only adding that she always ended up in trouble whenever he was around. This unexpected rejection left Jung visibly shocked. Daeon went on, saying he was strange and made her feel uncomfortable. John, who had been watching quietly, laughed to herself. She found the situation unexpectedly entertaining. In fact, it was the most fun she'd had since starting school. "You're weird as hell," Daeon told her bluntly. Jen Won stared at Daeong, and said it was the first time he had seen her laugh. Daeong disagreed, claiming she laughed all the time, but Jaeon could only remember her terrifying, almost sinister laugh. Lying lazily on the sofa, Jian turned to Daeong and asked if she ever wished she were popular. Daeong, seemingly ignoring the question, warned her that lying down right after eating could make her sick. Jian smirked, convinced she was dodging the topic, and teased her about her supposed date with Li Zhao. At that, Daeong suddenly jumped and sprawled herself over Jian. "You just said not to lie down after eating," Jian exclaimed, startled. Clutching her stomach in mock pain, Daeong replied sarcastically. Yang Won announced he would clean up and return. Daeong stayed where she was, calling Jaeon her human bed. Jian brought up Jungwon again, calling him nice and sincere. Daeong bluntly asked if she liked him, telling her to just date him if she did. Jian quickly denied it, saying he wasn't her type. She preferred someone prettier and more charming. "Then who is charming, if not him?" Daeong asked, offended. John, overhearing, shouted to Yang Won that Daeong had just called him handsome. Daeong threatened her in return. John defended herself, saying she didn't make it up, then asked how many relationships Daeong had been in. Daeong admitted she had never dated anyone. When Yongwon returned from cleaning, Jian immediately told him. He only nodded, saying he had expected that. Jian pulled Daeong's cheeks and asked why, saying she looked fine and wondering if something was wrong with her. Just then, Yongwon's phone rang, and he stepped away to take the call. Seizing the moment, Daeong told Jian she wanted to go home. Jian urged her to wait and leave with Yongwon, but Daeong reminded her she had already refused. Jian protested, saying it would be awkward to be alone with him, but Daeong didn't care and left anyway. Walking alone down the road, she thought about Yongwon's concern for her. Inwardly, she dismissed it. They didn't even know her real reason for being there, to kill people. She didn't belong in their ordinary world of friendships and bonds. Worse, she feared their warmth might make her lower her guard. From tomorrow onward, she told herself, things would change. Then she noticed a man ahead of her. Before she could react, another appeared behind, pressing a knife to her neck. His voice was low and threatening. He remarked on her sharp instincts, warning her not to scream or resist, or he'd kill her instantly. She remembered Yongwon's words, his worry, his insistence, and thought, as expected, he's truly annoying. Moments later, she was surrounded by a dozen rough-looking men. Their faces were hardened, their eyes cold. The leader, a bulky man with a scar across his face, stepped forward arrogantly, expecting her to surrender. But Daeong didn't flinch. Her eyes locked on his, calm and sharp. "Did Won Jun send you?" she asked. The leader exchanged a glance with his men before replying vaguely, "You still find out soon enough." She didn't wait for more. Her fist flew like lightning, slamming into his jaw. He staggered back, stunned, only to receive a second blow to the ribs that dropped him to the ground in pain. The others rushed her in fury. She moved like water, dodging, countering, every strike precise and devastating. One by one they fell. Her speed, her strength, and her precision broke their confidence. From behind, a man lunged with a knife. The blade cut through the air, but she was already moving. She twisted, disarmed him, and dropped him with a brutal punch. Now the rest hesitated. Fear had replaced their earlier bravado. Panic spread among the remaining thugs. One of the injured men, clutching his side, shouted to their boss, demanding to know who this girl even was. Ignoring the outcry, the boss stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. His gaze locked on Kyuong with the calm of someone who had fought many battles before. "You've got skill," he said coldly, "but let's see how long that lasts." Before he could make a move, Kyuong struck first, a brutal kick that slammed into his ribs and sent him staggering. He recovered quickly and countered, his fists coming fast, but her speed and precision gave her the advantage. Blow after blow was exchanged, their fight escalating into a vicious rhythm. When the boss drew a knife and lunged, Kwang ducked low, twisted, and retaliated with a crushing strike that hurled him to the ground. She seized the knife, her arm poised for the killing blow. But a voice echoed in her mind, a friend Stet's warning. "Don't kill the innocent." The memory stayed her hand. That moment of hesitation cost her. The boss's fist crashed into her face, and blood welled at the corner of her lips. She staggered back. He laughed cruelly. "You're just a child. You can go all the way." Kyong's reply came through action. She drove her foot into him with such force that he was launched into a nearby wall. One thug, terrified, turned and ran. She let him go. Instead, she crouched beside the boss and searched his pockets, finding only a phone and an ID, both fakes. Her jaw tightened. These weren't President Lee's men, they were just pawns, hired muscle from someone else. The realization hit hard. Won Jun, he had dared to send thugs after her. A sudden blow to the back of her head dropped her to her knees. Darkness rushed in. She cursed herself for failing to check behind her. Rough arms hoisted her up. A voice above her muttered about the incompetence of the men. Elsewhere in the city, a white-haired boy turned to a pink-haired girl. "Kang?" he asked. "She left about 10 minutes ago," the girl replied. His eyes narrowed. He walked away without another word, ignoring her startled expression. As he moved, he tried calling Kyuong once, twice, again, no answer. Passing a man speaking on the phone, he caught something in his tone. A location update to Polgong Yard. Without hesitation, the boy snatched the phone and listened to the call himself. The man exploded in anger. "Hey, give that back." "Yan Bang?" the boy asked coldly. The man froze, thrown off by the name. "Who the hell are you?" The boy ignored the question. "I know where Won Jin recruits people like you. Tell me about Polgong Yard, and tell me where Lee Daong is." At the mention of the name, the man's face blanched, but the boy didn't wait for an answer. He simply turned and walked away. At an unknown location, cold water splashed over Kyuong's face. Her eyes fluttered open to a blur of hostile figures. Her hands were bound tightly with expertly tied ropes. Breaking free by force was impossible. A red-haired man stepped forward, smirking. "Don't bother," he said. "I tied those myself. You're not getting out." 5 armed men stood around her, weapons at the ready. She steadied her breathing. Escape wasn't an option. Survival meant taking them down one by one. The red-haired man closed the distance, his hand clamping around her neck. "You don't get it, do you? This is instead a misunderstanding. You've been kidnapped." Kyuongzip's eyes didn't waver. "Then tell me why." His smirk darkened. "Why? Because I can, and because I gonna make sure you never forget who you are dealing with." Her reply was a sharp spit to his face. "Psycho." The insult lit a fire in him. He leaned closer. "I could break you right now, and I will, just to make you understand how helpless you are." She scoffed. "You can even face me without backup. Pathetic." He chuckled, unbothered. "Backup? With enough money, people will follow any order I give. That's real power." "That's not power," she said coldly. "That's being a lapdog, a puppet for Lee Jae-hong. And here's the funny part, Jae-hong hates men like you." For the first time, his smile faltered. Then he barked a laugh. "You think Jae-hong sits on your side? Without me he wouldn't last a day." The doctor frowned, struggling to piece together what the man meant, but he offered no explanation. Instead, he pulled out his phone and said something unsettling. He revealed that he had compared her face to that of her mother, and claimed he had proof. On the screen was a photograph of Doc-young herself. She froze, unable to hide her shock. The man's lips curled into a cruel grin. At first glance, he had thought the image showed her mother, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Dang in disguise. Mocking her, he questioned how she had managed to enroll in the school under a false identity. He accused her of seducing someone, perhaps Han Jun-won, to cover up the truth. With venom in his voice, he threatened to release the photo, predicting that her reputation would be destroyed and she would be expelled. Dak-young swallowed her rage and asked if that was the reason for her kidnapping. The man grew irritated by her calm demeanor. She remained defiant, telling him he could do whatever he wanted. Her unshaken composure unsettled him. Confused, he demanded to know why she wasn't afraid. She met his gaze and with icy certainty, declared that he wouldn't get the chance to ruin her because he would die today. The man laughed, unimpressed, mocking her for what he thought was an empty threat. But before he could finish his words, Dakyung's leg shot out with deadly precision. Her kick sent him flying backward, crashing onto the floor. With fire burning in her eyes, she reminded him of his mistake. Her legs had never been restrained. Furious, the man grabbed a metal rod from the ground and raised it to strike her. Elsewhere, a white-haired boy stared at his phone with growing unease. She still hadn't returned home. Her location signal remained active, yet he hesitated to call. Then, without warning, the GPS marker vanished. His chest tightened with panic. Back at the hideout, one of the thugs muttered about her phone. Another confirmed that it had already been taken care of and was now out of reach. The red-haired man hovered anxiously over Dakyung's motionless body, panic creeping into his voice as he ordered the others to check her condition. One of them leaned down, pressing 2 fingers against her neck. He confirmed she was alive, but barely breathing. And then, in an instant, Dakyung's hand shot up, her fingers clamped tightly around the thug's throat, choking him with terrifying strength. The room erupted in shouts of disbelief. The thugs scrambled to pull her off, but she shoved her victim away with brutal force, sending him crashing against the floor. Everyone froze. Their eyes widened in shock, struggling to comprehend how Dakyung could still be standing. Her injuries should have kept her down, yet there she was, breathing heavily, eyes burning with fury. The red-haired man looked on in disbelief. His men were useless. But before he could act, Dakyung's voice sliced through the silence, cold and merciless. She declared that he would be the one to die today, not her. Her words cut through the chaos like a blade. The thugs faltered under the weight of her piercing gaze, their movements hesitant. The red-haired man's smug arrogance crumbled instantly, replaced by visible panic. His trembling voice cracked as he barked at his men to kill her, but the fear behind his command betrayed him. The gang surged forward. One of them raised a metal rod high, aiming to crush her skull, but Dakyung moved like lightning. She caught the weapon mid-swing, stopping it cold, then wrenched it away and drove it hard into his chest, sending him staggering backward. The red-haired man's eyes widened as he watched her dismantle his crew one by one. Every strike was precise, every counter flawless. Her fury was terrifyingly controlled. Another thug crept behind her, locking his arms around her waist, while a second charged with a knife aimed at her back, but Dakyung reacted before the blade could strike. She hurled the thug behind her straight into the knife wielder, knocking them both off balance. Breaking free, she seized the attacker's arm and landed a brutal blow that dropped him instantly. The room exploded with chaos, screams, the clash of metal, the stench of blood and sweat filling the air. In the corner, the red-haired man fumbled desperately for his phone, but a fellow gang member hissed a warning. Calling the police would expose their own crimes. Fear twisted into dread as the thug demanded payment, reminding him of the bodies, the risk, and the consequences. The red-haired man's hands shook uncontrollably as his gaze locked on Dakyung. She stood at the center of the carnage, blood dripping from her fists, unbroken, unyielding. Desperation cracked his voice as he gave one final command. She had to be killed, no matter the cost. Dakyung counted her enemies calmly, ignoring the searing pain tearing through her side, but then her focus snapped to the red-haired man as he tried to slip away. Without hesitation, she snatched up a weapon and sprinted after him. She appeared in his path like a shadow, her presence freezing him in place. Just as she raised her weapon, agony ripped through her side. A hidden thug had stabbed her, a sixth attacker, waiting for the perfect moment. Blood spilled, but Dakyung refused to fall. Her eyes darted to a nearby chain. Summoning the last of her strength, she seized it and wrapped it tightly around his neck, strangling him until his body went limp at her feet. Breath ragged, Dakyung tore her blood-soaked shirt and bound the wound. Her body trembled, but her gaze remained sharp, locked on the red-haired man. He backed away, his bravado shattered. Panic overtook him as he begged desperately, offering her money, 100 million, 1 billion, even 50 billion. He cried about his father, his influence, his power. He begged for mercy, insisting he was worth more alive. But Dakyung stood unmoving, her expression cold as stone. In a firm, unwavering voice, she demanded answers about the San Group and President Lee's son. Defeated, the man choked on his sobs, nodding through his tears, and pointed shakily toward a distant shadowed figure. Suddenly, piercing police sirens shattered the night. Officers stormed the hideout, weapons raised, their commands filling the air. Relief surged through the red-haired man as he exhaled sharply, believing he was saved. He pointed at Dakyung, shouting that she was the killer, urging the police to arrest her. But as the officers scanned the blood-soaked wreckage, hesitation filled their eyes. In the chaos of that room, surrounded by corpses and carnage, it was no longer clear who was the villain and who was the victim. Just then, Han Jong-won stepped into the scene, appearing without warning. Dowling's gaze locked onto him, disbelief flickering in her weary eyes. Before she could process his presence, her vision blurred, and her body gave way. She collapsed as consciousness slipped from her grasp. Medical staff rushed in immediately, their voices sharp with urgency. Blood loss was critical, and every second mattered. Her partner arrived moments later, panic etched deep across his face. Desperately, he tried to push through to her, but the medics held him back. Standing nearby was Jung, the white-haired observer. He remained silent, his cold eyes surveying the chaos while quietly studying the man who fought so desperately to reach her. The partner's voice cracked with desperation as he begged them to save her. The medic stayed focused, warning him to step back or risk her life. When he asked if she was already gone, one medic quietly confirmed her condition: critical, likely fatal. His world collapsed. He shouted for them to take her to the hospital, refusing to let her go, clinging to the faintest shred of hope. At last, Jung stepped forward. He bent down, picked up the partner's cap that had fallen in the chaos, and handed it back gently. He asked if the man was family. The partner, confused by Jung's calmness, muttered a quiet thank you as suspicion flickered across his face. Meanwhile, police restrained the red-haired man. He raged furiously, insisting Daowang was the killer. His voice grew louder, demanding to know why he was being arrested instead. The officers gave no explanation, only stating they were following orders. His eyes fell on Jung, standing still in the background, and his rage exploded. He accused Jung and Daowang of being allies, plotting against him, screaming obscenities as he vowed revenge while being dragged away. Outside, Dakyuang was rushed into an ambulance. Her partner tried to follow, begging not to be left behind, but Jung blocked his path. Calmly, he handed over Dakin's missing phone. The partner froze, realization dawning. Her phone was back in his hands at last. Relief mixed with caution as he glanced at Jung. For now, the man knew nothing. Time was running out. The partner nodded silently and walked away, his mind reeling with questions. What had Dakin uncovered, and what role did Jung truly play in all of this? Within the depths of unconsciousness, Doang drifted into a nightmare. She saw herself gripping President Lee's throat, rage burning as she blamed him for every tragedy she had suffered. But President Lee only smiled coldly. He warned her that even if he died, her dream would perish with him. Before she could respond, a crushing blow struck her from behind, and the vision vanished. She jolted awake, gasping for air. At her side, Pink Hair and White Hair gasped in shock. Pink Hair burst into tears, embracing her tightly, overwhelmed that Daenung had survived what she called a traffic accident. Confused, Daung turned to her partner, who subtly signaled her to stay quiet. Pink Hair, overjoyed, explained that Daung had been unconscious for 2 days. With a playful smile, she asked if the man beside her was Daung's boyfriend. Her words spilled out quickly, revealing how, during those 2 days, she had bonded with White Hair and uncovered Daung's hidden family background. She marveled at Daung's wealthy lineage, and wondered aloud why she chose to live so modestly. Her fascination was clear, and she begged to know more. Daung, disoriented, tried to process it all. Pink Hair teased her further, suggesting she had secretly wanted her bodyguard to be the first face she saw when waking. But suspicion gnawed at Daung. How did he even know where she was? Her partner stepped in, asking Pink Hair to leave so they could speak privately. She left reluctantly, curiosity still lingering in her gaze. Once alone, Daung demanded answers. Her partner responded by sliding a phone across the table, Dobble Jun's device. On its screen, a chilling message glared back. "Do exactly as I say." It was signed by someone named Jae Hung. Her heart pounded. Her partner asked if Jae Hung was involved, but Daung didn't answer. Her fists clenched. She vowed to uncover the truth herself and ordered him to leave. He hesitated, lifting his shirt to reveal a long jagged scar, proof of past battles. He told her that together they were unstoppable, that they had survived everything before, but Daung remained firm. Her voice was ice. He had to leave. Elsewhere, on a rooftop, Daung's partner confronted Jae Hung. Tension hung heavy in the night air. The partner spoke first, suggesting Jae Hung had been waiting for someone, perhaps one. Jae Hung stayed silent. The partner accused him of being a skilled liar and revealed that W. Jun had been investigating Daung. Still, Jae Hung gave no reply, but his silence spoke volumes. Finally, the partner issued a warning. Jae Hung could do as he pleased, but he must never become his enemy. With that, he walked away, leaving Jae Hung behind in silence, the threat lingering like a shadow. The web of mystery around Dakyuang only tightened. Betrayals, secrets, and shadowy figures pressed in from every direction, and the more she tried to untangle the truth, the greater the danger became. At school, she sat silently, her thoughts drifting toward the bandages wrapped tightly around her wounds. Earlier, the nurse had warned her not to engage in any physical activity. Her condition was far from stable. The words echoed in her mind, leaving her frustrated and powerless. Not long after, the doctor had stepped in. His face was severe, his tone sharp. He threatened that if she pushed herself again, he would operate on her without anesthesia. The cold warning struck her like a blade, filling her with anger and disbelief. The suffocating atmosphere of the hospital became unbearable. Unable to endure it, Dakyuang fled, breaking free from its sterile walls and the doctor's merciless threats. As she rushed through the crowded hallways of school, her thoughts churned in confusion and pain. Suddenly, a voice called out, pulling her back to reality. A boy came running toward her, breathless and nervous. He introduced himself as Minj, a second-grade third-year student. Before he could say more, Dakyuong snapped at him to speak quickly. Gathering courage, he thanked her for defeating Won Jun, insisting she had saved his life. Her expression hardened. She dismissed his gratitude, saying she had only acted in self-defense, not for anyone else, and told him to leave. But Minja's voice grew serious. He revealed that he knew the truth, that her injuries weren't from an accident, but from her fight with Won Jun. That was why she had missed school. The revelation stunned her. No one had dared to speak so openly about the incident before. Minj, filled with admiration, begged to serve her. He declared he would do anything for her. Overwhelmed and irritated, Dakyuong turned and ran, unwilling to deal with his attention. She dashed through the corridors until she reached the medical room. Her breaths came in heavy bursts. Pain pulsed through her body, dragging back bitter memories of escaping Won Jun's torment. A thought gnawed at her. Was she destined to always be chased by boys? Exhaustion claimed her as she lay on the hospital bed, her head throbbing, unsure of how to face Won Jun if he had seen everything. Slowly, sleep overcame her. When she woke again, Hyang was there. He asked how she had returned so soon, surprised by her presence. She kept her eyes closed, hoping he would leave her alone. He gently mentioned that her discharge was supposed to be days away. Curious, she opened one eye and asked how he knew. He explained that Wu had told him. The name puzzled her. How had Wu learned about it? His tone softened as he asked about her condition. She insisted she was fine, and that was why she had come. But Hyung looked troubled. He apologized, saying he felt responsible, even if he hadn't acted directly. Dakyuong frowned, dismissing his guilt. But Hyung admitted he hadn't been able to manage everything and quietly asked for her forgiveness. Arms crossed, Dakyuong was unimpressed. An apology couldn't erase what had happened. After a pause, she made a bold declaration. She would stay at his place for the night. Hyang was stunned and immediately refused. Yet the scene shifted, and soon Dakyuong was standing in his home. She quietly observed its size and elegance. Surprised by how spacious it was, she asked if he lived alone. Hyang nodded, but his stiffness made her tease him lightly, wondering why he seemed so awkward. He dismissed it with a weak smile. Just then, a servant entered, startled by Hyung's early return. He mentioned that dinner was ready and then noticed Dakyuong. Surprised, he whispered to her that Hyung had never brought a girl home before. His amusement was clear. Hyung, flustered, told the servant to hurry with the food. The man nodded and pointed out that the guest room was upstairs. Later, Dakyuong lay on the guest bed, her body aching. Regret seeped in. She should have listened to the doctor, yet she knew rest would not bring her peace. She needed answers. Meanwhile, Hyung was in his room, changing clothes. Mistaking his door for the bathroom, Dakyuong walked in. Startled to see him mid-change, she quickly tried to leave but stumbled. Hyung caught her hand, steadying her just in time. Concern filled his voice as he noticed something wrong with her ankle. He helped her sit and examined her carefully. Uncomfortable, Dakyuong snapped at him for touching her face, but Hyen calmly pointed out that she had a fever and offered to bring medicine. Stubborn, she refused and insisted on eating first. Hyen remained composed, despite her frustration at his refusal to listen. Her gaze shifted to his hand. A scar caught her eye. She asked about it. His expression darkened, shadows of old memories crossing his face. Quietly, he explained that the marks were remnants of past wounds, scars from battles long behind him. Yang's irritation faded, replaced by a quiet understanding. For a moment, they were simply two people, both burdened by hidden pain, both concealing more than they revealed. The silence between them shifted. It was no longer awkward, but heavy with unspoken truths, fragile yet slowly forming a bond. Then Dakyuong's gaze narrowed. In Hyung's hand, she noticed something small, a syringe. Suspicion flickered in her eyes, but before she could question him, Hyung abruptly pushed her out of the room. With a firm click, he shut the door, claiming he only needed to change his shirt. Left standing in the hallway, Dakyuong frowned. His behavior was strange. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Was he using drugs? The idea disturbed her. A saying had already fallen deep into that world, and the rumors were endless, but she had no proof. Without evidence, she could only wait. Before her thoughts could settle, a servant called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. Hunger won out, and Dakyuong hurried to the dining hall, devouring the food as if she hadn't eaten in days. The servant watched her with quiet amusement, noting that Hyen rarely ate at home. The flavors overwhelmed her. Rich, warm, comforting, they stopped her mid-bite. She was stunned by how good it was. The servant chuckled and asked how she and Hyung had ended up together. Dakyuong immediately denied it, shaking her head firmly, but the servant only laughed, teasing her about marriage. Yang overheard and snapped, demanding the nonsense stop. Dak Yuang, amused, smiled slightly. Then, in a half-playful thought, she said aloud that if she married Yang, she could eat like this every day. His face flushed pink. The servant, grinning knowingly, enjoyed his discomfort. Trying to change the subject, Dak Yuang brought up the upcoming sports day. Tanning reminded her that participation in every event was mandatory. The servant joked that this year might even include a gunfight. Dak Yuang froze, stunned. The servant explained with a grin that this wasn't an ordinary school. Here, students experienced everything, even horse racing and live gunfire. Hyung then offered to show her something. After rummaging in his room, he returned with a toy gun. Seeing it triggered a strange memory in Dak Yuang, a dream she couldn't fully place. On impulse, she grabbed the toy, only to realize it was harmless. Inside, a rubber ball sat snugly. She handed it back, daring him to shoot. When Hyung fired, the ball bounced off his own forehead, making her laugh. The servant, watching, remarked that this house belonged to Minj, and was filled with unusual items. Dak Yuang paused. Kim Min, she knew the name, a second-grade third-year student. Casually, she mentioned her knowledge of his family. The servant revealed more. Minj's family was deeply involved in the overseas arms trade, skilled not only in selling weapons, but also in designing blueprints. Before leaving to fetch fruit, the servant suggested they continue talking. Alone again, Dak Yuang's gaze drifted to the scar on Yang's hand. She leaned closer, a playful grin tugging at her lips. "Let's exchange secrets," she whispered. To demonstrate, she flexed a muscle and made her ear twitch. Hyung brushed it off as unimportant. Still smiling, she pressed again. This time, his voice dropped. "It was because of my illness." Her amusement faded. Illness? He looked perfectly healthy. How could someone appear so strong yet carry sickness inside? The thought stirred dangerous curiosity. Could she hack the hospital's records? Yang noticed her unfocused stare and commented softly. She winced as pain surged through her body. "It still hurts," she muttered, the memory of an old beating weighing heavily on her. Before the moment could deepen, the servant returned with fruit, steering the conversation back to sports day. She asked eagerly if she could attend. Yang questioned her excitement, and she laughed, joking about reliving her youth. As she peeled an apple with a knife, the blade flashed under the light, and Dak Yuang froze. The sight triggered a memory. A thug's knife. The chaos of that fight. Dizziness swept over her, and she stumbled. Hyung caught her instantly, alarm in his voice. Without hesitation, he ordered the servant to call for a car. Dak Yuang shook her head, weak but defiant. She refused to go to the hospital. When Yang pressed her, she whispered bitterly, "They said'll operate without anesthesia." His face drained of color. That night, the scene shifted. Dak Yuang woke slowly in the darkness. The clock read 3:00 a.m., hours before school began. She could rest longer, yet a memory jolted her upright. Her eyes darted across the room. "Yang, are you awake?" she whispered. His eyes snapped open. Panic rose in her chest. She didn't understand how she had ended up here. She hadn't returned home. Her body jolted, confusion flooding her senses. Her eyes found Hughes standing nearby, calm, silent, watching. Her heart raced. Her surroundings felt unfamiliar. Her clothes were missing. Her phone, gone. Everything screamed danger. Hyung tried to calm her, but fear had already taken control. Acting on instinct, Dak Yuang lunged forward, seized him by the arm, and slammed him against a nearby pillar. Her hand locked around his throat, eyes blazing with fury. Yang choked, stunned by the sudden assault. Her voice trembled with fear and rage as she accused him of doing something terrible. The grip around his neck remained firm, but then she caught the pain in his expression. Guilt flickered across her face, and slowly she released him. Coughing, gasping for air, Yang explained in a strained voice that they were in his private hospital room. Her belongings were on the table nearby. He admitted he had expected her to panic, but swore he had done nothing wrong. Still rubbing his neck, he stared at her in quiet astonishment, wondering aloud how she could possess such strength. The tension eased slightly. Dak Yuang, still unsettled, asked if he truly was sick. The question cut deep. His voice dropped as he asked if she still didn't trust him. She apologized softly, then pressed, how long had he been unwell? Yang hesitated, then confessed that only one person knew the truth. Wanjun. When she asked why, he explained simply their childhood bond. Wanjun was the only one who truly understood. Changing the subject, Hyung asked how she felt. Dak Yuang nodded faintly, admitting she felt better, and even grateful, but his tone shifted again, sharper now, as he asked whether Wanjun had something to do with her injuries. Dak Yuang froze. She couldn't believe it. Did he really not know? Suspicion hardened her voice. She accused him of hiding the truth, of lying, especially about his bodyguard. She confronted him about secretly investigating her, demanding answers. Hyung finally admitted that from the day Dak Yuang entered school, he had noticed something strange. He had begun observing Wu, who had behaved differently ever since her arrival. He had followed Wu, trying to uncover something, though he wouldn't say more. Dakyuong's mind spun. Why was he doing this? If he was investigating Wu, or perhaps even her, then she wanted in. She offered to cooperate, claiming she too wanted the truth. Hyung's eyes narrowed. Why are you so interested in Wu? He asked. She threw the question back at him, but his reply was curt. His reasons were personal. He needed to regain his position, and proving himself was the only way. Frustrated, she pointed out the imbalance. He kept prying into her life while revealing nothing of his own. It was the first time she had ever opened up to anyone, yet he remained a wall. When she pressed him again, the words slipped out in a snap decision. I like Wu, that's why I want to know. His face changed instantly. The warmth drained away, replaced by coldness. His tone cut through the air. If you really like Wu, then you shouldn't be here with me right now. Without another word, he turned away. Lying back on the bed, he told her to leave, said he hadn't slept all night because of her, and even offered to call her driver. Dakyuong stood frozen, stunned by his sudden rejection. When she finally found her voice, she asked quietly if she could stay a little longer. Why? He asked flatly. She muttered something about the house being close to school, but the truth lay deeper. She wasn't ready to leave, not until she uncovered the truth about Wu. Hyung seemed to read her thoughts. With eyes closed, he agreed on one condition. She would stay in the guest room, not his, and she was not to wander. There are CCTV cameras everywhere, he warned. Her jaw clenched, irritation rising. He was treating her like a trespasser, worse, like an alarm clock. Wake me at 7, he added, already drifting into sleep. Morning arrived. At the school entrance, a girl with bright pink hair stood anxiously, scanning the crowd. She wondered who she would eat lunch with if no one showed up again. She missed Dakyuong and couldn't understand why she hadn't seen her lately. Then Wu passed by. The pink-haired girl hurried to him, asking if he knew where Dakyuong was. Wu shrugged, saying she was likely still in the hospital, maybe discharged in a day or two, but the girl frowned. She was sure she had seen Dakyuong at school yesterday. Their thoughts were interrupted by the sleek arrival of a car. The door opened, and Dakyuong stepped out. Relief lit up the girl's face, and she rushed forward to greet her. But the moment Yuong followed Dakyuong out of the car, her joy faltered, twisting into confusion. Did you run into each other on the way? She asked. Yongsep's cool smile carried the truth. We've been together since yesterday. The words hung heavy. Dakyuong's voice softened, serious, cutting through the tension. Yang glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at his lips, his eyes flickering with surprise, with warmth. But before the moment could deepen, the pink-haired girl stepped between them. Her tone was calm, yet her authority undeniable. She ordered them to stop. Arguments like this waste time, and in the end you still only be punished. Without waiting for their response, she took Dakyuong's arm and guided her away. Outside the noisy classroom, Dakyuong sat silently on a bench, her eyes unfocused, staring past the world. Her phone buzzed again and again with messages, but she didn't look. Her thoughts drifted somewhere distant. Not far away, the pink-haired girl sat watching. After a long pause, she spoke softly. Check your messages. At the same time, Hyung's phone lit up, a message, from the pink-haired girl. It read, "What's your relationship with Kiwong? Are you two dating?" Hyun had replied sharply, asking what she would do if she actually knew the answer. Her tone was defensive, but beneath it lingered something unspoken, something heavier than her words. Back inside the school, Hyung and Wu faced each other in a tense conversation. Hyung's voice was quiet yet piercing, as he asked Wu what he would do after learning the truth. Wu frowned, avoiding the storm of thoughts crowding his mind. Hyung pressed further, his tone teasing but serious, questioning why Wu was so obsessed with Hyung. Wu turned his gaze away before admitting softly that liking someone didn't always need a reason. Hyung's expression hardened. He challenged We's answer, demanding whether there was truly no purpose behind his feelings. Kwon, unable to hold back his frustration, snapped that Hyung hadn't been like this before. Hyung replied curtly, lighting a cigarette and exhaling with a smirk. Their exchange grew sharper, the tension thickening, until Hyung dropped a loaded hint. He mentioned that he and Kwon had shared secrets. Wu's curiosity spiked. Hyung confirmed it quietly. He had discovered something about who Kwon liked. Yu's heart skipped. The thought that someone as perfect as Kwon might actually harbor feelings for another left him shaken. Yuang laughed bitterly and told him to find out for himself. With that he walked away, leaving Wu standing alone with a small, fragile smile of hope. Outside, the conflict shifted. Pink Hair and Kwon were locked in a heated argument. Pink Hair demanded to know what had really happened between Kwon and Hyung. Kixyong's anger flared. She told her not to ask and tried to walk away, but Pink Hair grabbed her firmly, refusing to let her go without an answer. Finally, Kwon shouted that nothing had happened, only a meal and a conversation. Pink Hair's disbelief rang clear in her raised voice. Before the confrontation could escalate further, Minj rushed in, calling out to Kyung breathlessly. Pink Hair turned on him, suspicious, and asked if Kyung knew him. Kyung quickly denied it. Minj, undeterred, stepped forward and held out a small wrapped box, saying it was a gift. Just then, Wu arrived, breathless, insisting that he needed to talk to Kyung. With both boys closing in, Kyung's mind snapped. Without hesitation, she smashed a nearby classroom window and leapt out, sprinting into the night. Everyone froze, too stunned to react. Pink Hair stared after her, horrified that Kyung had jumped from such a height and survived without injury. A single thought pressed in her mind: what kind of girl is Kyung? The scene shifted to the nurse Sep's office. Kyung entered quietly, her body cut and bloodied, glass shards still lodged in her skin. Calmly she asked for treatment. The nurse gasped, alarmed, and demanded to know what had happened. The nurse frowned, unconvinced. She pointed out the shards of glass and warned her that if she continued this way, she'd end up in the hospital. Kyung refused to go. Hyung stepped forward then, crouching to gently examine her swollen ankle. He said it looked bad and offered to help. She tried to brush him off, insisting she was fine. Hyung only smiled softly, reminding her that they were friends. With a reluctant sigh she relented. She remarked how they always seemed to end up together in the nurse's office. Jung grew serious, asking why she kept hurting herself. Kitong looked away, whispering that it was her fate. Then, almost casually, she mentioned the upcoming sports festival, saying she had been forced to join the shooting competition. As she lay down to rest, Hyung noted that she didn't seem happy about it. Hyung admitted that Yoon had pushed her into it, and she wasn't interested. Yang gave her a knowing smile, though his thoughts remained guarded. Kyung herself no longer cared much about anything, but when she was with Yang, she felt a strange sense of safety and comfort. Yang caught her quiet words, blushed faintly, but said nothing. Meanwhile, in a darkened room, Wonjun stirred. A shadowy man stepped forward, startling him awake. Confused and afraid, Wonjun demanded to know who he was and where his guards had gone. The stranger raised a photo. At the sight of it, Wonjun's expression changed instantly. The man said he was someone like him, and that he was looking for information about a new student at the school. Fear crept into Wonjun's voice as he refused to answer. The man tried to calm him, promising he wouldn't hurt him if he got what he needed, but Wonjun, drenched in sweat, remained silent. The man's eyes darkened. He spoke one name: Kaelong. The girl who had already caused so much trouble. The evening air outside Bollywood's house carried a quiet tension. Kaelong stood at the door, her heart pounding heavily. She knocked gently. The door opened, revealing Wu. His expression was calm, almost amused. Without a word, he stepped aside, inviting her in with a warmth and sincerity that disarmed her. Kyung entered the room slowly, her gaze shifting across the modest space before finally landing on a small box in Wu's hands. The air was heavy with the scent of aged wood and paper, laced with an unease she could not name. Curious, she asked about the box. Wu explained that it was from Minjae. Her eyes widened in surprise. He knew Minjae as well. Casually, Wu revealed that they had once been classmates. With trembling fingers, Kyung lifted the lid. Inside lay a sleek, cold gun, real and undeniable. Her breath hitched, shock coursing through her veins. Wu's voice softened as he explained that Minjae had heard about her upcoming shooting competition and had prepared it for her. As he gently held her hand, the gesture felt both strange and comforting. But when he apologized, Kyung instinctively pulled away, confusion rising in her chest. Wu confessed the reason. People often assumed they were close, yet she spoke with Lee Jae-yong in a way that carried an intimacy that hurt him. Kyung denied the implication, but Wu pressed further, pointing out how much trouble she caused him. Then he revealed that he knew a secret of hers, one she had never shared. From his pocket, he pulled out a photograph. Kyung froze. The image stirred something deep inside her, something she was not ready to confront. When she demanded to know where he had found it, Wu calmly replied that it had come from Wonjun's phone. Panic flickered across her face. Could it really have been from Jun's phone? His gaze locked onto hers, sharp and unrelenting. He asked how she felt now, and whether she had listened to him. Suspicion crept into Kyung's tone as she accused him of trying to threaten her. But Wu only smiled gently, brushing back her hair as he assured her that he liked her, and would never threaten her. Kyung pulled away abruptly, her voice cracking with disbelief and anger. She admitted, almost in defiance, that she had killed people, then demanded to know why he still claimed to like her. Wu's response was chilling. Those people had disrespected her, he said. They deserved their fate. Her frustration boiled over. She shouted, demanding to know how he always seemed one step ahead, how he knew her every plan. Who was he really? Wu's faint smile returned as he stepped closer, his voice low and calculating. He hinted at being smarter than she thought. and admitted that he knew she planned to kill him. He even suggested she had never truly loved anyone. Cornered, Kyung felt the pressure mount. She had to say something, anything. Even if it was a lie, silence would only bring worse consequences. Finally, she relented. Softly she told him that since he knew her secret, it was time he revealed his own. Wu lifted his pant leg, exposing a fresh and painful-looking gunshot wound. Alarm flared in Kyung's eyes as she asked about it. He explained that some people had tried to kill him. When she pressed further, his answer struck like ice. His father. Kyung froze. The photograph flashed in her mind. The man in it looked like Wu's father, but then she remembered something crucial. Wu's father had died 18 years ago. The words slipped from her lips before she could stop herself. Realizing her mistake, she bit her lip in regret. Wu only smiled sadly. She had figured out the truth. His father was indeed dead. Kyung stayed silent, berating herself for always slipping up around him. But Wu reassured her. He appreciated that she had cared enough to investigate him. Then came the darker confession. The story about his father had been a lie. In truth, his father was the chairman of the Lisa Young group, and Wu himself had once tried to kill him. That night, Kyung lay restless, unable to sleep. Her mind spun endlessly with Wu's words. As dawn approached, she wandered toward the school gate. At the entrance, a staff member stopped her. Outsiders had to write their names, while students only needed to state them. Confidently, Kyung said her name, Lita Kyung. The man checked his papers and asked her to wait a moment. Once inside, her thoughts drifted briefly toward the upcoming sports day, but she was jolted back when she collided with a man carrying a thick stack of files, papers scattered across the floor. He quickly apologized and urged her to go ahead. She turned to leave but paused when something on the floor caught her eye. A letter. Picking it up, her heart skipped a beat at the bold words printed on top. Sayong Construction. The man noticed her interest. He asked if she was a student, and whether she could guide him to the second-year second-grade classroom. Kyung returned the letter and agreed to show him the way. As they walked through the corridors, her curiosity got the better of her. She asked if he was school staff. He smiled calmly and denied it, saying he was an outsider. Still skeptical, she pressed further, asking what he did for a living. He replied that he worked in construction. Narrowing her eyes, she asked about his position. With a soft chuckle, he said he was the CEO of the company. Embarrassed, Kyung apologized, though her suspicion remained. She wondered if he was really the man named on the business card she had found earlier. The man, sensing her doubt, smiled again. He said it felt like an interview, but he didn't mind. It was interesting. Kyung asked why he had come to the school. Casually, he explained that he was there to cheer for his distant cousin. They soon reached the classroom, but Kyung's unease deepened. A CEO taking time to cheer for a distant cousin felt far too suspicious. Was he planning something shady? She tried to peek inside the classroom, but someone suddenly stepped in front of her, blocking her view. Frustrated, she asked them to move. At that moment, a figure with pink hair appeared and pulled her away. Kyung protested, shouting that she had something important to do, that she needed to gather evidence. But pink hair wasn't listening. Soon, the scene shifted. Kyung now stood dressed in a crow costume. Pink hair beamed at her, saying she looked cute. But Kyung, unimpressed, questioned the absurd outfit. Pink hair explained that during Kyung's absence from school due to illness, all the other students had already chosen their costumes. The crow costume was the only one left, leaving her with no other option. Annoyed, Kyung glanced around at the others, admiring their cool outfits with clear envy. She turned to Wu, her voice sharp with frustration, and asked why he got to wear a tiger costume. She shouted that she wanted something cool as well. Trying to ease the tension, Pink hair suggested drawing tiger whiskers on Kyung's face so she could match Wu. But just as she leaned in, Kyung shifted at the last moment, ruining the whiskers. Wu and Pink hair burst into laughter at the sight. Flustered and irritated, Kyung demanded to see Pink hair's face. Then, in playful revenge, she smeared makeup across it. Pink hair shouted in anger, but Kyung couldn't stop laughing. Still grinning, she wiped her own face clean before grabbing Wu's. She warned him that since he had laughed too, it was now his turn. Just as she was about to draw on him, a student rushed in with an announcement. The sports festival was about to begin. The scene shifted smoothly. Teachers stood before the gathered crowd, delivering opening speeches. Students listened with varying degrees of attention. Everyone except Kyung, who was struggling to stay awake while standing. Pink hair nudged Wu, whispering in disbelief. Wu chuckled quietly, unable to take his eyes off Kyung's sleepy expression. With the festival underway, colorful balloons floated into the sky as cheers erupted from all sides. Pink hair walked over and reminded Kyung that it was time to prepare for the tug-of-war event. But Kyung looked annoyed, her mind elsewhere. Amid the excitement, she spotted someone in the crowd. Her eyes narrowed as she recognized him. It was Wang Jun. Something was clearly wrong. His face was pale, sweat drenched his skin, and to her shock, he had even wet his pants. Kyung's gaze hardened. Inside her mind, she reflected bitterly on the power of money. Wang Jun had committed something serious, yet he was still walking freely at school, pretending as if nothing had happened. Terrified, Wang Jun bolted, trying to flee. Qiang knew she couldn't let him escape. She had to uncover everything about Chairman Li, or else if Wang Jun talked to the police, things could spiral out of control. As he ran, whispers rippled through the students. Many mocked him for his strange behavior, and even for wetting his pants. Pink Hair laughed at the scene, amused. Then she turned to Qiong, asking if her partner was coming today. With sarcasm, Qiong replied that there was no way Tae Wong would appear. But at that very moment, her partner stepped forward, his voice calm yet certain. He had found her. Both Qiong and Pink Hair froze in shock. Qiong could barely believe he was really there. Her eyes darted to the board listing the festival partners. Next to her name was the description, skin white as milk, Li Dong. Her partner smiled warmly, saying he had come to support her. Qiong's chest tightened with unease. She warned him that if anyone saw him here, their secret would be exposed. She demanded to know how he had found her. Casually he explained that her friend Jae Young had brought him. Qiong muttered under her breath, calling her friend crazy. Then, lowering his voice, her partner revealed the truth. He was here on a mission. He planned to sneak into the server room and either steal or hack important data. Smiling, he reassured her not to worry. Looking around at the open field, he lifted his face to the sun, commenting on how good it felt to stand beneath its warmth again. It had been far too long. Pink Hair watched him closely, her cheeks turning red as she began to blush. Just then, Wu appeared with a camera, asking Qiong for a photo together. But when he noticed her partner beside her, his smile faltered. Jealousy flickered in his eyes. Before he could say anything, Qiong's partner and Pink Hair eagerly joined in, insisting on being part of the picture too. Wu complained, saying he only wanted a photo with Qiong, but the others didn't relent. A girl photographer called out, asking everyone to smile. She counted down and snapped the shot. Qiong's partner frowned. His eyes had been closed in the picture. Pink Hair, however, was thrilled. She turned to Qiong with a bright smile, playfully telling her not to break up with her after graduation. Qiong returned the smile, assuring her that she wouldn't. Soon, the final announcement echoed through the grounds. The third-year tug-of-war match was about to begin. Participants were asked to gather quickly. Pink Hair, brimming with excitement, grabbed Qiong's arm and urged her to hurry so they wouldn't be late. The match began with intensity. Class 1 pulled with relentless strength, dominating their opponents. The tension grew as the rope stretched between the two sides. A close-up revealed a single hand tightening its grip, but when that hand suddenly let go, the tide shifted. The opposing team lost balance, stumbling backward. In a burst of cheers, Class 1 secured the victory. The students erupted in celebration, their voices rising together as they proudly declared their win. Soon after, a respected announcer stepped forward and officially declared Class 1 the winner. Cheers erupted, filling the air as excitement rippled through the students. Members of Dakyong's class crowded around her, praising her performance. One told her she looked incredible, claiming she had single-handedly secured their victory. Another marveled at how she had kept the pressure on the opposing team from the very start, impressed by her sheer strength. But the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Someone punched Jiayan on the head. The attacker mocked him for being below level 3, and sneered that he had no right to speak. The crowd turned, and the culprit was revealed. It was Dawn. Slightly irritated, Jiayan responded, questioning why even here the obsession with levels had to be dragged in. Dawn dismissed him coldly, and the focus moved elsewhere. The scene transitioned to the football match. Lai Jia-hyung was seen calling for the ball, but before it reached him, another boy intercepted. His face came into view. It was Jung Woo from Class 4. His teammates urged him to pass, while the audience became divided. Some girls screamed support for Class 2, while others cheered passionately for Class 4. Among the crowd, Dakyong observed sharply. To her, this didn't feel like a simple match anymore. It was more than just a game. Another girl beside her whispered that both boys were extremely popular among the first years, making the competition even more intense. When Jo Hyung lifted his shirt slightly, revealing toned abs, the crowd of girls erupted with admiration. One of them giggled, saying this was exactly why so much attention was centered on the two. Moments later, Jo Hyung stole the ball back from Jung Woo and scored flawlessly. Class 2 erupted in celebration, easily claiming victory. Afterward, a classmate walked up to Jo Hyung praising his skill. Some observers remarked that he looked like an ordinary student, but scoring such a perfect goal hinted at a hidden talent. Yeon exhaled in relief, commenting that the match had finally ended, and that it had been an excellent fight. Meanwhile, over at Class 4's camp, Mek and his friends reacted to their loss. One of them bitterly noted that Jo Hyung had led Class 2 to victory. Woo then approached Do Hyung, offering her his water bottle. She blinked in surprise, asking why. Woo replied that many people would have wanted to give her water, but this was his way of showing effort. He admitted that while he had won last year, losing this time left him upset. Kyung encouraged him to try harder next time, also praising Jo Hyung's remarkable talent. Another girl nearby sighed at the heat, saying days like this made her crave ice cream. Mike chimed in, mentioning a special event for new students where free ice cream was being handed out. Just then, a junior announced that seniors could also join. Anyone who broke a new record would win Isuzu ice cream for life. Kyung narrowed her eyes. Something felt off. Isuzu was a premium brand. A lifetime supply couldn't possibly come without a catch. Another girl scoffed, saying she could buy that ice cream herself and had no interest in such games. Kyung, however, confidently declared she could break the record. Yonggun urged her to play with him, suggesting they might break the record together, but the other girl chose to leave, uninterested in silly games. Kyung hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to go with Yonggun. Watching them leave, the girl suspected there might be some hidden plan behind their actions. As they walked, Kyung turned to Jung, asking if he truly intended to break the record. Then she noticed the girl was gone. Suspicion crept in as she questioned where she had disappeared. Jung merely shrugged, claiming he didn't know. Disappointed, Kyung decided she didn't want to waste time with someone so mysterious. She declared she wouldn't get involved in unnecessary situations and turned away. But soon, she found herself walking back toward Jung. With a half smile, she asked if he wanted ice cream. If so, she said she'd explain the rules. The junior reappeared, laying out the conditions. Any lip-to-lip contact meant immediate disqualification. Touching the pepero with anything but their mouths was forbidden. If the stick broke mid-game, they lost. Nearby, juniors gathered, buzzing with excitement that two seniors were daring to compete. Jung remained silent, but the tension in the air grew thick. Ji-young leaned in, telling Kyung to get ready. She nodded, saying she was fine with it, if their goal was to set a new record. Both climbed onto chairs, sitting face to face. Jung suddenly pulled her chair closer, their faces now only inches apart. He held one end of the pepero between his lips, guiding the other into Kyung's mouth. Her eyes widened slightly at the strange sensation. She admitted it felt oddly pleasant, something that had to be sustained carefully. Jung's eyes locked onto hers. He instructed her to stay still as he began moving closer. Their faces drew nearer, the tension stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. Then, without warning, Jung closed the distance and kissed her. The moment shattered. A panicked cry pierced the air. Someone screamed in terror, urging others to come quickly. Horror laced their voice, chilling everyone who heard it. A hand flew up, desperate to block the sight, but it was too late. The image was already etched into memory. Across the street, Kyung and Jungwon were caught in an intimate, shocking position. The scene was so unsettling that someone nearby doubled over, retching uncontrollably. Their bodies shook with disgust, the sound raw and unfiltered. A stunned whisper followed. The assumption had always been that Kyung and Jungwon were together, but the truth was now undeniable. Her gaze, piercing, unguarded, and filled with something deeper, was not directed at Jungwon at all. It was aimed elsewhere. The realization struck with brutal clarity. Kyung liked Lee Ja-hung. The scene shifted abruptly to the fading chaos of the pepero games. Laughter and chatter still filled the air, but the energy was dwindling. At the center, an excited voice rang out, eager to announce the final result. The tape measure extended. All eyes leaned in. 0.9 centimeters. The result was final. No new record. For a moment, silence fell. Then Kyung's eyes sharpened with fury. She refused to accept it. Her voice rose in protest, arguing that the distance was already close enough to count as contact. She insisted that even the smallest shift would have sealed it. Her frustration spilled over, heavy with disbelief. Beyond the noisy event, the atmosphere grew darker. Alone, Jungwon stood still, thoughts spiraling. Confusion and betrayal churned inside him. The idea that King had deceived him, that she had been playing with his feelings all along, struck like a blow to the chest. His heart ached, crushed under the weight of it. And then, as if on cue, the sky broke open. Rain poured down suddenly, sending the crowd scattering in every direction. No one had expected it. The forecast had promised clear skies, but the downpour was relentless. In the chaos, people noticed something strange. Jung-won had vanished the instant the rain began. His expression had changed, as though a hidden switch had been flipped. Speculation rippled. Was it trauma? Someone recalled an accident involving a bathtub. Others wondered if water itself triggered something within him. The last sight of him had been near a dim, plain building. Inside, Jungwon was already there. He moved with calm precision, drying himself with almost mechanical focus. Every gesture felt rehearsed, but the silence did not last. The door creaked open, and Kyung stepped inside. Her presence was sharp, her energy cutting through the stillness. She confronted him directly, her words laced with irritation. She accused him of playing games, though she quickly dismissed the thought as ridiculous. Still, she pressed him. Was he afraid of the rain? Was he hiding something? At last, Jungwon answered. His voice was steady, almost detached. Trauma, he explained, was like instinct. Someone stabbed fear's knives. Someone scarred by rain avoids cloudy skies. Rain did not just fall. It unlocked memories, buried not in logic, but in reflexive pain. But Dekyang refused to stop. Her questions pressed harder. Had he caused an accident on a rainy day? Was she the reason behind his fear? Her voice cracked as she admitted her own anxieties, not of rain, but of losing herself. She confessed that her identity felt fragile, as though she were searching desperately for something real. When Jung-won calmly repeated his own name, she snapped. That wasn't what she meant. There were secrets buried in his silence. She accused him of deception, hinting that he wasn't who he claimed to be. Her suspicions spun outward into theories. Was he with national intelligence, an undercover agent? His calculated words earlier had seemed too sharp, too deliberate. Her doubts grew physical. She stepped closer, eyes scanning his frame. She searched for eavesdropping devices, checked his upper body. Nothing. Her gaze fell lower, lingering with suspicion. Could he be more than just another student? Could he read minds? The tension shattered as the door swung open again. Lee Ja-hung entered. The air crackled with unease. Jung-won exhaled, tired and irritated. Jae-hung always had the worst timing. Dae-kyung muttered in disbelief, the moment slipping from her control. Jae-hung's eyes moved between them. A teasing smile tugged at his lips. He joked about their strange behavior, making light of the tension. Da-kyung panicked. She waved her hands, denying everything. Yes, it looked suspicious, but it was nothing. She insisted, just a misunderstanding. She hurried to Ja-kyung's side. He told her they needed to gather before 11:30. She agreed quickly, asking where to go. Behind them, Jung-won's voice was quiet, almost pleading. He asked her to stay just a little longer. She paused, her gaze flickering toward him, unreadable. Then she turned back, saying she was leaving. At the door, Dakang looked at Ja-hung with a mischievous grin. Her words landed sharp and deliberate. Maybe Jung-won likes you too. Why don't you two get to know each other better? The jab struck deep, leaving the air heavy, with unspoken meaning. Jung-won denied it instantly. His words came sharp, snapping back with irritation. He had never claimed such a thing. Outside, the rain fell with a steady rhythm, cold, heavy, unchanging. Beneath one umbrella, Dang and Jae-hung walked side by side. The silence between them was not empty. It was quiet, but meaningful, a silence that carried weight. At last, Dang spoke, her voice hesitant, almost fragile. She confessed that deep down she was always cautious, that her words were as much reassurance for herself as they were for him. But Jae-hung turned to her, clearly irritated. His expression hardened, his voice sharp. Was she insane, saying things like that to Yong-wen? His frustration wasn't just with the moment, it was rooted in something deeper, something still buried, waiting for the right moment to surface. Later, Dakyung sat across from Jae-hung, trying to find order in the brutal game they were caught in. Perhaps, she wondered, it was juniors versus seniors. Perhaps there was some system, but Jae-hung dismissed the thought immediately. There was no order, no predictable pattern. This wasn't strategy, it was personal. The truth was harsher than she imagined. This wasn't a team-based match. It was survival of the fittest. Alliances crumbled, friendships meant nothing, and reputation shattered like glass. Trying to stay calm, Kalong teased him for overanalyzing and shifted the conversation toward the reward. What did winners actually gain? Chaeyoung answered coldly. His class had earned 50 points. On the surface, it seemed minor, but here at Chubble High, even 1 point meant leverage. Points weren't just marks. They were hierarchy, influence, and survival itself. Jiang muttered under her breath, the weight pressing down on her. The looming danger felt suffocating, but Jiahying remained firm. For him, the only rule of this game was simple: make it out alive. Before she could reply, Han Zhong-wang, their stern, unyielding team leader, snapped a command. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The game was about to begin. Nearby, Imshin stood ready, weapons in hand, clearly assigned as a shooter, but something was wrong. Her stance, her eyes, she looked uncertain. A teammate tried to shield her from criticism, but in this cutthroat arena, weakness was unforgivable. Jung-won saw it immediately. Hesitation here meant death. He ordered her to act. Whispers spread. Zhang questioned why Sean had been given so many weapons. Was she favored? But someone reminded him of the rule that mattered most. Avoid being stuck in the ball. Power came with pressure, and though Sean was armed, she was also the biggest target. With visibility came envy, isolation, and relentless judgment. Zhang tried to ease the tension, joking that this felt like dodgeball, except with real weapons. But humor was only a thin shield. Here, one mistake didn't just hurt. It destroyed your standing, scarred your reputation, and marked you as weak. Questions turned on Seong. Why did she look so frightened? How many juniors had she eliminated already? She only managed a weak smile. Jeong pressed harder, increasing the tension, until the official announcement cut through the arena. The game was starting. To ensure fairness, no spectators would be allowed. Every moment would be recorded on camera, not for entertainment, but for rank, for judgment, for survival in the brutal hierarchy of Chebol High. Jeong barely had time to absorb the weight of it before the recording began. Without a crowd, the silence felt eerie, isolating. Every move would be analyzed, every mistake remembered. Baekhyang whispered nervously about Han Jung-won and her cousin's position. Then, suddenly, Jung-won appeared at their side. She revealed they were on the same team. Her sudden quiet arrival startled Jae-hung, nearly triggering a reaction. Her stealth was effective, but unsettling, even for her allies. Then came the first elimination. Kim Sung-min, a first year, was out. The game had officially begun. Jung-won focused, determined not to fall behind. Meanwhile, Dakyung tried to lighten the mood with a strange bet. 1 point earned, 1 slap rewarded. It was childish, but it revealed how much youth still lingered beneath the tension. Soon after, Jae-hung celebrated. He had taken down Adayong, a third year. A first year defeating a senior was rare, disruptive even. At Chebol High, age and rank carried weight, but Jae-hung had broken the order. From the stands, Juno Min scoffed. Jae-hung had acted uninterested before, but now he was trying. Jung-won, however, remained cold. Losing, she said flatly, was never an option. Her words hinted at more, perhaps rivalry, perhaps unfinished tension. Chaos followed. Names echoed one after another: Chung-min from year 2, Mong-woo from year 1, Kai-won from year 3, Kim Song-hun from year 1, all eliminated. The pace was ruthless. The pattern was clear: no year, no rank, no class was safe. The game spared no one. Scanning the field, Dong saw how quickly things were spiraling. Eliminations were coming too fast, too brutal. She turned to share her thoughts, but Jung-won, sharp as ever, cut her off. If she didn't want to be next, she had better stay low. But Jeong was already moving. She charged forward into the chaos, weaving through bullets and screams, refusing to be left behind. A sudden leap echoed through the arena, followed by a shocked cry. She narrowly avoided being taken out. Jaseong appeared, carrying Daseong in his arms. Embarrassed, she told him to put her down. He obeyed, but her frustration was clear. She questioned the absurdity of the situation, wondering where the attack had even come from. Jae, however, remained silent, simply watching her from behind. When she turned and asked how many more people he was unaware of, Jae responded by pointing out how little she understood the influence of her own unintentional actions. His words only confused her further, and she gave him a puzzled look, silently questioning what he meant. Suddenly, an announcement boomed across the field. Year 2 student Kim Ji-won had been eliminated. As the match carried on, the scene shifted to Jae-yan. Observing the pair, she found their interaction oddly romantic, almost like something from a film. Smirking to herself, she teased that the two were clearly flirting, and thought the student president should not be witnessing such a display. For the first time, she had seen Jae-young act so openly. Her focus then shifted to Han Jung-won. She called out to him loudly, saying she had been looking for him. Jung-won, however, wondered aloud if their meeting was simply bad luck. Startled, Jae-an asked what he meant. He explained how misfortune always seemed to strike him whenever it rained. Though he did not believe in superstitions, he could not help but wonder if he was cursed. He then asked if she knew about Yon Han's copper house, mentioning its great expense. Jae-an did not understand what he was implying, and though she smiled awkwardly, she noted how unusual it was for him to speak to her this way. Inside the classroom, Jae-yeon noticed a serious issue with the camera feed, something that had never happened before. Run also realized something was wrong. If the match had been paused and all gym connections were down, then this was no ordinary malfunction. Alarm flashed across his face. Meanwhile, back in the gym arena, Jae-hang confirmed that only 3 participants remained. Dagong, clearly unsettled, asked what they should do next. He told her to wait. She soon noticed a damaged drone nearby and pointed out how strange it was that no score statistics had been announced yet. With her phone already submitted, they had no updates. All they could do was wait. But danger crept closer. A shadow approached, and before they could react, Deong was pulled toward the figure while Jong was shot. Blood splattered across the panel. The sound was unmistakable. This was no toy gun. Jeong, struck in the shoulder, collapsed onto her. The attacker was revealed. A girl holding a gun. Without hesitation, Dakan lunged forward, snatching the weapon away and slamming the girl to the ground. She twisted her arm, pinned her face into the floor, and demanded to know who had sent her. The girl screamed and begged to be released, but Dakan only pressed harder, shoving the barrel of the gun against her skull. Terrified, the girl insisted she could not reveal anything. Dashung shouted threats, reminding her that Owen Jun had fled after seeing her kill 5 people. Killing one more would not be difficult. But the girl refused to talk. Instead, she begged for death. At that moment, Dang was dragged into a memory, one soaked in blood. A man stood over the lifeless bodies of his wife and daughter, his hands trembling in crimson. Someone nearby pleaded for him to come to his senses, to explain why he had done such a thing. But the man, crushed by guilt, raised a dagger and slit his own throat, crying out for forgiveness from his beloved family. He died by his own hand, his life finally ended by a friend who could no longer bear his torment. Back in the present, Daong's eyes burned with hatred. She uttered a name, Director Shin Mong-hwan of the Sion Group. Consumed by rage, she struck the captive girl so brutally that blood poured from her head as she fell unconscious. Guards rushed in, alarms blaring, but Daong stood seething. She vowed revenge. The aftermath shook the school. It was closed for 3 weeks. Despite a gun attack and the involvement of a powerful family's heir, the outside world remained eerily silent. Elsewhere, a boy sat in distress, unable to comprehend how such madness had erupted inside the school. He worried about Lee Jae-hyung's condition and questioned the insanity surrounding them. Meanwhile, Do-young realized a painful truth. Her identity had been exposed. She furiously wondered where the leak had happened and suspected Oh Eun-jun as the traitor, regretting not ending him when she had the chance. A man at her side asked quietly, "Did Lee Jae-hyung know the truth as well?" Do-young, exhausted, lay back and admitted that the man did not seem to know the details, at least not yet. Slowly she pieced the puzzle together. The attack on her had happened on the very first day of school. Someone had broken into her computer back then. The only reason she was still alive, she realized, was because the enemy had not yet confirmed her identity or her purpose. The man beside her theorized that the attacker had been after that very information when he tried to hack his own computer. The attempt had failed, but Dak-young had arrived soon after to save him. The attacker had seen her in her school uniform, which could now be a dangerous clue to her identity. He suspected she was not a real student at all. She asked if he believed the attacker worked for Se-yang. He confirmed it, saying the chances were high. He even revealed that he had memorized Shin Yong-hwan's number. Determined to uncover the truth, Jong led him to the control room. There, the surveillance footage revealed a man standing atop a construction site. He was on a call, calmly introducing himself as Shin Yong-hwan. With a cold, twisted smile, he asked his contact if they had identified someone. Then he uttered the name with chilling precision, Miss Lee Dak-young. The scene shifted to a dimly lit computer room, its silence broken only by the hum of machines. Daong and Jung-won sat tensely, eyes fixed on the flickering monitor. Blue light cut sharp shadows across their faces, making the air feel colder than usual. Suddenly, a distorted voice broke through the speakers, harsh, taunting, malicious. Before they could react, another voice overlapped it, clearer, more calculated, carrying smug amusement. Jong's heart skipped a beat. Her breath caught as she stood abruptly, the screech of her chair echoing across the floor. Her eyes widened in disbelief, fear, and confusion. The voice had mentioned her boss's name. It hit her like a shockwave. The speaker laughed softly, almost nostalgically, hinting at long-buried truths. He spoke of survivors, 3 people who could confirm Jong was still alive. That sentence landed like a punch. Jung-won turned pale, his spine chilled. The number 3 echoed in his head, stirring memories he had tried to bury. The voice grew contemplative, questioning the sudden reappearance of an old friend at the school. He doubted their capacity to strike directly at the president and demanded to know their next move. Far away, in a hidden hideout, another nightmare unfolded. A girl sat bound and gagged, her eyes swollen from tears. Gangsters loomed nearby, their presence suffocating. A tortured man groaned weakly in a heap. The same voice narrated the scene as if it were mundane. He guessed their plan, targeting the president's family. A special mission. Coldly, he turned to the bruised man and muttered about questionable methods. The girl screamed desperately for mercy, but her cries were drowned out by the brutal sound of another blow. The room seemed to shake with violence. Back in the computer room, urgency spiked. Jung-won's fingers raced across the keyboard, lines of code flashing like lightning. Panic rose in his voice as he warned. They were being reversed. If they did not disconnect soon, their location would be exposed. Jeong's breath quickened. She demanded their enemy's position. His grim reply came. They were already here. Worst case scenario, they were being hunted. Her thoughts spun, still stuck on the mention of 3 survivors, but Jung-won's focus shifted sharply. He accused her of fishing for information. Memories of Jae echoed in his mind. Jae had once spoken of an accident, a moment that changed everything. He had insisted it wasn't Jung-won's fault. If he had not stopped him that day, he would have died at his own brother's hands. Breaking the tense silence, De-young declared she had to leave. Jang-won turned to her, alarmed by the recklessness in her tone. He guessed it was because of Cyan. Frustrated, he reminded her they had already chosen not to go after Chairman Lee's son directly. They could not afford distractions. But Jeong did not waver. Memories of the past clawed at her, reckless choices that had dragged Lim Kong and Lee Chi-hong into their mess. They were no longer just fighting enemies, They were battling the consequences of their own decisions. Jungwon let out a slow breath. He knew her mind was set. Silently he gathered a stack of books, taping them around the waist of the bound girl. She looked down confused. He explained that the books would not stop bullets, but they might block a knife. It was not much, but it was something. She stared at him, surprised by his gesture. He admitted he knew she was not one to take advice, but he asked only one thing: that she stay alive. The cost of provoking their enemies was already too high. He could not bear to lose her. She promised she would try, but for him, that wasn't enough. Their eyes met briefly before he whispered a quiet farewell. Then, from behind them, a faint voice called out, hesitant, conflicted, urging them to reconsider, suggesting there might be another way. Meanwhile, at a distant construction site, lit by flickering floodlights, a guard on duty spotted movement in the shadows. A girl approached the guard, and he instinctively reached for his walkie-talkie. He called the security room, asking for confirmation of any intrusion, but the line stayed silent. Suspicion gnawed at him. Gripping his knife, he stepped forward to investigate. Before he could react, Dong slipped out of the shadows like a ghost. With a swift strike to his neck, she knocked him unconscious. Moments later, another agent arrived, dragging a red-haired girl roughly by the arm. He scolded her harshly for being reckless and attracting attention. But before he could finish his tirade, Dakyung surged forward like a storm. Her fist crashed into him, dropping him instantly. She did not stop there. Blow after brutal blow rained down, drowning out his pleas for mercy. Behind her, the red-haired girl stood frozen in terror. Slowly, De-Yong turned to her, eyes sharp and expression cold. With a voice that left no room for disobedience, she gave a single order: take me to your father. Not far away, a man approached Yeon, recognizing her by her voice. Quietly she admitted that she had once tried to harm him, nearly hurting an innocent person in the process. Conflicted, she demanded to know why he was even here helping her. Was it genuine concern, or something else? Instead of answering, the man asked if Lee Jae-yong was still alive. According to the lawyer, it was officially labeled only as attempted injury. But Yeon, her voice trembling under the weight of emotion, said it was too late. Going back was pointless. Nothing would change. These people weren't like ordinary citizens. They were ruthless, dangerous, merciless. Tears welled up as she warned him. She didn't want anyone else dragged into her mess. Even if she had once gotten her father back through sheer luck, she doubted she could do it again. Her words had barely left her lips when the man snapped. He lunged forward, grabbing her by the shirt, eyes burning with rage. His voice thundered, calling her a coward. He shouted that he should have pulled the trigger back then, that he should have ended everything without hesitation. He blamed her for all of it. It was always easier to point fingers, but now it was time to take responsibility. The senior brotherhood had to be crushed before it grew stronger and spread more chaos. The enemy was here. If Yeon wanted to hide forever, she could, but he would not. Retreat was not an option. Overcome with despair, Leon collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. She begged him not to abandon her. She pleaded for her father's life, apologized again and again, clinging to him in desperation. Her tears flowed endlessly as she declared she didn't want to die. She wanted to live. Moved by her desperation, the man's anger softened. He gave only one response: lead me to him. The scene shifted. Yan's father was drenched in blood, vomiting and begging for mercy. He swore he would surrender, he would give up everything. A new figure stepped into the light. Coldly, he reminded Yan's father of a promise from long ago, a promise that had kept him waiting all this time. Yan's father pleaded desperately, begging at least for his daughter to be spared. The man laughed, a low chilling sound. He claimed soldiers never harm children. Then he mocked him, asking how old Yan would be when her sentence ended. She would be released soon enough. They couldn't let her suffer too much. His words dripped with cruelty. Another man stepped forward, raising a fist. He sneered, asking what method they should use if a girl who had learned to shoot from childhood had already been released. Anything was possible, he implied. A candle flickered nearby as the first man added mockingly that they'd make sure Yan had a good job. Yan's father trembled, begging them again to leave her alone. His pleas were met with a cold demonstration. This is what a knife feels like, one of them hissed. A rope was tied around his neck, and he was dragged away like an animal. The brutality stunned everyone present. Then, without warning, one man's throat was slit in full view. Gasps of shock froze the room. The killer turned toward his next victim, but was stopped mid-strike. Another hand caught his wrist, restraining him effortlessly. The second man mocked him, calling him a small mouse. Nearby, the girl barely had time to react before the attacker's boot slammed into her stomach, sending her sprawling into a corner. The assailant demanded to know who the intruder was and began a savage beating. Kicks rained down, one after another, each more vicious than the last. He warned that silence would not save them. But then, the tide shifted. The intruder blocked his next strike, twisting his leg into a deadly chokehold. Pain dropped the attacker to the ground, and both collapsed in the dust. When the smoke cleared, the intruder's face was revealed. It wasn't a man at all. It was Daeong. Realizing the truth, the enemy lunged at Dakyung, grabbing her by the hair. He mocked her disguise, calling her a sweet and beautiful girl. Yet his amusement quickly vanished. No one dared to enter this place alone. Yet here she was. His bafflement was clear. Dakyung remained perfectly calm. Her words dripped with sarcasm as she mocked his fear. She claimed this was the first time she had ever heard a coward talk like that. Then, without hesitation, she drove a knife deep into his neck. He collapsed, lifeless. Daong did not flinch. She stood motionless, watching as blood pooled at her feet. Nearby, her father cried out in despair, his voice breaking into a scream. From the shadows, the head of the group finally stepped forward. His eyes narrowed on Daeborong, as he called her nothing more than a bug. He demanded to know if she belonged to an organization, or if she was simply another pest wandering into his domain. Then his tone hardened. He warned that if she wanted to keep her daughter safe, she should stay exactly where she was. But Daeong didn't waver. She knew this situation required brutal choices, and if anyone else stood in her place, they would have done the same. Then, she spoke a single word. A name. Seong. The room froze. The revelation struck like lightning. The true identity of the group's leader was finally revealed. Seong, the dangerous figure pulling the strings behind all the chaos. At that moment, Daong's mother stepped forward. Her presence radiated unwavering strength. Her voice carried fierce determination as she declared that no one would dare lay a hand on her daughters. She would protect them with her life. The tension thickened. So-yoon stepped closer, a mocking smile curling across his face. With cold arrogance, he questioned her defiance. He sneered, asking if this stinking girl was truly her daughter. In the suffocating silence, Yan trembled. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out for help, her voice cracking under the weight of fear. The dread of death pressed down on her, consuming her completely. Seeing her daughter in panic, Yan's mother tried to keep control of the moment. She told her not to move. She pleaded for her to hold on. So-yoon gave a chilling order. He demanded that they throw away the knife and surrender without resistance. Yan's mother hesitated, but only for a moment. Then, with calculated precision, she hurled the knife aside. Slowly, she raised her hands into the air, signaling surrender. But this was not weakness. With her hands raised, her voice stayed steady. She spoke with clarity, warning them of the consequences of blind ambition. Money could open doors, she said, but reckless greed would lead only to destruction. Her words carried a deeper warning. These men had no idea who they were truly provoking. She described the kinds of killers she had seen before. Men who moved silently with knives, their eyes cold and unfeeling. They weren't flashy or loud, but their presence was enough to freeze blood in the veins. Compared to those killers, these men were nothing. Fragile, weak, practiced targets at best. But Seong only smirked. Her words rolled off him. He mocked her confidence, amused at her defiance. Then, chaos erupted. Yan suddenly broke free from Seong's grip, pulling away in desperation. It was the chance her mother had been waiting for. She screamed for her daughter to run. Both mother and daughter collapsed to the ground, exhausted and overwhelmed. But there was no time to rest. Yan's mother scrambled back to her feet and rushed to her child's side. Her voice trembled with desperation as she begged her daughter to hold on just a moment longer. But Seong was faster. Moving with terrifying precision, he seized Yan again, his hand locking around her throat. His grip tightened, cutting off her breath. His words were cold. To him, mother and daughter were the same, stubborn, foolish, weak. The air shifted. Suddenly crimson leopards appeared in the background, fierce and menacing. The atmosphere thickened with danger. Yan's mother froze in shock. Then, another figure stepped forward. A man, calm yet cold. His gaze pierced her as he spoke. His voice carried finality. Someone as soft-hearted as her could never carry out revenge. The name was revealed, Shin Manhwa. Yan's mother confronted him, her voice sharp with anguish. Why, she demanded, had he killed his own men while sparing her? Another figure appeared at Wan's side, urging her to leave while she still could. But Wan wasn't finished. He leaned forward, his tone cold, and asked if there was anyone left who could save her. The question lingered like a knife in the air. Then, his tone shifted. He claimed there was something important to discuss. A proposal. But Yan Sep's mother Sip's eyes hardened. She cut him off immediately. This isn't Set a proposal, she said. It's Sep's a threat. Wan didn't deny it. He admitted openly that he had no other choice. This conversation had to happen. And then came his true question. How many children do you plan to save? Yan Sep's mother stared into his eyes. Her voice did not falter. This is my mission, she declared. If you have others to deal with, that is your problem. Tell me what you Seps truly after. What is this about becoming president? And who exactly is meant to take that title? Hwan finally spoke. His words were calm, but they carried weight. Honestly, he admitted, They already had someone in mind, but recently, another name surfaced. Someone connected by blood to the current president. That revelation has thrown everything into chaos. The boy in question, Juan explained, was inexperienced and uneducated. In his eyes, there was no way such a person could be trusted with power. Their goals might not be identical, but for this moment, Juan believed their paths were aligned. He extended a hand, figuratively, if not literally, and asked if she would stand beside him. But Jan's mother wasn't convinced. She questioned his honesty, frustration spilling into her voice. Why had things grown so complicated? Why now? Juan remained unshaken. He explained his reasoning with unnerving calm. This conversation, he said, only served his benefit. The more mistakes she made, the more he profited. He was in control here. Then with a faint smirk, he asked if she truly thought he would just let her walk away. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she admitted she no longer knew what to believe. Juan studied her for a moment before smiling faintly. He told her she was the only one here still clinging to justice, but her nature was contradictory. If she wished, she could run. But she should remember, there were plenty around him who would gladly take her hostage. The scene shifted. Elsewhere, a fourth-class student holding a bat spotted Kang Young. Relief washed over his face as he thanked the heavens for seeing her alive. But then concern set in when he noticed her walking alone. He called out, asking if she was all right. She didn't answer. Instead, Kang Young pulled out her phone. 2 missed calls blinked on the screen. Wasting no time, she called one back. On the other end, a man mid-brush, toothbrush still in hand, picked up the moment he saw her name. Her voice was urgent. She asked if he was still alive. Quickly identifying herself, he gave her information, telling her about a private location where the person she was searching for might be found. Meanwhile, rumors spread elsewhere. Whispers about Chairman Lee's sons circled, though outsiders still lingering nearby made it hard to gather clear information. Voices questioned what use this knowledge would be. Then came a troubling report. Chairman Lee's young master had been seen using drugs. The focus shifted again. A heavily guarded estate loomed behind high walls. A sign warned outsiders to keep away. Hyung approached the entrance. Calmly, she told the bodyguard to inform Hung that she had arrived. After a phone call and a brief confirmation, the gates opened, allowing her inside. She walked silently down the corridor, until reaching a quiet room. There, lying in bed with his hands wrapped in bandages, was a man, injured, fragile. The sight stirred old memories. Kong looked at him softly. It's been a long time, Lee John. Dongan's voice was low, almost trembling, as she admitted it had indeed been a long time. Ji-hung Lele sat across from her, watching carefully. Why do you keep coming back? He asked. What is it you stir searching for? Her answer was quiet, sincere. She only wanted to see if he was okay, if he was still holding on. Ji-hung gave a faint smile. Survival itself, he said, is more than enough. A silence lingered between them. Then Daong lowered her gaze. She spoke with regret. They had never truly spoken before, not properly. Chaos had robbed them of that. She wondered aloud if he had simply been an ordinary person caught in a nightmare because of her. Why, she asked, had he stepped in front of that gun, especially when he must have known it was all a game? Ji-hungle scratched his head, conflicted. He admitted he hadn't thought about it as a game in that moment. He simply felt something and acted. If she felt guilt over it, he told her not to. But Dong murmured that everything still felt strange. Ji-hung looked at her directly now, his tone gentler. He suggested they shouldn't go any further with this conversation. He had a headache, and the time wasn't right to reopen old wounds. Besides, there might not be another chance. That startled her. What do you mean? She asked quickly. Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. She confessed she still wanted to return to school. No matter the pain or danger, she had come to a realization. She wasn't just another player in the game, she was the final target. Jae-hing leaned forward, serious now. Why do you believe that? Dong explained. Out of all the deadly games, only the 2 of them had survived each one. That felt too deliberate to be chance. She pressed him. Did he have a reason for all this? Did he know more than he let on? Shang Lei fell silent. Finally he spoke. Because of the incident, the school had locked down tighter than ever. Outsiders were banned. Guards increased. Even he had been placed in the security database. Rising slowly, as if to end the discussion, he concluded flatly, that is the current state of things. Dakyong pressed him harder this time. Her voice was sharp, demanding. What did you mean earlier about there not being another chance? Who is after you? Who is the real target? Jae-yong turned slowly, his expression unreadable. Instead of answering, he countered with his own questions. You keep asking me, but you never give answers yourself. Who are you really, and will you ever tell me the truth? If you even can. Her eyes fell to the floor. Silence hung between them. As Yong Li started to walk away, He glanced back over his shoulder. His tone was edged with suspicion. You came all this way alone, no bodyguards, no protection. What happened? Has your family stopped watching you? He pulled a card from his pocket, handed it to her, and added, if you need anything, come to my place. Dakyong hesitated as she took the card. She couldn't read his intentions. Was this genuine concern, or just another way to keep her under his eye? The scene shifted. A quiet bungalow sat tucked away, with 2 guards stationed outside. They spoke casually. One mentioned the young master's friend would be arriving soon. The other admitted he had only heard about it the day before. Not long after, Hang Jang-hun appeared. He greeted them politely, apologizing for the delay, before leading them inside. Within the house, Dowing informed Ji Hungul that they would be staying here for the time being. Still unsettled, Ji Hung Lele questioned the decision. Is this really wise? If people find out you still were here, it could be dangerous. Returning to school in your condition could make you a target. But Dakyung held his gaze calmly. I feel safer this way. Jeong Lele Sip's frustration finally broke through. Why? Why safer? Her response was sudden and intimate. She kissed him softly, then whispered her reasoning. Sometimes hiding in plain sight is the safest place to be. Just then, Hung Jan-woo walked into the room and froze at the sight of them embracing. Jaeyoung Lele, already dizzy, stumbled slightly and caught himself, just as he realized Hung Jan-woo was watching. Woo stepped forward slowly. His words were cool, almost accusing. So that's why you agreed so quickly. You wanted me to see this. Startled, Dong pulled back and gently pushed Jaeyoung aside. She asked him to give her a moment. With a faint smile he stepped back, watching quietly. Turning to Woo, Daeyoung asked, why did you come now? Woo's reply was quiet but heavy with intent. Because I was worried about you. Jaeyoung cut in sharply, his voice challenging. Is that concern for her or for me? Hung Jan-woo paused, then smiled faintly. I see, I sipped him the third wheel here. He stepped back, conceding. Estelle leave you to it. But Dakyung watched him closely. She could tell. He already knew she would be here. That was why he had come. Now though, he was pretending it meant nothing, at least in front of Jaeyoung. Just before leaving, Woo noticed her face. His tone hardened. You're hurt again. He turned on Jaeyoung, voice firm. Back off. I'll handle this. Then he asked Daeyoung to wait outside so he could speak with Jaeyoung privately. Jaeyoung nodded without protest. As Woo passed by he muttered, It's a relief you still woken up. Jaeyoung gave a slow nod in return. Take care. Woo was nearly out the door when Jaeyoung suddenly called after him. His voice shook with anger. Was it you, Hang Jang-hun? Were you the one who gave the order to hurt Lemon? Woo froze in his tracks. He turned slowly, eyes narrowing. What do you mean by that? The room grew heavy with silence. Dawn, caught between them, felt the weight of her own inner turmoil. Exhaustion and determination clashed on her face, but her decision was firm. She looked at both men and said quietly, I can stay here any longer. I leaving. Come with me if you choose. Jaeyoung, still seated on the couch, watched her intently. There are matters between us still unresolved. I'll take you myself, safely. The others can go ahead. Woo was surprised by the offer, but after a pause, agreed. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Jaeyoung leaned back, his eyes never leaving Dawn. Tell me, how do you know who steps behind all of this? What makes you so certain? She turned her head aside, avoiding his gaze. Her voice was faint but firm. I'll explain everything, but not now. I'm too tired. She exhaled slowly. Where's my room? I need rest. Jaeyoung blinked, surprised by her choice of words. Your room? You planning to stay? Her reply was unwavering. Yes, I have no reason to leave. Nothing to carry with me. All I need is a room. At that moment, a bodyguard entered the room and politely guided her through the guest area. He explained the layout in detail, informing her that meals would be delivered at 9 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 6 in the evening. For her safety, he requested that she remain inside the room, adding firmly that she would not be permitted to leave on her own. Jiang listened quietly, accepting the conditions without any objection. Just as the bodyguard prepared to leave, she suddenly asked if anyone had ever stayed in that room before her. The man hesitated for a moment, his expression uncertain, before replying that if she needed anything, she could ask the guards stationed outside. They would be rotating shifts to ensure her protection. With that he exited, leaving her alone. In the silence of the room, Diong stood still, surrounded by nothing but quiet. The scene then shifted to another place, where a white-haired boy lay asleep. His phone rang, jolting him awake. Still groggy, he answered the call, but the moment he recognized the voice, his eyes widened in shock. It was Diong. Fear and unease crept into his voice as he spoke. Sensing his tension, Don casually told him that she would be staying at Zhang's house for some time. His tone immediately rose in disbelief. He questioned her decision and asked anxiously whether the thief was still there. Dong's reply was soft, almost teasing, as she hinted that it was possible. Growing suspicious, the white-haired boy wondered aloud if the room might be under surveillance or filled with hidden devices. Jiang glanced around, noting that the atmosphere was different from ordinary guest rooms. She suspected it had once belonged to Jiang's parents, or perhaps his brother. Her words left the boy uneasy, as if she were trying to send him an indirect warning. Before he could press further, Jiang shifted the topic, asking gently if he had eaten. Without waiting for an answer, she ended the call. He stared at his phone in silence, telling himself perhaps it was better this way. Meanwhile, Jiang placed the phone down. In her hand, she held a table lamp, its warm glow casting long shadows across the walls. Suddenly, she hurled it across the room, shattering it with a loud crash. Alarmed, the bodyguard rushed back in. He found Duong on her knees, clutching her hand near the broken window glass. Kneeling beside her, he asked where she was injured, and begged to see the wound. In a quiet voice, Duong explained that the color red reminded her of a painful day and asked for all red objects to be removed immediately. The bodyguard apologized at once, promising that everything would be cleared away. He even offered to escort her to the medical room, but she refused. Suddenly, her voice rose sharply. She began shouting that the red color was unbearable. The guards turned their eyes toward where she gestured, and in that brief moment of distraction, she vanished. Damian had escaped. Moving quickly, she thought to herself that perhaps she did have a talent for acting, but her escape did not go unnoticed for long. One of the guards intercepted her, sternly reminding her that she was not free to move around. He insisted that everything harmful had already been taken away and urged her to return. Soon, more guards surrounded her. Diyang, continuing her act, screamed that even her clothes were red, and then without hesitation, she leapt from the second floor. The guards froze, stunned by her recklessness. One of the bodyguards immediately received a call. When asked for an update, he could only respond in disbelief. Diyang had jumped. The person on the other end reacted with shock. Meanwhile, Duong slipped into a nearby room. Carefully assessing her surroundings, she quickly realized the place was heavily guarded. 4 bodyguards on the second floor and 5 on the first. She found herself inside a study and wondered if the books had ever truly been read. Her eyes caught on one volume that lacked dust, suggesting it had been used recently. Reaching for it, she was suddenly startled when a hand grabbed hers. She looked up, and there stood Jaeyoung Lee. His eyes locked on hers as he asked firmly what she was doing there. Under the dim hallway lights, Jaeyoung's thoughts raced. There had been only one possible entry. It had to be him, but what confused her was how he had arrived before she did. Jaeyoung's tone was sharp and unyielding. He demanded to know why she was wandering during such a critical and dangerous time, warning her that her unexpected movements were only causing trouble. He reminded her that she was brought here for her own protection, and he himself was here only for her. The harshness in his voice made Jaeyoung uneasy, pressing down on her like a weight. Jaeyoung continued, confessing that her actions only deepened his anxiety. He urged her to return to her room and stay quietly. Just as Jaeyoung tried to interrupt, he cut her off, commanding that she must never act this way again. Startled by his reaction, a troubling thought struck her. If she walked away now, she might never get another chance to return. At that moment, she stumbled forward, falling directly into Jaeyoung's arms. The sudden closeness caught her off guard. Strange thoughts flickered in her mind, and she found herself whispering a soft apology. Suddenly, a memory from her childhood surfaced. A younger Daeyoung sat beside her brother, watching television. He laughed heartily, nudging her to pay attention and learn. She scoffed, dismissing it, asking how hard it could be to give someone a simple hug. Her brother chuckled, telling her that her problem was her complete lack of romantic instinct. Not every relationship had clear answers, he explained, and in her case, it was always the emotional side that overwhelmed her. Back in the present, Dakyuong winced as her fingers brushed against the bandage on her waist. The wound still stung sharply. To test herself, she pinched her skin, a wave of pain shooting through her. In her mind, a bitter truth whispered. Sometimes, showing weakness was necessary. Putting on a distressed expression, she looked at Jaeyoung and apologized once more, explaining how suffocating it felt to remain locked inside her room. Pretending to cry, she silently begged her tears to fall, even if they were false. Her act startled Jaeyoung. Taken aback, he blurted out that it was terrifying. Hearing his reaction, Jaeyoung smirked inwardly. This was fine too. She told him softly that she only wanted to step outside for a little while. Her words caught him completely off guard. His expression softened, and a faint blush spread across his face. Gently, he asked if she was truly crying, then quickly turned his back toward her. From behind, Jaeyoung noticed how hard he was trying to act unaffected, though it was painfully obvious he wasn't. Covering his mouth with his hand, Jaeyoung walked away, still blushing. Watching him leave, Dakyuong wondered what exactly he was trying to do. Just then, 2 bodyguards arrived. Concerned, they asked how she had managed to get this far, and pleaded with her not to repeat such reckless behavior. Later, Jeong lay on her bed, lost in thought. She had hoped to discover something meaningful in that moment, but instead, a deeper unease crept into her heart. Not long after, she was escorted to a quiet room where a psychologist awaited her. With a calm voice, the psychologist asked if she felt well enough for a brief conversation. Jeong replied faintly that she didn't want anything. Wrapping her arms tightly around a pillow, she whispered to herself that all she had ever wanted was freedom. Yet instead of giving her space, they only seemed intent on suppressing her more. She regretted confessing her fear of loneliness, because now it was being used against her. The psychologist observed her quietly, then draped a blanket over her shoulders. In a gentle tone she said she would leave her business card behind and that Jeong could call her any time. She promised to be her partner through this. Elsewhere, Jaeyoung was restless. Guilt weighed on him. He realized he had not cared for Jaeyoung properly, and her fragile state was spiraling further out of control. Back in the room, Jaeyoung turned to the psychologist and asked her to tell Jaeyoung to speak to her directly about everything. The woman nodded, promising she would. As she stepped out, she reminded Jaeyoung she was always just one call away. Left alone again, Jaeyoung sank deeper into thought. The walls around her felt like an invisible cage. She wondered what it would truly take to escape. Meanwhile, Jaeyoung stood beside a bodyguard, watching Jaeyoung through CCTV footage. He asked what she was doing. The bodyguard replied that she had not moved for nearly an hour. She was still sitting in the same spot. Jaeyoung raised an eyebrow in surprise. A memory of Jaeyoung's words echoed in his mind. She had once asked him not to make noise. Thinking of that moment, a faint blush touched his cheeks as he murmured to himself. Then he ordered the bodyguard to contact him immediately, if anything changed. But suddenly, the bodyguard stiffened, his eyes widening at the screen. He declared an emergency. Jeong was trying to jump from the window again. Jeong froze in shock. The guard quickly added that the security team had already been alerted, and multiple guards were rushing to the first floor. Without hesitation, Jaeyoung sprinted down the hall, his breaths heavy and uneven. Reaching the corridor, he demanded to know what had happened. The bodyguard informed him that the door was locked from inside. Jaeyoung clenched his fists, ordering everyone to follow him. Shouting Jaeyoung's name, he charged toward the window, just in time to see her leap. But before she could fall, a familiar voice cut through the air. Jaeyoung's voice. Jaeyoung turned in surprise and saw him standing there. A small laugh escaped her lips. The situation felt absurd. He was right there, so why didn't he just turn off the camera and speak to her directly? Jaeyoung's voice pierced the silence, frustration laced in every word as he demanded an explanation. Though caught off guard, even his naive nature could not dismiss the feeling that something about this was wrong. The room was dimly lit, and at its center stood Dakyuong. Her posture was rigid, her eyes sharp, and her voice firm as she demanded clarity. She reminded them that others had already confirmed her safety. So what was their true intention? Beneath her steady tone was a quiet awareness. She chose not to reveal. Facing her, Jaeyoung crossed his arms with a smug expression. He mocked her suspicions, dismissing the very idea that he might leap out of a window. With a hint of pride, he admitted he had been running too fast to end up here by coincidence. Then his gaze narrowed as he questioned how she knew about the hidden camera. Dung was taken aback by his words, but she didn't falter. Instead, she demanded an apology first, her eyes never wavering. Jaeyoung sighed, muttering a half-hearted apology, but Dakyuong wasn't ready to lower her guard. Instead, she offered him an easy way out, promising to escort him wherever he needed, yet carefully withheld deeper details. Her posture remained strong, but doubt flickered in her eyes. Jaeyoung, however, questioned her authority, demanding to know why he should comply. With quiet defiance, he announced his decision to stay and even suggested switching rooms with her. Jaeyoung quickly weighed her options. If he stayed in her room, it might allow her access to his, giving her the chance to uncover something valuable. She reminded him of his promise to protect her, watching his reaction closely. For a moment, he remained silent, his injured arm resting heavily on the sofa. Observing him, Jaeyoung realized he might have the legal right to remain in the house long-term. That worked in her favor. It gave her time to investigate without immediate pressure. Yet Jaeyoung rejected the idea of staying in her room. Instead, he offered her a clean, prepared room of her own, advising patience until she felt stable again. Jaeyoung clenched her teeth, frustrated by the endless complications. Days slipped by. Within a week, after thoroughly scanning the room with a radar detector, she reluctantly agreed to move in. Her expectations had been low, but to her surprise, she found herself content. A male psychiatrist visited daily, his presence adding to her tension. Still, despite the emotions he stirred, it wasn't unbearable. Perhaps, she thought, she did need this time to rest. One evening she slipped into a warm bath, the water soothing her body. For the first time in a while, she admitted to herself that the past week had been strangely relaxing. Her moment of calm was broken by a knock. Jae-young entered, scanning the room with surprise. He asked if her quarantine had ended, then casually remarked on her bathing habits. She confirmed without much interest. A pause followed, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Running a hand through his hair, he sat on the sofa and asked how she had been spending her time. Jong studied him carefully, then shifted the conversation. She asked if he liked swimming. His confusion was clear as he wondered if she had a pool at her home. She explained it hadn't been used recently and stood empty, but she planned to refill it soon. Curious, she asked when she might use it. He replied, 2 days from now. Without warning, he stood and invited her to join him. He wanted to show her something on the projector. She guessed it might be a movie, and he confirmed, sharing a glimpse of his childhood, his love for watching films there. Following him, she settled beside him on the sofa, curling her legs comfortably beneath her. As she sat there, a quiet thought crossed her mind. Had he lived alone here since childhood? Before she could voice it, he answered on his own. He hadn't always been alone. Once, others had cared for him. She noticed the weight in his words and chose not to press. Even if she asked, she sensed there were truths she might never uncover. In that moment, an unfamiliar warmth crept in. Comfort. She asked if he was enjoying himself, though even she wasn't sure why. Jeong replied calmly, saying his motivation lately came from exhaustion. He simply wanted to clear his mind. Jeong didn't know how to respond. Instead, her hand moved almost unconsciously, brushing through his hair. She told him not to look, though her words trailed off unfinished. Before she could continue, his body relaxed, and sleep overtook him swiftly. His head rested gently against her shoulder. Blinking in surprise, she didn't push him away. Quietly, she whispered to herself that she would let him rest. It felt right to leave him undisturbed. Time passed in silence, until a brown-haired figure appeared at the bottom of the stairs. He asked if she had arrived and inquired about Jaeyoung. Jaeyoung answered neutrally, he was asleep. The man was taken aback, shocked he had fallen asleep there. She confirmed again. He exhaled, noting how Jaeyoung hadn't been sleeping well recently. With concern, he asked if Jaeyoung was truly resting now. Jaeyoung thought carefully. Jaeyoung was not the type to sleep easily, especially outside his own bedroom. He was always guarded, always alert, and yet here he was, resting without hesitation. She admitted softly, yes, he was sleeping well. Just then, Jaeyoung stirred. His eyes blinked open, scanning the unfamiliar space. Confusion flickered across his face as he adjusted his position, but Jaeyoung, who had been beside him only moments ago, was gone. No sound, no trace, only silence. Jaeyoung sat alone, lost in thought. His focus lingered on Jaeyoung, realizing she had drawn a boundary, guarded, distant, unwilling to open up fully. There was something deeper she wasn't sharing, something heavy that she kept buried. He could sense how carefully she chose her words, what she revealed and what she concealed. And yet, he still didn't know what she truly wanted. Her secrets ran deep, leaving him uneasy. Frustration built quietly inside Jaeyoung as he pushed through his workout. His body moved from habit, but his mind spun restlessly. Then Dakyuong entered the room, her presence cutting through the heavy air. She remarked on his training, her voice laced with both amusement and concern. He was grinding through leg presses, sweat glistening across his skin. She crossed her arms, warning him of the risk of injury if he lost balance. He barely acknowledged her, only asking why she had come. Before she could answer, another man stumbled in behind her, breathless and apologizing. Yet Dakyuong didn't so much as glance at him. Her eyes stayed locked on Jaeyoung. Calmly, she asked if she could leave now. Jaeyoung exhaled sharply. He admitted he had been waiting for her, that he had planned to find her. She noted his workout, then casually suggested they eat dinner. She was hungry. Without argument, they ate together. The tension softened, giving way to a rare quiet moment. Afterward, Dakyuong stretched, stepping into the bedroom with a faint smile. I feel full, she remarked. John lingered by the door, mentioning he would take a quick shower. As he disappeared into the bathroom, a thought struck her. Should she take this chance to search the room? She hesitated. The idea lingered, tempting her, but she held back. When he returned, towel in hand, she blinked in surprise at his speed. He sat at the edge of the bed, glancing around the large room. She made an offhand comment about the house's size, asking if it ever felt lonely. The question slipped out more personal than she intended. He shrugged. I'm not alone. Han Jung lives nearby. Then, as though casually, he asked if she had visited Han Jong-won's house. The way he phrased it carried weight. She clarified, it was only to eat ramen. But the tension between them sharpened. She asked why it kept coming up, wondering aloud if it was because of Jo Tai-wong. Jaeyoung sighed. He only brought it up, he said, because she cared. Han Jong-won wasn't exactly clean when it came to women. The words twisted in her stomach. He pressed on. Han Jong-won had once dated a woman who was considered unstable. The pattern, he explained, was troubling. Dakyuong stiffened, asking if it had only been a love affair. Jaeyoung's gaze darkened. Whether it was manipulation or extreme preference, it was still a problem. Her jaw tightened. She realized then she needed to investigate Han Jong-won more seriously. Staying close might uncover something critical. Then Jaeyoung's voice cut through her thoughts. He asked if she liked Han Jong-won. His piercing gaze made her heartbeat rise. But before she could answer, he stood abruptly, brushing it off and apologizing. He admitted he had simply been nervous. Reaching for a cigarette pack, his hands trembled slightly. Dakyuong's eyes narrowed. She snatched the pack from him, her frown deep. "You're not smoking in this condition." Without hesitation, she crushed the cigarettes in her palm. Jaeyoung shouted in protest, panic in his tone, but she ignored him. He dropped onto the bed, rubbing his temples, muttering about how little he had slept. She reminded him that he had fallen asleep beside her while watching a movie. He tilted his head in confusion. Gently, she pushed him back, covering him with a sheet. "No more cigarettes. What you need is rest." He mumbled in reply that he couldn't sleep anyway. She didn't budge. She told him to lie down, promising she would stay by his side. Her softened tone caught him off guard. Fatigue tugged at him, his body growing heavy. As he drifted off, Dakyuong's mind returned to her earlier thought. This could be the perfect moment to search the room. She reached for the bedside table, her movements slow and cautious. But Jaeyoung stirred. His voice was soft, almost childlike, as he spoke of someone who had always been there for him when he couldn't sleep as a boy. "Your mother?" she asked gently. He shook his head. "No, she was more than a mother figure. With her, I was never lonely. That warmth meant everything." His voice broke slightly, then steadied. "This is the first time I felt that again." Dakyuong froze, uncertain. He clarified, this was the first time he had truly listened to her. The silence stretched, weighted but meaningful. She asked if she had spoken too much. He didn't answer directly, only said it felt different now, and asked her to keep talking. There was a soft amusement in his tone. Not ready to sleep yet, he wanted her voice. So she told him a story about a theft at a PC cafe. Something light, almost absurd. She laughed at the memory, and he chuckled too. Genuinely this time. "The thief reminds me of you," he said. She raised an eyebrow. He explained, aggressive, unpredictable, with no clear background. She wasn't sure whether to take it as an insult or not. Finally, she asked if he would sleep now. He exhaled, eyes heavy. "Listening to you makes me sleepy." Almost in a whisper he added, "Keep talking." But he said no more after that. Only that her voice was enough. Dakyuong rose quietly, walking to the door. She shook her head at herself. She couldn't believe she was putting a man to sleep like a child. She had searched the entire room and found nothing unusual, no hidden truths, no evidence, only silence. Her doubts remained, but with nothing to act on, she let it go. Then her phone rang. The screen lit up with a name, Young-won. Her body stiffened. Dakyuong's fingers hovered above the screen. Caught in a brief moment of hesitation, she knew she had to end the call. On the other end, Rose Wang-won's voice came through, asking if she would attend school the next day. She frowned slightly, registering the question. When he confirmed again, she sighed inwardly. Despite the heavy weight pressing on her, avoiding was not an option. Stealing her voice, she confirmed that she would go, then ended the call. Yet even after it ended, his tone lingered in her mind, subtle, unreadable. He had also asked where she was. Pausing before answering, she finally said she was at Jae Keng's house. As the words left her lips, her eyes darted around the room, cautious, scanning for the smallest sign of movement. The next morning arrived swiftly. Datong prepared for school with deliberate calm, smoothing her uniform with practiced hands. She turned to Jae Kyung and asked if he had slept well. Her tone was composed, though it carried a hint of genuine curiosity. His response was brief, detached. He barely looked at her before saying he would go next week. Her gaze settled on his winter uniform. She pointed out that it was probably too hot for the season. He replied casually that he didn't own a summer uniform, before stepping out. Moments later, he returned holding one in his hand. She blinked, momentarily surprised, before thanking him. Curiosity slipped into her voice as she asked why he even had summer dresses for girls. His answer came without hesitation. He had an older sister. Silence stretched between them, heavy and awkward. The information lingered with her, refusing to leave her thoughts. Softly, she asked again if he truly had a sister. He only nodded, offering nothing more. Noticing the time, he told her she would be late. She wanted to press further, but chose not to. Instead, she promised herself she would ask later. Gathering her things, she said goodbye. He murmured a quiet farewell in return. Arriving at school felt like stepping back into a world she had briefly abandoned. Dang entered the classroom with precise, deliberate steps. Gon spotted her instantly, his expression a storm of concern and frustration. He demanded to know why she hadn't contacted him, his voice sharp with worry. She sighed, brushing off his concern, and reminded him to stay away from Gonshin Mem, even if she herself couldn't protect the boy. His temper snapped. "Jian, he revealed, had only said there was a victim, but he had been genuinely worried about her. Around them, whispers stirred, rising like smoke through the classroom air. Dang thought grimly about how quickly rumors spread, especially in foreign places. Before she could respond, a playful voice cut through the tension. Someone suggested they all go to the ocean, eat barbecue, and wear bikinis. The words struck her like an irritation she could not shake. Her jaw tightened. She muttered under her breath for them to leave. The weight of her frustration pressed hard against her chest. She warned them they were in danger, but her words were dismissed with careless annoyance. They called her annoying and walked away. Left standing alone, Dang turned her eyes toward a tree outside the window. Behind her, gossip swirled like gnats. The girls whispered she was the transfer student from first class. One said she was dating Han Jun-won. Another corrected her. No, she was dating Jun-won. A third scoffed, calling it an old rumor, accusing her of playing with Jun-won as well. Their chatter droned on, but Dang did not react. Then, without warning, arms wrapped around her waist, she stiffened instantly. Han Yong-nun stood behind her, his embrace light, his tone casual. Suspicion sharpened her gaze as she pulled away, demanding to know why he hugged her so suddenly. He gave a small apologetic smile, saying he was simply happy. It had been nearly a month since he'd seen her in summer clothes. Gasps broke out as the other girls recognized him. Yong-nun ignored them and asked Dang how she was. His voice carried genuine concern as he mentioned seeing Jung, who had not looked well. Dang's expression faltered. She acknowledged his comment, but her words were guarded. Yong-nun narrowed his eyes, trying to read her. He asked again if something had really happened. She hesitated, then shook her head, denying it. But his concern only deepened. Pressing gently, he asked her to explain what was going on. She sighed, weighed down by unspoken thoughts. Finally, she admitted she feared she would only cause harm, and told him not to worry. She promised she would handle it herself. Still unconvinced, he stopped walking and gestured toward a bench. She followed, the tension easing just slightly. Sitting beside her, Yong-nun told her that nothing would change if she kept her distance from others. His words stung with painful truth. She asked herself if it was already too late. He sighed, urging her softly to stay by his side. The sincerity in his voice struck her silent. A heavy stillness fell between them, thick with unspoken emotions. At last, she confessed how hard it felt to escape the situation, how powerless she truly was. He remained calm, reassuring her that it was all right. Dang stared at him, emotions swirling in her chest. A faint murmur slipped from her lips. Yong-nun tilted his head, noticing her shift, then suspicion flickered across his face. Slowly, deliberately, he remarked that she smelled like Jae-kyung. His words hung heavy in the air. He asked if she had been with him. The atmosphere changed instantly, sharp and suffocating. Dang stayed silent, but her silence spoke volumes. Suspicion lingered, tenderness turned into tension, and neither seemed ready to confront what the other feared. Her mind raced. Was it the shampoo? Could something so small give her away? She tried to piece it together, unsure. Finally, she broke the silence, her voice slicing through the air. Jae-young hesitated, lips parting and closing, his words trapped. At last, he admitted it felt irritating, his tone edged with frustration. Dang blinked, puzzled. Why did it matter so much? He ran his fingers through his hair, sighing, the frustration heavy in his chest. He admitted she was angry, and he had no right to involve himself. Her suspicion sharpened. She pressed him, demanding to know what the real problem was. Jae-young met her eyes, torn between hesitation and sincerity. At last he confessed it was beautiful, unforgettable, once seen. The words struck her harder than she expected. Her heart raced, her confusion deepening. Then he revealed something sharper still. Yong-nun had once called himself someone who collected girls, but Dang, he said, was not one of them. He asked almost pleading, why her? Her breath faltered. A girl's face flashed in her mind, Young-gun, with cold, unreadable eyes. The memory sent a chill through her. Shaken, she demanded to know how much he truly knew about her. Jeong stepped closer, his face unreadable as he called her to follow. Confused, she questioned his intent, her voice weary as she instinctively stepped back. But before she could resist further, he gently took her hand and guided her toward Jake. Confusion swirled in her chest, tightening her breath. She asked what he was doing, her voice trembling as she struggled to remain calm. Suddenly, without warning, he shouted an apology, his voice raw with emotion. Her eyes widened in shock. He had actually apologized, something she never expected from him. Turning to Guan, she sought clarity, asking what had happened earlier. A heavy silence lingered before he finally spoke. He admitted his arrogance during that time and offered his own apology. The weight of his words stunned her, leaving her struggling to process it. Softly, she murmured that they were different, still tangled in her own thoughts. He looked confused, unsure how to respond. She let out a quiet apology of her own, emotions still unsettled. Just then, Yang Won entered, shifting the entire mood. His eyes narrowed, suspicion flashing in them. With a cold tone, he demanded to know what was wrong with her. His piercing stare only deepened the tension in the room. Jae-kyung replied quietly, sensing the shift, suggesting that something had been misunderstood, but Dae-kyung's mind was already spiraling. She recalled the truth. Why she had come to the school, revenge. She had used Wang Leon to gather information. She had no reason to care for anyone. If her heart had truly been broken, revenge would have remained her only focus. But now, her feelings were beginning to change, and that conflict haunted her. Suddenly, Leon Wu's presence grew heavier. His calm voice broke the silence as he asked if she was alone. Something about his tone unsettled her. Her body tensed as she turned, telling him that he had startled her. He stepped closer, questioning why she kept appearing behind him. Before she could respond, a bodyguard arrived, his movements strict, his presence commanding. He ordered her to go home immediately. She resisted gently, insisting she would return soon, but he stood firm, repeating that they had to leave now. The urgency in his voice made her feel trapped, the weight pressing on her chest. She pleaded for a few more hours, but he refused, saying they would talk only after returning home. Frustration slipped through her composure as she muttered if she needed permission, but the guard remained unmoved. He was only following instructions, and there was nothing more he could do. At that moment, Yun's thoughts clicked into place. He remembered she originally had a driver. As the pieces fit together, Dae-kyung suddenly asked him if he was free that day. The question caught him off guard, but before he could respond, she grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. Without hesitation, she began to run, her grip tight with urgency. The guard reacted instantly, rushing toward the car with sharp, deliberate steps. His eyes locked on them, but Dae-kyung didn't stop. She sprinted across the path, adrenaline surging through her body. Her breath came heavy, her chest tightening with panic. Jungwon followed close behind, his footsteps matching hers. Behind them, tires screeched violently as the car sped forward, closing in fast. The danger grew with every passing second. The chase had begun and the escape was far from over. Finally, Jungwon came to a halt, bending over with his hands on his knees, chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Exhaustion showed clearly on his face, especially after running enough to overtake a car. Dae-kyung, standing beside him, looked amused by his struggle. Though he tried to play it off, it was clear he was pushing himself to the limit. As they paused, she couldn't help but reflect. Running through the streets like this felt surreal. It was nothing like a normal date, yet it stirred a strange excitement within her. She realized how much she had missed this rush, even if they were fleeing like fugitives. Leong Wang then suggested she might be following someone out of concern. His words carried a deeper implication, but Dae-kyung avoided the thought. Something stirred inside her at his observation, yet she let it pass unspoken. The silence between them grew until she finally admitted that returning home now would only lead to disaster. Leon Wu pulled out his phone, dialing quickly, but froze mid-call. His screen displayed a number he recognized. Jiang's instincts sharpened. Her suspicion was correct. They were close to the right place. The familiar tension returned, urging her to stay alert. And then, as Gan casually walked into a nearby store, completely unaware of their presence, Dae-kyung muttered quietly in disbelief. Gan seemed to sense something. He paused, glancing around warily, but ultimately dismissed the feeling. Reacting quickly, Daeyoung and Jun-won ducked into a narrow alleyway, narrowly avoiding his line of sight. Though Dae-kyung's pulse remained calm, the adrenaline surging through her body told another story. She whispered about how close it had been, while Yeong-won chuckled softly, clearly enjoying the thrill of the chase. But Daeyoung quickly reminded him that they couldn't keep this up, not with his brightly colored hair drawing unnecessary attention. Without hesitation, Yeong-won slipped on a cap, blending in better with the crowd. Then, smirking, he pointed out her triangular-shaped glasses, which also made her stand out. She explained they were just a disguise, but he didn't miss the irony. His eyes then shifted to her school uniform, which made them both realize how visible she still was. With a sigh, Daeyoung agreed they needed to change. They headed into a corner store, quickly swapping their clothes for simple casual shirts. Yeong-won examined himself in a mirror, amused by their new appearance. Half joking, he commented that now they looked like a couple. Daeyoung paused at his words, unsure how to react, but said nothing. Instead, Yeong-won reminded her of the route to the exit. Just as they stepped back outside, Gan reappeared nearby. Dae-kyung tensed immediately, her eyes flicking to Yeong-won. Before she could speak, he showed her a phone notification. It was a community alert from the school about a water supply change. Her eyes widened. The system had escalated from level 2 to level 3. The alert was tied directly to Wongon 3123. Dae-kyung's fingers hovered over the screen as she tried to make sense of the message. Dong-won called it a bad habit, explaining how the school always handled alerts indirectly. Punishments were never obvious. Instead, they spread subtly, damaging reputations and destabilizing balance. He mentioned how cosmetic stock prices had already dropped. likely tied to recent incidents involving Wang Yan. Dakyuong asked quietly if she should consider restoring her relationship with Gowan. Jiang replied cautiously, telling her that no matter what she decided, she had to provide reasons the other side could understand. Otherwise, misunderstandings would continue to grow. She nodded thoughtfully, accepting his words. Then with a softer tone, he admitted something personal. He wished she and Gon could get along. He explained that back when he was with Gon, Dong had seemed genuinely happy. His confession stirred complicated feelings within her. She remembered the strangeness of suspecting Yan of using her, and how, in some way it had brought relief. If both of them had been hiding motives, the emotional weight felt balanced. But now, his sincerity made her uncomfortable. She asked why he was being so honest with her, but he didn't answer. Instead, his attention shifted. He had noticed movement nearby. John was walking away, unaware of their presence. Zhang suggested they follow her, and Dakyuong silently complied. They trailed behind, careful to keep their distance, but Yongwon suddenly questioned Dakyuong about her true reason for shadowing John. She hesitated, her thoughts restless, her heart uneasy. She even wondered if being near him was putting her in danger. Before she could answer, John turned abruptly and looked straight at them. Her tone sharpened as she demanded to know about her missing pink wallet. The question caught both Danong and Zhang off guard. Trying to act casual, they looked away, pretending they weren't involved. But John grew more distressed, insisting that she must have dropped it when using her account. Her panic rose with every word, her voice urgent as she searched frantically. Sensing the situation escalating, Daeyong whispered one word: "Run." They bolted immediately, sprinting through tight alleyways as John shouted after them, calling them thieves and demanding they stop. The tension snapped into a full-blown chase. Daeyong's heartbeat thundered as they ran, footsteps echoing against the narrow walls. But then their path was suddenly cut off. Dan cried out that the road ahead was blocked. Yongwon confirmed it, skidding to a stop beside her. They nearly collided in their panic. Frantically, Dan looked around for another escape route, but Jan was nowhere to be seen. Breathing hard, she muttered in frustration, confusion clouding her thoughts. And then she realized how close she was to Yongwon. Their bodies almost touched. The sudden intimacy froze her in place. Her heart raced, not from fear this time, but from the unexpected closeness. Yongwon, still flushed from running, felt his face grow warmer. The adrenaline, the tension and the chase had blended into one overwhelming moment neither of them expected. Dong stood still, uneasy about the proximity, silently wishing for distance so she wouldn't brush against him accidentally. She tried convincing herself it would be fine as long as he stayed still. But then, casually, Yongwon reached out and removed her hat, saying it was falling. That small gesture shattered her composure. Dakyuong grabbed him by the neck, murmuring if he had done it on purpose, if it was unavoidable, and asked if he wanted her to carry it for him. She quickly refused, trying to steady her tone. Glancing toward the alley, she noticed Guan was no longer there. Calmly, she acknowledged it. Younggu remarked on how dangerous the situation had been, but Dawang replied coldly that there would be no danger if he simply stayed still. He disagreed firmly. Her thoughts tangled, her emotions conflicted. Unsure of what she truly wanted or what she was even doing, she decided to go ahead first. Yongwon asked about Jian, but she told him she didn't know and would check later. He offered to accompany her, but she refused, requesting the bag so she could leave first. He declined. Just then, his eyes caught sight of something on the ground. Jian's shoe. He pointed it out to Dong. And with that, a flashback unfolded, revealing the truth of what had happened to Jian. He had been attacked from behind. The attacker confronted her, convinced she was Huang Yan, the youngest daughter of the Huang family. Gaon denied it, insisting he was mistaken, but the man revealed a phone, showing an image of her with his father. Confident in his claim, he challenged her again. Terrified, Dion pleaded for mercy, begging him not to kill her. The attacker, consumed by resentment, raged about the wealth her father had cost him, 500 million won gone to waste. He demanded repayment, pressing the weight of his bitterness onto her. Desperate, she promised to give him whatever she had, begging for time. But then, the realization struck. Her wallet was missing. Panic consumed her. The man grew more furious, spitting out his hatred, blaming her father for everything. He told her not to hold him responsible. Tears welled in her eyes as she called out for her father, screaming for help. And then, Dakyuong appeared. Without hesitation, she snatched a bottle from a passerby and hurled it at the attacker. To everyone's horror, it was hydrochloric acid. Dawn, watching from the side, immediately recognized the chemical. In the chaos, Dakyuong pinned the man against the wall, forcing his arms behind his back. The attacker snarled, demanding to know who she was, but she fired the question back, accusing him of being sent by Shin. Just then, Jang Won rushed in. Dakyuong insisted she was fine, but her strength faltered. She collapsed, unconscious. Rage overtook Dang. She climbed onto the attacker and beat him mercilessly. Yong-won shouted for her to stop, alarmed as he noticed her injured hand. The police arrived swiftly, pulling her back and taking control. After investigating, they confirmed the man had no ties to Shin. This was not a planned assault, but a desperate act of revenge rooted in personal loss. One officer remarked how fortunate they were not to have been the true targets. His words carried the weight of what could have been. Han's father approached Dakyuang, sorrow in his eyes. He apologized deeply for the harm caused, acknowledging her intervention. With a trembling voice, he promised to grant her anything she wished, if only she would speak. But Dakyung said nothing. She simply walked away. Confused and regretful, Han's father turned to Yong-won, asking if he had done something wrong. Yong-won quietly assured him it was fine, urging him to leave quickly, but even he looked shaken, torn between shock and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Daeong wandered in silence, staring at her injured hand. She thought of all the people she had hurt, perhaps even killed, with these same hands. The number had long blurred. Did someone like her even deserve gratitude? The doubt sank deeper into her heart. Young-won approached, his exhaustion visible. Softly he suggested they rest at a cafe. He mentioned calling a car, and offered to wait for her. His voice was gentle, as though trying to soothe the storm inside her. Then he admitted something left unspoken in the past. Back when he was never too busy, he had something to offer her. His tone was weighted, filled with meaning. Dong met his gaze firmly and told him to stop. Before the moment could stretch further, a voice cut through the air. Jung had arrived. His frustration erupted as he demanded answers from Dong. Why her phone was off, why the police had been involved, and why others had been dragged into trouble. Before his anger escalated further, Jung-won stepped forward, placing a calm but firm hand on his shoulder. The shift in atmosphere forced Jung to pause. Still, Jung turned to Dong, insisting she come with him, but she refused. She declared she was going to her parents' house instead. The words stunned him, his voice faltering. Yet Dong remained unreadable as she brushed past, telling him only to call when he reached home. Jaewon caught her wrist lightly, trying to stop her, but her next words carried a cold finality. She reminded him that she would not worry about someone she did not consider strange, and promised to see him at school next week. With that, she walked away, leaving him frozen, her name echoing in his mind. As she left, Dong's thoughts tangled. Being near Jong stirred feelings of guilt and empathy. If they stayed together, this softness would only grow, especially when confronted with his unstable side. Tonight, she could not return to that space. She needed distance. Still, she reminded herself that if the day ended without resolution, she would have to refocus. Breaking the silence, Yong-won asked her a pointed question. She was caught off guard, but answered honestly. She admitted her feelings, but his skeptical gaze didn't waver. He pressed further, doubting her words, suggesting she was avoiding the truth. Jung-won questioned whether Jong had used the sports day incident as an excuse to take her home under the guise of protecting her. He doubted Jong would go that far, unless Dakyuang also had motives. His assumption cut deep. He believed she had entered the situation wanting something for herself. Dong quietly admitted there was truth in his words. Her thoughts raced. How had he uncovered so much from so little? His sharpness left her unsettled. She then asked if he planned to go home. Moments later, she revealed her own intention. She wanted to stay at his place. Rosus Jamin raised an eyebrow, asking about his room. She asked if he remembered the layout. He nodded, saying he had already rearranged things. When she asked why, he vaguely explained that he had dealt with an unwelcome guest. Accepting this, Kyung took the clothes he offered and agreed to change slowly before joining him in the living room. As she stepped inside, unease gnawed at her. Something wasn't right. A simple uninvited guest wouldn't justify rearranging an entire room. The thought unsettled her. Her attempts to gather information about Jung-won through Jong had already hit a dead end, and even Jae-kyung hadn't fully grasped who Jung-won truly was. That lingering mystery made her hesitate more than anything. Inside, Jung-won's gaze followed her closely. Finally, he broke the silence with the question that had been hanging between them. Why had she chosen him? The words caught Dat-young off guard. His doubt was plain, as though he couldn't fathom why someone like her would choose someone like him. She wondered if he somehow knew fragments of her past. His tone shifted, probing further, asking why she assumed he was always surrounded by women. She confessed she had heard it from Jae-king. He dismissed the claim sharply and insisted that she was different. Her hesitation lingered. Trust was not easy for her. Then he turned the question back. Was she serious about him? She answered steadily, claiming she had no hidden motives. But inside, her thoughts churned. She didn't understand what he was doing, or what he truly wanted. Deung-won smirked, unconvinced. He challenged her to repeat her words while looking directly into his eyes. When their eyes locked, the air thickened. Then came the final question: was she jealous of Jae-kyung? The silence that followed stretched long. His gaze unsettled her in a way she couldn't control, and then recklessly, impulsively, she closed the distance between them and kissed him. The kiss was brief, electric and unspoken in its meaning. It shocked her even more than him. She hadn't intended to do it, and she swore she didn't want to again. But Young-won didn't pull away. He stared at her, dazed, whispering the realization that had been growing in him. His voice was deeper now, steadier. He understood she was serious. Her thoughts spiraled. She recognized the danger of handling him this way. His fingers curled around her, pulling her closer, his lips finding hers again. This time the kiss was deeper, more consuming. Her mind screamed confusion. She didn't know what he wanted, or if she truly did. Gently, she pushed him back, gasping for air, needing space. But he leaned in again, his breath brushing her skin, murmuring words that blurred into the heat of the moment. She told him to stop. He didn't. His kiss pressed forward, urgent and overwhelming. Finally, she tore herself away, heart racing wildly. His expression gave nothing away, but his words carried a teasing challenge. If she truly liked him, why hold back? Her pulse thundered. This was madness. She demanded he stop, but his composure remained intact, almost amused. He tilted his head slightly, as if studying her. Then he asked the question that lingered like smoke. Did she believe him now? Dakyuong blinked, caught between anger, confusion, and disbelief. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, and assured her he had been nothing but honest. His gaze never wavered, his words heavy with sincerity. Her heart stumbled. She swallowed, forcing herself to breathe, to regain control. The memory of her first kiss echoed inside her unexpected, too intense, and impossible to erase. She moved to the basin, gripping its edges tightly. Her reflection appeared calm, but inside, turmoil raged. Her mission was clear. Every student was a subject of investigation, nothing more. But this moment had thrown her into a storm she hadn't prepared for. Her lips still tingled with the memory of him, her heart trembling with emotions she didn't recognize. She told herself it was nothing, a lapse, a distraction, but the panic building in her chest betrayed her. Shaking off the unease, she stepped outside. There, she found Young-won sitting on the floor, his posture oddly subdued. When he lifted his gaze, his voice cut through the silence. You stitch are not the kind to be indecisive. The certainty in his tone made her stiffen. She looked at him sharply, as though daring him to explain. He studied her face and then mentioned Jirang, suggesting he wondered if Jirang had kissed her for the same reason. The remark landed like a strike. She narrowed her eyes, refusing to answer, leaving the silence to speak for her. Young-won blinked, uncertain how far he had pushed her, and then let the subject drop. Instead, he asked if she was hungry. After a brief pause, she nodded. His next words surprised her. He encouraged her to maintain a good relationship with Chaung. She admitted she wanted to, but his constant references to their childhood memories made it difficult. Young-won asked if she felt responsible for those memories. She sighed, recognizing the truth in his question. Yes, she needed to make sure Chaung didn't misunderstand. But her thoughts tangled. She hadn't done everything. She wasn't responsible for all of it. Then the conversation shifted. Limjin's name surfaced. Young-won's voice grew serious. If Limjin was connected to Shin Myung-won, then the situation was far more dangerous than either of them had realized. He asked if she knew what had truly happened that day. She admitted quietly, she did not. Even Jae-kyung's injury had unsettled her deeply. Anger had flared in her chest, but she had not acted on it. In her heart, she suspected Limbian had crossed a line she never should have. Across from her, Leon Dolyu's gaze held steady. He reminded her, with a calm firmness, that it was fortunate Jong had recovered. Dakyong nodded, slow and thoughtful, acknowledging his words. She drew in a deep breath, willing herself to set aside the weight of recent events. For now, they were sharing a meal together. That was enough. The heaviness between them lightened, if only slightly, if only for a moment. Night fell, and with it came the quiet matter of sleeping arrangements. Young Wong chose the mat. Dakyong's eyes narrowed, wary, but after a beat of hesitation she agreed. He would sleep on the floor, she on the sofa. Silence filled the room. She glanced toward him, restless thoughts refusing to settle. Softly, almost to herself, she whispered good night. There was no answer. She wasn't sure if he was awake. Something gnawed at her again, that same unease she couldn't name. There had been recent trouble involving Huang Yan, though she didn't know the details. Frustration tightened inside her chest. She forced herself to refocus. She had goals. She couldn't afford distractions. And yet, distraction came. Her fingers brushed against Youngwon's phone. Curiosity mingled with panic as she tried to unlock it. She whispered to herself about the password, struggling to recall who had last used it. Suddenly Youngwon stirred. She froze. His voice was groggy, but sharp enough to catch her. Quickly she hid the phone, murmuring that she had thought he was asleep. He exhaled slowly, his tone calm but unreadable, and said only this. He believed her. He believed she had been serious about what she said earlier. The night passed. When morning came, Dawn woke to find Young already watching her. She startled, asking why. His reply was simple, softened by a teasing warmth. He only wanted to wake her up. Then he reminded her, she had called him the day before. He sensed she was worried about Huang Yong, and suggested they visit. Her chest tightened at the mention of Huang Yong. Soon they found themselves standing before an unfamiliar man. His eyes studied Dakyong carefully, recognition flickering in them before he spoke. It had been a long time, he said. His words were formal, distant, and when he suggested they leave, she stiffened. Then, Huang Yong's father appeared. His expression was firm, his tone clipped. He apologized, saying his daughter was too unwell to see anyone. Young Won remained composed. Calmly, he explained they only wished to inform her they had come. The father's gaze sharpened as he asked who they were. Without hesitation, Young Won repeated his request, and added that he was a friend of Huang Yong. Dakyong held herself still, every muscle tensed. Before she could step in, Young Won spoke again, ending the matter. They would leave. But then, from within the house, a voice cut through the exchange. It was Huang Yong herself. She told her father to let them in. The words startled Dakyong. The father stiffened, tension now visible in the set of his jaw. His refusal came quickly, almost harsh. No young man would enter this house. Dakyong's eyes narrowed, silently questioning his firm stance. The story shifted. A quiet corporate office. Tang sat alone, fingers tapping against the desk, his thoughts sharp, his mood heavy. The air was thick with unspoken weight. After a long pause, the door opened. Their first official meeting. The newcomer's voice was steady, deliberate. As he introduced himself, Xinyoung entered, gaze sharp and cautious, curiosity flickering beneath the surface. He leaned forward slightly, never breaking eye contact. The man across from him stayed silent at first, as though measuring every word. When he finally spoke, his tone was respectful, almost ceremonial. An honor, he said, to meet him. But Zhang did not return warmth. His expression stayed unreadable, his intention clear. This meeting would be brief. He would waste no words. He cut straight to the point, demanding answers about recent events. The man flinched almost imperceptibly, his brows furrowing, unease flickering before he quickly masked it. He feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand the accusation. Zhang's voice remained steady, but firm. He revealed that he had already checked the man's name against the stranger's list from that day. His tone carried the quiet confidence of someone who had already pieced together the truth. The man's posture stiffened. His denial came, but it lacked conviction. He insisted he knew nothing. Zhang pressed on, calm but sharp. He explained that the attack had not been directed solely at Dakyang. It had also been aimed at him. His eyes darkened as he muttered a warning. He had told them not to proceed. The tension thickened. Jiang was no longer simply probing, he was asserting control. A subtle shift passed across the room. The man was calculating now, trying to gauge just how much Zhang truly knew. Then, Jiang revealed more. The attack was aimed not only at Dakyang, but at him personally. Panic flickered briefly in the man's eyes before he masked it once more. His thoughts raced. How had Jiang discovered so much so quickly? What move should he make now? Trying to steady himself, the man offered something in return, framing it as an apology. His words carried a warning. Someone, he said, was trying to kill Zhao Wang, and Dakyong too was in danger. The weight of the revelation hung thick in the room. Jiang went still, his fury restrained but unmistakable. The story shifted again. Jian's house. Her father sat rigid, frustration written across his face. His voice was sharp, unwavering, as he spoke. No young men, he reminded her sternly, should ever be allowed into the house. His tone carried authority that demanded obedience. Jian's patience snapped. Her father's stern words were the final spark. She lashed out, her voice sharp, telling him to leave. The words cut through the air, breaking the tense silence. The story shifted to Dong Sit's house. A quiet knock at the door signaled the arrival of visitors. Her father welcomed them politely, offering neutral hospitality, but the atmosphere soured almost immediately. Zhang interrupted, dismissing the courtesy, insisting there was no need for pleasantries, urging her father to leave them be. The unspoken frustration hung heavy in the room. In the bedroom, Dong's father muttered under his breath, questioning what business these visitors had in his daughter's room. His irritation was clear, though he did not press the matter. Instead, he urged them to leave quickly, but his words went unheard. The four of them sat together, bound by the weight of unfinished conversations. It was Young One who broke the silence. He spoke softly of Dakyong's concern for Jian, revealing that she had cried through the night, unable to rest from worry. Jian's expression shifted, uncertain at first. Young One pressed gently, asking if she was all right, if she could speak. Jian exhaled. She admitted she remembered little of what had happened, and assured them it was fine. Leon One stepped in, offering comfort, saying it was better to let go of painful memories. His words carried reassurance, though Jian's eyes still clouded with doubt. She looked toward Dakyong, inviting her to speak. Hesitant at first, Dakyong finally said that whatever she had spoken earlier, she meant it. Jian sighed, her voice carrying unexpected vulnerability as she admitted she was the one who should apologize. The words caught Dakyong off guard. Silence lingered between them. Then Jan asked cautiously, was Dakyong's behavior because of the grading system? Was it because Jan was only at the 3rd level? Dakyong's reply was clear and unwavering. She said she did not care about levels. That was not the reason. She reminded Jane of what she had told her before, her eyes steady, searching for a reaction. Jan's voice grew quieter, her frustration laced with sincerity. She accused Dakyong of not understanding what it meant to be a low-level student. She spoke of the constant attention, the treatment, the weight of being marked as lesser. Her voice cracked as she warned Dakyong not to speak without knowing the truth. The pain she had carried broke through, her suffering laid bare. Dakyong's tone softened. She apologized quietly. She accepted Jan's pain, and then she added something else. She had acted out of necessity, not malice. She feared for Jan's safety, feared that her own actions would drag Jan into danger. She confessed that what she wanted most was to protect Jan's ordinary precious life, even if no one else understood. Her words fell heavily, filling the room. Jian's lips trembled. She muttered that Dakyong was foolish, that she should have said this from the very beginning. Tears shimmered in her eyes. She wiped them quickly, steadying herself, and reaffirmed that being at the 3rd level had never mattered. She admitted she had first sought Dakyong's company because she felt alone, but now, she was honest. She truly liked her. She didn't care what others thought. She promised she would remain strong. Dakyong flushed, caught between embarrassment and silence. Jaein smiled softly, confessing that she wanted to be like Dakyong. Life without her, she admitted, would hold no meaning. She wanted to rely on her. Dakyong swallowed hard, her voice breaking as she asked if Jan would ever give up on her. Jan's smile only widened. No, she promised. She would not, because they were friends. The reconciliation came almost naturally, as though a day's worth of wounds had been stitched closed in a single moment. And yet, a trace of doubt lingered. A part of Dakyong wondered if making peace had been a mistake, but the moment had passed. Jaein had already reminded her of their promise to go to the beach together. Her tone carried a teasing edge as she held up a bikini with clear irritation, demanding why she was being made to wear it. Young-won chuckled, teasing that it looked beautiful. Jan's exasperation deepened, and Dakyong wondered fleetingly how much had been spent just to make this fragile reconciliation possible. She muttered that she would choose her own later, but Gong insisted, pointing out the tags still intact, urging her to take them. It was a small argument, but the air remained taut. Outside the room, the boys waited awkwardly, having been kicked out. Young whispered about how well Jian and Dakyong truly got along. Another boy nodded, thanking Dakyong for coming willingly, calling him brother. The brief exchange carried quiet warmth. Then, unexpectedly, Jian's father appeared. His expression was difficult to read, his eyes red-rimmed. He muttered something about a beautiful friendship, about how Jian had chosen well. He sat down heavily on the floor, gripping his knees, his voice strained. His presence pressed silence into the room. Jian questioned him softly, her concern clear. But before he could answer, a sharp scream shattered the stillness. Everyone froze. The scream rang out, unmistakably Jan Sip's voice. The tension snapped like a string pulled too tight. Everyone rushed toward the sound, bursting into the room. What they found stopped them cold. Under the dim light, Dakyong stood exposed, her scars stark against her skin. Jian froze, her breath caught in her throat. The sight told its own story, long, silent, and unbearable. Jian's voice broke the stillness. He recognized the truth instantly, calling the scars what they were, signs of domestic violence. He urged them to call the police. But Young-won intervened, his voice urgent, almost desperate. He begged Dakyong to cover herself, his words carrying a weight of protection. Then her father's thunderous voice cut through the chaos, demanding answers, demanding everyone leave. No one was to look any further. His command shook the room. When the shouting ended, silence fell again. Tension lingered, unspoken but heavy. No one dared mention what they had seen. It was Jian who finally broke the silence. Her voice was quieter now, reminding Young-won of their promise to go to the beach together. He hesitated, then agreed. Jian's eyes narrowed, her familiar stubbornness shining through. Leon-won exhaled, annoyed. He asked why he had to join children on such a trip. Jian challenged him, questioning his age. He revealed, almost casually, that he was 28. Her eyes widened in surprise. She teased him to call her uncle, easing the mood for a moment. Then Young-won shifted the focus. He had something for Dakyong, the very thing she had asked for the day before. Slowly she pulled out a group photo from the sports festival and handed it over. Jen's face lit up as she held it. Another boy grinned, showing he had one too. But Dakyong admitted the photo wasn't hers. It belonged to JH, and she revealed that LJH also had one. The words carried an unexpected weight, heavy with implication. Jian was surprised. Speaking of trying to get along better with JH, she offered to deliver the photo, but Jian quickly cut in, insisting she could give it to him herself. Jong-won smirked, asking if Jian and Dakyong fought the moment they met. Jian scoffed, denying it, though doubt still lingered. Jong-won muttered that their arguments came from Jian's stubbornness, and that their friendship had almost been broken. Time slipped quickly toward the weekend. Plans were set on Saturday, they would all make the round trip. Yi announced it with authority, insisting everyone attend, including Young-won. No one argued. And yet, unease lingered. Dakyong couldn't shake a thought about Lee Jae. Her phone buzzed with a message. "Are you there?" She inhaled sharply, whispering his name. She had just seen Shin Young-won, her pulse quickened. Before she could react further, Jung-won called out, saying he needed to make a phone call. Dakyong ignored his question about who she would call. Stepping outside, she dialed quickly, her voice uncertain as she asked Jad Kyung what he meant by his last words. The reply was clipped, an invitation to Hangyong's place. Dakyong refused, promising she would call again later. But she was not alone. Young-won stood behind her, arms crossed. His voice was firm, reminding her she didn't have to involve herself in this. She sighed, insisting it was different now. It was her business too. His expression shifted, unreadable, his voice teasing. He reminded her that they were lovers. She stiffened. Her reply was sharp, that he had kissed her first, that he had confessed. He tilted his head, pressing if that wasn't dating, what were they? Just friends. Her answer was firm, they were friends. He smirked, asking if she kissed all her friends. His hand lifted, cupping her cheek as he leaned closer. She shoved him back instantly. Her voice rose, warning him not to do that again, or he would regret it. Young only laughed, unbothered. He told her it was fine, if she let him. Frustrated, she muttered that he was mad, too much for her to handle. She ordered him to stop, insisting again they weren't romantically involved. "Then what are we?" he asked, amusement flickering in his tone. She hesitated. Finally she gave it a name. They were in an ambiguous period, that was what it was. He chuckled, admitting he disliked the word but would accept it, for now. She was too cute, he teased, urging her to hurry back. When they returned, the tension had not faded. Someone asked where Dakyong had gone. The answer, she had gone to see Jae. Silence fell. Frustration tightened Ninghwan's expression. She had left without telling him, and with her gone, the question weighed heavier than before. What exactly was the relationship between the three of them? Later, Dakyong sat in JH's car. The silence was oppressive. Neither spoke. The air inside felt colder, heavier, dragging her thoughts deeper into unease. His words echoed in her mind. He had said he had gone to see Shin Young-won himself. That could only mean one thing. Jong's bond with Seong had always been close, but today Dakyong felt it. Everything might come to an end. Her thoughts wavered on the edge of reason, almost madness. And yet, in moments like this, it was the smallest details, the most insignificant fragments that drew her focus. Finally, she broke the silence. She asked if he had met Shin Munan. "Yes," Jaeong replied. "Yesterday." He quickly shifted the topic, reminding her she had said she wanted to go home. She nodded, confirming it, and asked why. His gaze lingered on her. "Why are you still wearing that?" he asked. The implication hung heavy in the air. She didn't understand. His words were abrupt, sharp, as if he were forcing her toward a truth she wasn't prepared to face. Doubt spiraled inside her. Was it important? A clue? A warning? But before she could make sense of it, he dismissed the moment with a mutter, "Nothing." The sudden shift unsettled her. A flicker passed through his eyes, unstable, dangerous, unpredictable. Her instincts screamed. She remembered that incident from the past, the trauma that had haunted him, but now it felt deeper, twisted into something darker, something unresolved. Then he spoke again, calm, but with a weight that felt more like a threat than a request. "Sleep in my room tonight." Her breath caught. Steadying herself, she asked what he and Shin Munan had talked about, but before he could answer, she cut in again, demanding to know how they even knew each other. He inhaled slowly, admitting the truth. They already knew one another, and yes, they had spoken about her. The words hit like stone. About her. His expression hardened, his tone dripping with venom. "I hate those guys," he said, "and since you stir one of their targets, that means you were either abandoned by them, or you betrayed them." His eyes locked on hers. He said he believed she was different, that maybe they stood on the same side, but then came the question, sharp and deadly. "Then why do you want to harm me?" Her breath froze. A knife gleamed in his hand, its tip aimed at her. His grip was tight, emotions volatile. She forced herself to stay calm, urging him to put the blade down. Her thoughts raced back to Shin Moonin, anger flashing within her. Again she told him to let go, but he didn't move. Instead, his voice deepened. This is your last chance. I won't resist. If you want to act against me, do it now. His hand trembled as he pressed the knife into her palm, pushing it toward his own neck. His eyes bore into hers, raw, unwavering. Panic surged. She gasped, insisting she didn't know what he meant. She was just a student. He exhaled shakily. I want to believe you, but the facts say otherwise. Then came the blow. He revealed what he believed. She was a former member of the organization that had betrayed Siang. He pointed out her unmatched fighting skills, her impossible survival against professionals. He reminded her that her records were sealed, her origins obscured, even her name hidden. Are you really Lee Dakyong? He demanded. Do any of your faces belong to you at all? The tension snapped. She yanked the knife from his hand and hurled it across the room. The metal clattered against the floor. Then she seized his face, forcing his gaze into hers. Her voice was steady, cutting through his madness. If I wanted to hurt you, I had countless chances, she said. Why do you believe the words of someone you claim to hate? Her grip tightened. You are being controlled, manipulated. For a moment his eyes widened, realization flickering, but then it vanished. His body swayed and collapsed onto the sofa. Panic overtook her. She rushed to him, shouting his name, shaking his shoulders. His body was rigid, unmoving. She pressed against his jaw. No movement, no breath. Terror gripped her chest. She began CPR, her palms pounding against him in desperate rhythm. She leaned down, giving him air, fighting the dread that he was slipping away. Time blurred. Seconds dragged. Then, his body jerked. His eyes fluttered open. Relief broke through her fear. But before she could speak, his hand shot up, seizing her wrist, and then he kissed her. It was fierce. Sudden, consuming. Shock surged through her, but he didn't stop. The kiss deepened, overwhelming, and in the next heartbeat, he flipped her onto the sofa, pinning her beneath him. His breath came ragged, hot against her skin. Her voice trembled as she asked what he was doing. Fear threaded every word. His eyes were raw, unfiltered. He muttered through clenched teeth, admitting he didn't understand anything anymore. He didn't know what he wanted from her. His voice carried something dark, and uncontrollable. And it was closing in fast. Ja-hyun carried memories that weighed on him like chains. Since childhood, he had been weak, plagued by an incurable illness. That frailty defined him, his body, his choices, his future. He remembered one particular fight from his youth. A boy had insulted someone's poor mother, and Ja-hyun struck back. The scuffle itself was meaningless, fists flying in the dirt. What lingered was the sting of words thrown at him afterward, accusations that he was unfair, cruel. Blood dripped from his hand that day, and a familiar voice cut through the haze, calling his name in alarm. His wound didn't matter, pain felt distant to him. What mattered was the reminder, the warnings he heard his whole life: avoid bleeding, avoid injury. His disease wasn't fatal, but the danger of even the smallest cut was constant. To others, it was routine. To him, it was nothing but suffocating. His mother stood by silently, lips tight, reminding his father of the doctor's orders. His sister sighed. She suggested he be removed from the list of candidates. Her words weren't cruel, but they pierced like knives. The rejection wasn't personal, they said. It was strategy. Still, the meaning was clear. Someone this weak could never represent the group corporation. That night, lying in bed, he listened to their voices drifting through the house. The conclusion had already been made. A nurse adjusted the IV in his arm, speaking softly, urging him to learn to manage it himself. But fear ran too deep in his bones. His mother entered then, her voice sweet but false, her smile too polished. She called him the youngest, showing him off as if he were fragile porcelain. The man beside her wasn't his father, it was the butler. She ordered him to address Hume properly. Then came another figure, Director Shin Moo-young-woon. The name was unfamiliar, unsettling. He greeted Hume coldly, and the weight in the room grew heavy. His mother's voice followed, even colder, confirming to the director that her son had been removed from consideration. His health is unreliable, she said flatly. Hume barely heard her. He smelled something stronger beneath her perfume, the metallic tang of blood. His stomach twisted. When he left the room, his younger sister was waiting in the hallway, tension written on her face. She asked about their eldest sister, who had been gone for a week. Worry laced every word. Their mother's response was sharp, defensive. She denied everything, demanding why she was being questioned. But dread pressed down on Hume's chest. Days later, his worst fear came true. His eldest sister was found dead. The funeral was quiet, grief lingering in the silence. Hume whispered words for his sister, but they felt empty, hollow. Outside, he overheard a conversation. His mother, calm as ever, asked someone to book her a plane ticket to somewhere quiet. She admitted she was afraid of being caught. The stranger asked if the evidence had been destroyed. Her answer was simple, yes. Hume listened, horror creeping through him. The coldness of power disgusted him, but worse was the realization that he was being shaped into one of them. Time moved forward. In the present, Jun exhaled slowly, his eyes fixed on Daong, who trembled, sweat streaking his brow. Jun pulled him into a steady embrace, saying nothing. Daong shifted the subject. She apologized, saying this wasn't the right moment to talk about love. Instead, she mentioned Seyoung. If Dakyung truly hated him, then perhaps their goals were the same. She explained that when she first met Shinmu Young-won, he had told her the same thing he told Dakyung, that Jong was her enemy. It seemed like a deliberate attempt to turn them against each other. Curious, Daong asked when this happened. Daong answered, before she ever moved into his house. She hadn't believed Shin. She only wanted to verify things herself. To her, Daong was more trustworthy than the director. He asked why she placed such faith in him, given how little time they'd known each other. She replied that even now he was concerned for her, and that concern mattered. Still, she admitted she couldn't fully trust him yet. For that to happen, she needed him to reveal everything, his ties to Shin, to Cyan, and the truth behind it all. His face showed surprise. He hesitated, then leaned back, saying only that he needed more time. She accepted. Calmly, she said she would return to her room. As she walked away, she pulled out her phone, and then she made a call. A familiar voice greeted her through the phone. It was Shinmu Yam-won. Her hand tightened around the device, rage rising in her chest. Her voice dropped, low and dangerous, as she demanded to know what he was playing at. Lies, manipulation, betrayal, and death. All of it pressed in around her. There was no turning back now. Dion's fists clenched. Frustration burned beneath her skin. She couldn't believe he had spoken to Lee Jae-yong. Her words grew sharper, every syllable laced with anger. She demanded to know his motives, why he was holding her back. Shinmu remained calm, even amused. He said he trusted her, adding cryptically that the ground grows stronger after rain. To him, this was not a confrontation. It was an opportunity to deepen their bond. Da-hong dismissed his words. She told him to stop wasting time and act. His response stayed steady, his tone like stone. If she failed, she would be the one to pay. Then he twisted the knife. He reminded her of Huang Sheng, hinting that the girl's death was no accident, that she had become a casualty because of them. Her expression darkened. She asked if it was truly his doing. He confirmed it with a smile. The oil explosion had been no accident. It was his work. He told her to seize this chance, to act quickly, and promised that next time they met, he expected results. Then he left her there, seething. Rage boiled in her blood. She cursed under her breath, biting her lip hard enough to taste iron. Her thoughts raced. She needed to kill Shinmu Yem-won. But how? Urgency drove her into the library. She brushed her fingers along the shelves, eyes scanning for anything useful. Then she froze. A book she had once longed for, but never been able to reach, now stood within grasp. She pulled it free. A hidden passage opened. Her breath caught. Inside lay a secret stash. Supplies, medicine, bloodied clothes, and a gun. The weight of it crushed her chest. Everything pointed back to Lee Ji-hyun. Before she could take it in, a voice echoed behind her. Footsteps followed. Panic surged. A man entered, his tone cautious as he addressed her. She forced her face into calm, pretending to be reading, but the book in her hands was upside down. He noticed. Before the tension could snap, a loud noise interrupted them from outside. He acknowledged it but pressed her again, demanding a proper answer. She repeated her excuse, clinging to her story. He studied her carefully, then asked if she was lying. She smirked. Another voice cut through the tension. The atmosphere shifted as a second figure entered. He addressed Jae-hyun, explaining the disturbance. Jae-sep's eyes locked on Daing. His question was direct. What are you doing here? She inhaled deeply, then answered with a partial truth. She admitted she had gotten angry during a call and punched the bookcase. That much was true, she told herself. Jun considered her, then nodded. He told her to come to his room. His bodyguard hesitated, but Jin dismissed his concerns. He said he would extend her some trust. From his drawer he revealed a vial of medicine. He explained that he required regular injections for a hereditary condition. She examined the vial carefully, asking what it was. A coagulation factor, he said, his tone sharp. Nothing suspicious, and it stays between us. She asked again, her doubt plain. He scoffed, demanding what kind of person she thought he was. Her mind, however, replayed what she had seen earlier. Anyone would suspect otherwise. He pressed the vial into her hand. Test it if you don't, Set believe me. She accepted it silently. Then, changing the subject, she pulled out a photograph from the school sports festival. Young Won had asked her to deliver it. Jun's expression softened slightly. He apologized for the knife incident. She accepted. The next day, the school felt different. The air itself carried tension. Dong yawned, still drowsy as she walked. Jae-hyun noticed and asked if she had slept late. She replied that she had gone to bed early. Gone. He greeted her cheerfully. John teased, surprised she had even come to school. Dong brushed it off lightly. She would not stay depressed over such things. The school hallway buzzed with restless energy. Students chattered and moved about, their voices blending into a constant hum. One student with glasses approached her, asking casually what she was doing. She replied that she was preparing for the upcoming exam with Young Woon, yet she couldn't recall who this boy even was, and quietly wondered about his identity. Before the moment could linger, another student cut in rudely, tossing a careless remark about pink-haired tsundere girls. The group erupted in laughter. Then, a short student dramatically fell to his knees, begging to be accepted as someone's servant. His antics only fueled the amusement. Amidst the noise, someone whispered about Dekong's family being tied to weapons. Irritated, she brushed past the crowd, questioning how so many had suddenly gathered like this. Nearby, Young Woon greeted Jae-hyun and asked if he had received the photo. Jae confirmed. Curious, Dekyong asked if he would be coming to Kim Min. Jae looked surprised, asking in return if she herself planned on going. She hesitated, unsure. Young Woon quickly clarified, it was a beach trip next Saturday. Dakyong protested, saying she wasn't even close to Jae-hyun and had only recently met Young Woon. A bespectacled student, clearly too eager, interrupted excitedly to join. Dakyong snapped at him to be quiet, then turned back to Jae-hyun, pressing him again about whether he would attend. He asked who else was going. She listed the names herself: Taib, Hangin, Min, and Jung Woon. Jung Woon confirmed casually that he would come. After a moment's thought, Dakyong agreed too. The plan was set. Jung Woon decided to create a group chat for the trip, reminding everyone not to forget about it. June nodded in agreement. The mood noticeably lightened. Soon Young Woon asked for Dakyong's phone number. She paused for a moment, but decided she would figure everything out later. As they walked together, the conversation flowed more naturally. Dum casually asked whether Tai Wong had made it home safely the previous night. Jaein, catching his tone, glanced at him before answering. She couldn't help but marvel at Tai Wong's abilities. After all, he had effortlessly fixed her father's company website, a problem that had persisted for years. A brief silence fell. Jian privately wondered whether he acted this way intentionally, as if demanding attention without saying it outright. The boy with glasses broke the quiet, reminding Dakyong to prepare for the exam. She sighed, shaking her head, and told him to study properly, though her mind was clearly elsewhere. Jong-un then intruded with a smirk, offering her a special tour. Suspicious, she asked where. He refused to explain, only motioning for her to follow. Raising an eyebrow, she studied his behavior with mild distrust. Yunwoo chuckled, joking that Dakyong looked like a scammer luring people in. Ignoring the comment, she pulled the spectacled boy aside into a quiet alley. Her voice dropped lower as she said she had a question. He froze nervously, worried she was about to threaten him. Leaning against the wall, she reminded him of the toy gun he had made during the sports festival. He confirmed it, curious why she brought it up. She asked if he could make another. At first he assumed she liked his creations, but her tone shifted. This time she wanted a real gun. His eyes widened in alarm. He demanded to know why she needed such a thing. She pressed harder, demanding an answer. Trembling, he struggled for words, but before he could respond, Jian's voice echoed down the alley. She appeared, holding the bag Dakyong had forgotten the day before. Startled by the scene, Jian asked if Dakyong was robbing him. Dakyong brushed it off with irritation, telling her to stop imagining things and just return to class. As they walked back, the boy with glasses stayed silent, realizing this was now a dangerous secret between him and Dakyong. Leon glanced back suspiciously, asking why he was trailing behind. He stammered that Dakyong had called for him, soon mocked him, pointing out that the classroom was in the opposite direction, and teased him for wandering aimlessly. Muttering under her breath, she joked that at this rate she'd end up back in nursery school instead of high school. Just then, a blonde girl appeared, calling out to Dakyong. Turning, she saw her for the first time. The girl introduced herself as Inea, and said she had been curious about Dakyong. She explained that during her absence, Dakyong had become well known at school, even attracting Jung Woon's attention. Cautiously, Dakyong asked if Ina knew Young Woon well. Ina nodded, describing their relationship as close, but when asked about Jae-hyun, she admitted she didn't know him and found him distant. Then, with cheerful energy, Ina suggested exchanging phone numbers, saying they might have much to share in the future. Dakyong hesitated, but agreed. Before anything more could be said, Gon grabbed Dakyong's hand, pulling her along and insisting they were late. The spectacled boy stumbled behind them, calling out for them to wait. Afina stood still watching them leave, muttering that it was a strange way to exchange numbers. Nearby, another girl scoffed, commenting that Lee always surrounded herself with such people. Akrana brushed it off lightly. The pink-haired girl chimed in sarcastically, saying she admired Dakyong's prideful and indifferent aura. Another warned Akrana Belain that compliments from someone ranked number 1 often brought misfortune. Akrana only shrugged, apologizing casually, saying her only flaw was being too kind. The group eventually moved toward the classroom. The pink-haired girl complained about being hungry and hating fourth period PE. Young teased her to eat 2 meals at lunch. She protested, worrying about her weight, but soon agreed with laughter. She admitted Dakyong was hard to deal with. Outside on the playground, students played volleyball. Laughter and cheers filled the air. Gon shouted out suggestions for exam answers while watching the game. Dakyong noticed how comfortable and familiar the group had become with one another. Don teased that Ji's brain wasn't as sharp as he thought. Gun glared, annoyed at the insult. From the side, Aina smirked as she watched the dynamics unfold. She commented on how cool June looked, and another nearby agreed, calling June the top student in school. Aina admitted she hadn't seen June in a long while. Dakyong picked up on Aina's slight change in tone whenever she mentioned June. Aina remarked that June had suddenly resurfaced because of the upcoming exam, likening her to a cunning wolf. With a quiet sigh, she wondered aloud what it would be like to learn from someone like that. The boy with glasses finally asked why Dakyong had been searching for Han Jan Wang. He explained that Han Jan had always been the top student during his first year, earning perfect marks in every subject. Dakyong looked surprised. The boy explained further that Yanjin Dolku's perfect record had continued only until middle school. Once he entered high school, he suddenly slacked off, most likely betting everything on the upcoming college entrance exam. The mood shifted. Gon's tone turned serious as he warned Dakyong to stay away from Aina. Confused, she asked why. He simply told her not to get dragged into a psychological battle with that girl again. Dakyong frowned, pointing out that Aina had seemed kind. The spectacled boy sighed, replying, "That's exactly the problem. Aina's friendliness makes anyone criticizing her look like the villain." Before he could say more, a volleyball came flying toward them. Taichin barely reacted in time, but Dakyong caught it effortlessly with one hand. Jan immediately rushed over, asking if she was okay. Hina followed close behind, expressing concern as well. Dakyong brushed it off, tossing the ball back and thanking them. The spectacled boy leaned closer, whispering that it felt intentional. Dakyong's eyes narrowed. She agreed. Though he tried to laugh it away, his tone dropped as he shared a secret. He revealed that he once attended the same school as Aina. Back then, he claimed, she had driven one of her own friends into a corner with no escape. Jian's expression darkened, a painful memory surfacing. In her school days there had been a girl, a rising idol, for reasons no one understood. Ajina seemed to hold a grudge against her. Soon whispers spread. Others began treating that girl harshly, mocking her both openly and behind her back. Even those with no real knowledge of their relationship could see something was wrong. Rumors eventually surfaced online. The idol girl was accused of being the culprit in a scandal. At the peak of her career, she was suddenly expelled from her group. But the truth was different. She had been the victim. Jian clenched her sleeve, certain it had all been orchestrated by Ina. If it had stopped there, it might have been survivable. But when the girl tried to expose Amina's manipulations, chaos erupted in the school. Fights broke out, tensions rose, and then the devastating news arrived. The girl had taken her own life. Jian believed Anna and her powerful family had pushed her to that point, silencing the truth with their influence. Amina remained untouchable, reigning unchallenged at the top. Jian had witnessed it all, but no one else seemed to know. Another volleyball suddenly struck Gon in the face. Blood trickled from her nose as she winced in pain. Anana hurried over, acting concerned, and insisted she visit the infirmary. One of the girls muttered an apology, and Anna glanced at Gon's stained uniform, agreeing it should be checked. Gon mumbled reluctantly while Jian, clearly irritated, thrust a handkerchief into her hand. Dakyong observed the group intently. She asked Jian if these were the same girls who had been playing earlier. Jian confirmed and asked why. Dakyong muttered that the throw seemed intentional. Just like before, Jian admitted that once she had climbed into the top 3 rankings, the bullying had only intensified. Jian's shadow loomed everywhere, and it disgusted her. Yang's expression grew serious. This wasn't the first incident, was it? Yang shook her head. Before Dakyong's arrival, things had been worse. The bullies had seen her as an easy target. Yang scoffed, comparing it to how Jian often treated him. Jian glared back, calling him the strong one. Jiang only chuckled, muttering that their school was nothing less than a survival battleground. After a pause, Yang remarked that this was usually when Jian would insult him. Frustrated, she did exactly that before storming off toward the bathroom. He blinked, wondering if he had gone too far, but no one answered. He quietly walked away. Moments later, Aini approached Dakyong, asking about Gon's condition. Dakyong replied that it was just a nosebleed. Aini feigned concern, saying she hoped she hadn't caused it, but Dakyong confronted her directly, pointing out that her friends were bullying Jian. Aini's expression flickered, but she quickly masked it with surprise, claiming ignorance and promising to speak to them. Dakyuong watched her carefully, suggesting that Jane's closeness with Yongwoon likely made things more complicated. Akana smiled faintly, replying that she believed in justice. Then, tilting her head, she mentioned a rumor that Dang had once bullied Dakyuong. She claimed she didn't condone bullying, but wanted to know what Dakyuong thought. Dakyuong answered firmly. She believed in justice. Anona grew thoughtful, her words dipping into something darker. She noted that people often escaped consequences through power and money, but, she added, there had always been one method to stop them: death. Yongmoon gasped softly, but Dakyuong's expression didn't shift. Ina smirked, her voice steady. People always break down in the face of death. Her gaze lingered, as if finding Dakyuong more interesting with each word. Tilting her head slightly, she remarked that the two of them seemed to get along well. Yongwoon then asked if she and Ina had a good relationship. Ina laughed lightly, saying they were only classmates. Though she didn't truly know him, that small detail caught Dakyuong's attention. Then Ina lowered her voice and admitted they had once shared a secret relationship. The revelation confirmed Dakyuong's suspicion. Ina was the one she needed to draw closer to. Yang brushed it aside as unimportant, but Ina faced Dakyuong directly. Whatever had existed between them, she said, was finished. There was nothing left. Without hesitation, Dakyuong handed Ina her phone and asked for her number. In her mind, Dakyuong knew this connection with Yina would be the key to uncovering everything about Han Jong-won. When Yina agreed with a smile, Dakyuong felt a small surge of triumph. At last, she was making progress. The volleyball game resumed, but Dakyuong's thoughts wandered. Chuman noticed and asked what was wrong. Calmly, she replied that her actions were nothing compared to his bullying tactics. Yet bullying the weak was still wrong. Jian sighed, asking why she chose to bring that up now. Before Dakyuong could answer, someone called her to the stage. Annoyed, she muttered why it had to be her. Then she turned sharply to Jian. "Do you want revenge?" she asked. Jian blinked, startled by the sudden question. Dakyuong leaned in, her voice low but certain. She could help. Those girls would never touch Jian again. But there was a condition: Jian had to promise never to bully anyone again. Jian hesitated, conflicted, but eventually agreed. Frustrated yet sincere, she demanded to know why Dakyuong was suddenly helping her. Dakyuong gave a cool smile. "Because that is my strength," she replied. The whistle blew. The game had barely started when tension split the court. A girl hurled the ball with vicious force, and it slammed into Dakyuong. Shock rippled across the players. Jaehyun stood frozen, whispering in disbelief that the ball seemed far heavier than normal. Gon rushed to her side, scanning for injuries. Dakyuong winced, her ankle throbbing with pain as if twisted. Frustration boiled over. She snapped at the referee, demanding they acknowledge the illegal hit. Jane quickly denied touching her. Dakyuong countered, pointing out her hesitation. Still, the referee stayed silent. From the sidelines, whispers rose, some calling Dakyuong a troublemaker. Yena, arms folded, pressed again. "Are you sure you didn't hit her?" The referee hesitated, then finally gave a small nod, confirming there had been contact. Dakyuong, exasperated, walked off the field. The boy with glasses questioned her elimination. Yan admitted softly that she hadn't felt the ball touch her. Gon agreed, equally confused. The spectacled boy clarified the ball had brushed her hair, and hair counted as part of the body. Gon sighed. Why hadn't Dakyuong protested more fiercely, especially after vowing revenge? Her thoughts were interrupted by another strike. A ball slammed into the spectacled boy's chest. The thrower casually demanded it back. Yet, smiling through the pain, the boy said it felt more like a reward. Jan retrieved the ball and tossed it to Dakyuong. With sharp precision, she launched it across the court. Yena flinched too late. The ball grazed her shoulder and struck the girl behind her. Gasps filled the air as the referee declared them both out. 2 eliminations with a single throw. Yena rubbed her shoulder, grimacing at the sting, while her friend rushed to check on her. Dakyuong called out to Jan, who answered with a cheer. Calm and composed, Dakyuong stood tall, her true strength now exposed to the crowd. She had been holding back, waiting for the right moment. She seized the ball again. With deadly accuracy, another opponent fell. The crowd erupted. Murmurs turned into awe. The spectacled boy, speechless, whispered that the opposing team stood no chance. But John noticed what others missed. Dakyuong's throws weren't perfectly straight. They were crooked, forcing the opponents to catch them, only to be struck by their weight. She wasn't just eliminating them, she was punishing them. The ball thudded heavy in their hands, leaving them wincing in pain. One opponent trembled, unsure if she could continue. She whispered about forfeiting. Dakyuong cut her off coldly. "Stop wasting time." From the sidelines, Jan shouted in support, labeling the girl a troublemaker. The crowd roared, excitement twisted into bloodthirsty cheers. Jan's unease grew. She called out once more to Dakyuong. But with a final merciless throw, Dakyuong struck the trembling girl. Gasps echoed. The crowd erupted. John squealed with delight, rushing to hug Dakyuang in admiration. Even the spectacled boy laughed nervously, admitting he had fallen for this ruthless side of her. Yina approached, still rubbing her shoulder. She smiled faintly, praising Dakyuang's dodgeball skill, joking that she would feel the bruise for days. Then, casually she invited her out for a meal. Before Dakyuang could answer, Jungwon appeared, flanked by Janggun and Jae-hyun. Janggun playfully tapped the spectacled boy, teasing him for missing football practice. Dakyuang noticed Jae-hyun and nudged him to greet the others. But her attention quickly returned to Yina. Their eyes met. Recognition lingered. It had clearly been a long time. Janggun lit up in surprise upon spotting Yongwon. Jan froze in confusion, sensing a sudden shift in atmosphere. A whisper confirmed the reason they used to date. Jong gasped aloud. The mood changed instantly. Yina stepped closer to Yongwon with a warm smile, asking how he had been. But Yongwon froze, his face unreadable. Dakyuang sensed something was wrong. Was it awkwardness from an old flame or something deeper? At last, Yongwon spoke. His voice was quiet, uncertain, his gaze fixed on Yina. "I don't recognize you." The words landed like a blow. The entire group fell silent. A stunned hush spread like wildfire. The final blow hadn't come from the volleyball, but from Yongwon's words. The weight of his calm yet sharp tone unsettled everyone instantly. Yina's reaction was immediate. Her body stiffened, and a flicker of shock crossed her face. Quickly she brushed it off, pretending nothing had happened, and excused herself for lunch. Ecn watched silently, wondering how Jin Wang could forget his ex-girlfriend. Doubts began to form. Had Yina lied about their past relationship? Before the tension could deepen, Jae-hyun casually identified her as Yina. Jane dismissed the confusion, stating that it was impossible to remember every student. Dakyuang shifted the mood, expressing her hunger and urging everyone to head to lunch. The group followed her lead, and the atmosphere lightened as they walked together. Someone brought up the swimming plans for Saturday. Jangin declined, saying he would just watch. Jae-hyun added that he couldn't swim due to health reasons. Dakyuang teased him lightly, suggesting it might be about body image. He smirked, but her thoughts lingered on Jungwon. Whenever swimming came up, he always looked uncomfortable. Silence fell over the table. Dakyuang broke it, asking why everyone had gone so quiet. A spectacled classmate wondered how she could be so certain of her stance. She answered casually, "It's because they were friends." Jayan scoffed, dismissing the idea. Friendship didn't justify everything. Dakyuang brushed it off, urging everyone to eat. The teacher announced the end of class. Students packed up in unison. June approached Dakyuang, asking if it was time for dinner. She blinked, confused. School just ended, she reminded him, nudging him upright. He groaned but invited her to visit his house. She declined, her mind already racing with thoughts of Xia Young and the hidden room she needed to reveal. Jihumi seemed surprised by her excuse. He questioned her doubt, but she stayed firm. Then, unexpectedly, he mentioned that his swimming pool was full and asked if she wanted to swim now. The comment caught her off guard. He didn't feel like Han Jong-won. She couldn't tell if he was genuinely kind or simply pretending. She smiled faintly and promised to come another time. Yang-won offered to walk her home, but she refused. Just then Yang-won and Gan appeared, inviting her to study together. She suggested bringing Ja along, but he declined immediately. Jiang-won found the exchange amusing. Jiang-won shrugged and reaffirmed that she was heading home. Yang-won insisted again on walking with her. Annoyed, she asked why everyone suddenly wanted to escort her. Jiang-won laughed, "Because we're all friends now." Jane watched with mild amusement. She whispered to Dakyuang, calling her an idiot for not seeing the obvious. Dakyuang frowned, confused. Jane clarified, both of them had feelings for her. Dakyuang froze at the thought, unsure if it was real. Jane insisted it was obvious. Still unconvinced, Dakyuang asked why anyone would like her. Jan leaned in, explaining, people admired Dakyuang for her looks, her sense of justice, and her strength to fight wrongdoing. But the praise made Dakyuang uncomfortable, and she asked Jan to stop. Jan sighed dramatically, claiming she had taken it all back and called her rude. A soft chuckle escaped Dakyuang despite herself. "It's easy for good people to attract others," she added. "Otherwise, why would anyone fall for me?" She didn't fully agree, believing Jean's judgment flawed. Jean defended herself, claiming she wasn't wrong. As they parted ways, Dakyuang reminded Jean to reply to messages instead of just reading them. Then she walked off, thoughts swirling. Near her home, a small photo slipped from her bag. She picked it up. It was a group photo. A strange feeling tightened her chest. She wondered what life would be like as an ordinary girl. Laughing freely, speaking without caution, carrying no weight on her shoulders. She gripped the photo tighter. Perhaps it was her impossible dream that made her feel distant. Her phone beeped, snapping her back to the present. She sighed in frustration. Why hadn't the other person answered? Another moment of unanswered communication. Another reminder of her loneliness. Before she realized it, She was standing in front of her house. The front door loomed, her stomach twisting with unease. She reminded herself of the reality she could not escape. Her hand brushed the dagger in her bag. Cold clarity settled in her mind. The enemies would rise again soon. She stepped forward. Her bag slid to the ground as her hand reached for the door handle. The door creaked open. Shadows waited inside. Her breath caught. A chill ran down her spine as she realized the danger approaching. She braced herself, grounded in one certainty. This was her reality now. Just as she stepped inside, a blade shot toward her chest. Reflexes kicked in. She twisted, dodged, and slashed her dagger straight into the attacker's throat. Blood splattered across the walls. Her grip tightened, eyes cold and sharp. Enemies rushed forward, shouting for her head. Their weapons gleamed in the dim light, daggers, bats, and tools built solely for killing. She braced herself, muscles coiled, as strikes came fast. She moved faster, dodging, countering, and slashing with deadly precision. The way they moved felt familiar. Their timing and coordination weren't random. It reminded her of the ambush back then, June's chaos. But these enemies were more skilled, more careful. She drove her blade into a man's gut. His body jerked violently. Blood spilled as he collapsed, and then she recognized him. Confusion swirled in Dakyuang's mind. Was this Shinmong Guan, or someone from headquarters? The thought alone sparked unease, but there was no time to dwell. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her neck with brutal force. Her dagger slipped from her hand, and pain surged as she struggled to breathe. Behind her, the attacker growled in triumph. Another man lunged from the front, trying to restrain her. Instinctively, she reacted. She kicked the front attacker with full force while jerking the man behind her by the neck. Raw strength propelled her free. Breathing heavily, she steadied herself. It didn't matter anymore whether this was Shin Mongwen or someone from headquarters. A fist slammed into her ribs, but she didn't flinch. Her instincts guided every move. She caught the bat aimed at her head and twisted it sharply, sending it crashing into another enemy. Bodies collided violently. She retrieved her dagger, stance sharpened. The remaining enemies paused, muttering curses. Then a sudden realization hit her. She had forgotten something crucial. The thought returned in a flash. With two swift, precise strikes, she eliminated the last two attackers. Their bodies dropped beside the others. Blood spread across the floor like a violent painting. A sharp breath escaped her lips. She understood why she had survived to make them pay. But another thought cut through her triumph. Taiwang, her pulse quickened as her eyes darted toward the corner. A man stepped forward, pressing a blade against Zheng's neck. His voice was cold, warning her one step closer and he'd kill Zheng. Relief washed over her. He was alive, but fear followed immediately. Before she could act, her hair was yanked back. She was dragged violently. A strong arm locked around her, restraining her completely. The voice behind her issued a command: drop the knife or die. This was her final warning. Her fingers trembled around the dagger. The grip was iron strong. She couldn't break free with strength alone. Her mind raced, calculating chances. The man was too powerful, yet surrender was impossible. With sheer will, she twisted, struggling against the hold, breaking loose just in time. Her dagger flashed as she lunged, but he didn't flinch. A sigh of disappointment cut through the tension. That moment said it all. She could not defeat him. Her instincts screamed, but it was too late. His punch crashed into her stomach. Pain exploded through her body, overwhelming and immediate. She collapsed, clutching her abdomen. Each breath burned. Time seemed to stretch, agony spreading with every heartbeat. Above her, the man's voice remained calm, eerily detached. This was her last chance, he repeated. Nearby, Yun remained restrained, mouth taped, eyes wide with emotion. The blade pressed harder against his neck. Justin's blurred gaze fixed on him. Every part of Dakyuang screamed in resistance. She could not die here, not now. Her heartbeat thundered like a wild drum, echoing the rising danger. Dim light barely illuminated the shadowy figure before her. The glint of his dagger was unmistakably cold and deadly, reflecting faintly in the gloom, a silent promise of pain and death. The sharp, commanding voice cut through the silence like a whip. A stark warning: one false move and Taiwang would die instantly. The word struck her like a jagged blade, sending a shiver down her spine. Her mind reeled. This was a cruel trap, laid bare before her eyes. Taiwang was not a shield but a leash, tightening around her will. Staying put would not guarantee his survival, nor would fleeing. Her options were imprisoned by that single terrifying condition. Her breath hitched as the bitter truth sank in. The attacker had no intention of sparing any lives. They were pawns in his cruel game, their fates hanging by threads thinner than spider silk. Her fingers tightened instinctively around the knife. The cold metal pressed into her palm. Yet the brutal truth was undeniable. She could not defeat him in a fair fight. He took a step closer, blade poised, ready to strike. Her instinct screamed this was her last chance to flee. Her teeth clenched. Her legs begged to run, to escape the nightmare. Yet her eyes remained locked on Yongwon, bound and helpless nearby. Emotion anchored her in place, chains forged by compassion and loyalty. She could not release those she cared for, not even slightly. Time and again she had risked everything for others. Her safety, her life, it was her strength, and her curse. A dark, almost hopeless thought crept through the shadows of her mind. The danger was real. The enemy was merciless, and she was trapped, poised between survival and the impossible choice of protecting those she loved. Perhaps a soft-hearted person like her would never be worthy of revenge. The attacker's smirk widened, cruel and confident, the blade catching faint light as he taunted her. His words hung thick in the air, a cruel dare, a challenge, run if she dared defy him. But Zhang steadied herself. Her fingers gripped the dagger firmly. A fierce surge of resolve rose in her chest, burning like wildfire. For the first time, she felt an unyielding determination. Even if death awaited her here, she would not bow, she would not retreat. With explosive defiance, she hurled her dagger, not at the attacker before her, but at the man holding Taiwan captive. The knife cut through the stale air with deadly precision. Time seemed to slow. The blade embedded itself deep in the man's skull with sickening finality. The sharp impact echoed through the room, stunning everyone into silence. The main attacker flinched, caught off guard. For a brief moment confusion flickered in his eyes. He had assumed the knife was aimed at him. That fleeting pause allowed Jiyoung's cunning to outsmart him, but his shock quickly turned to scornful rage. Spitting accusations, he mocked her for wasting her only chance to escape. To him she had thrown away her sole weapon just to attack a secondary threat. Without hesitation, he lunged. His dagger flashed like lightning through the dim light. Ding's reflexes kicked in. She dodged, barely escaping the deadly strike by inches. Her mind raced to keep up with his speed. He was faster, stronger, more skilled than she had anticipated. The sharp edge of fear cut deeper. Soon she found herself driven back, trapped in a corner. The walls seemed to close in like a tightening vice. There was nowhere left to run. Time slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. Survival depended entirely on willpower and quick thinking. Desperately she grabbed the attacker's wrist, locking it tightly. Her muscles screamed under the strain as she summoned every ounce of strength to twist his wrist, aiming to disarm him. Pressure mounted. Every second counted. Break his grip. That was all that mattered. But the attacker acted unexpectedly. He released the knife. His hands were free in an instant. Before Jerome could react, his hand shot forward, closing around her throat with crushing force. Pain exploded through her body. Her breath hitched in panic and rage as she struggled fiercely. Her feet barely touched the floor as he lifted her effortlessly, muscles taut with resistance. She kicked wildly, landing a solid blow to his face, but it was useless. He barely flinched. Cold disdain etched across his features. He caught her leg in one hand, holding her like a fragile insect. Her breath hitched, terror and frustration rooting her in place. Then, just as hope seemed lost, another figure burst into the scene. Taiwan, battered and weakened, swung a wooden stick with every ounce of strength he had left, aiming for the attacker's ribs. The strike should have landed hard, but the attacker reacted with lightning speed. His bare hand shot up, stopping the wooden stick effortlessly. Taiwan's face twisted in anguish, frustration and desperation. He pleaded for Zhang's release, his voice cracking with pain. The attacker ignored him entirely. With brutal strength, he flung Taiwan aside like a ragdoll. Taiwan crashed to the ground, coughing and trembling, yet he struggled to rise, urging Zhang to escape while he still could. But Zhang did not heed his plea. Her mind was locked on the dagger. With violent determination, she twisted her arm, forcing it downward. Her fingers closed around the blade. With the last reserves of strength, she plunged the knife deep into the attacker's foot. A choked grunt of pain escaped him. For the first time, agony registered on his cold, impassive face. His stance wavered, his balance faltered, but he did not collapse. He looked down at her with a twisted smile, amusement and dark fascination in his eyes. "Stubborn," he commented. Jiang's chest heaved, breaths ragged. Fury burned bright within her as she spat a curse at him. The battle was far from over. The fight for their lives had only just begun. Blood, pain, and determination mixed in the air. Her dagger remained buried in his foot, her grip steady despite exhaustion spreading through her limbs, each movement fueled by relentless resolve. The man steadied himself, eyes narrowing at her stubbornness. He muttered under his breath about her tenacity, noting how weak she looked, and questioning what she could possibly do in this state. Jiang gritted her teeth and lunged without hesitation. He dodged smoothly, calculating every movement, his gaze sharp and cold. Observing her, he thought her swings too wide, too emotional, ineffective, meaningless. A faint amusement flickered in his eyes, though he remained cautious. There was a stubbornness in a wounded opponent that he admired, but he was certain her efforts would end here. Driven by desperation, Duwanga moved instinctively, dodging every strike until she landed a single punch on his face. It wasn't enough to stagger him, but it gave her a momentary edge. Clutching her knife, she swung again, her strikes filled with frustration and raw determination. Exhaustion crept in. Her legs buckled. She fell to her knees with a dull thud. She cursed silently, wishing her strength had been just a little better. The man exhaled, glancing down at a faint cut on his neck. His fingers brushed the wound and his eyes darkened. Acknowledging her effort with a muttered word, he abruptly lashed out, kicking her face. The impact sent her reeling, her vision blurred. Indifferently, he picked up his phone and called the director, his tone cold and methodical. But when his gaze fell on Daeyoung struggling on the floor, his lips tightened, locking eyes on her. He grabbed her phone, scrolling through it with an unreadable expression. He mocked her, questioning why things had escalated and why Lee Hyun was still alive. His taunts dripped with scorn, suggesting she should have handled it herself. Despite the pain, Jeong's mind raced. She ordered him to instruct his troops to bring Lee Hyun to his house. The man laughed, calling her an idiot. She had no cards left, he claimed. Even gaining the president's favor, he warned, would be useless without controlling people like him. He questioned how far she thought she could climb, and whether she was done with her foolishness. His smirk deepened. If she had cooperated, he might have given her one last chance. Now no choice remained. He commanded Young Chil to take her back alive. Young Chil stepped forward, eyes sharp, taunting her boldness, daring her to speak freely in front of President Lee. Jeong's pulse thundered as the man loomed over her, accusing her of foolish resistance and declaring that people like her should have been eradicated long ago. He roughly forced her mouth open, but then suddenly, a jolt cut through the tension. Daeyoung appeared, firing a taser into the man's neck. The attacker convulsed, his body racked with sudden pain. Daeyoung rushed to Daeyoung's side, pulling her up. He called her stubborn, urging her to run, but her eyes blazed with fury, focused on finishing the fight. Daeyoung's grip tightened, pleading with her to stop. The attacker glared after them, still weakened from the shock. Daeyoung carried Daeyoung on his back, sprinting through the alley with ragged breath fueled by sheer will. Voices shouted behind them. A taxi appeared. Daeyoung flung open the door, begging the driver to take them anywhere, quickly. The driver frowned, nearly striking them with the car in protest. Daeyoung pleaded again, explaining their desperate situation. The driver hesitated, questioning the destination. Daeyoung whispered, "Near the school, a town with tight security, where taxis aren't usually allowed." He glanced behind him, worried they were being followed. Checking on Dong, he realized just how badly injured she was. He muttered to himself, frustrated that no one was coming to save them. A hospital was impossible, capture was certain. It was just the two of them now, and that thought weighed heavily. The driver finally stopped, declaring they had arrived, but payment was demanded, and Daeyoung admitted he had no wallet or phone. The driver scoffed, threatening to call the police. Daeyoung's chest tightened with despair. He explained their escape, begging for understanding, but the driver refused to move closer. Coldly, the driver began dialing the authorities. Then, a sudden knock at the window. Daeyoung turned. Outside stood Jung-won. His presence changed everything. After repeated pleas from Daeyoung, his older brother Jung-won had finally arrived. Seeing his younger brother injured in the cab left him stunned, the tension of the moment hanging thick in the air. Rain poured steadily as Jung-won paid the taxi fare, taking responsibility for both his battered younger brother and the unconscious Deng. Deng hung limply over Daeyoung's shoulder, oblivious to the world around her. Jung-won's eyes filled with concern as he studied Daeyoung, noting the blood-soaked clothes and the exhaustion etched on his face. Shivering but determined, Daeyoung insisted he could walk, brushing off his brother's worry. "Just my ankle. It's fine," he muttered. Jung-won was speechless, unable to believe his eyes. Blood soaked through Daeyoung's clothes, yet he carried himself with unwavering resolve. Daeyoung casually thanked his brother for covering the taxi, promising to repay him and contact him later. He turned to leave. Jung-won called after him. "Wait, who's the girl? Is that Jung?" Daeyoung's reply was curt. "Don't worry about her. Sorry, I'm in a hurry," he said, moving again. Jung-won persisted, asking where he was headed. Daeyoung's heart tightened. He silently begged his brother not to ask, not about what had happened, not about the injuries. He had no energy to lie or explain. Before Daeyoung could retreat into silence, Jung-won spoke gently, offering him a place to rest. "It's my personal space," he said softly, "but right now, it's the safest place. No questions. Just rest." Those words struck a chord deep within Daeyoung, bringing back a memory of a time when someone had offered him shelter and reassurance in the same gentle way. That memory softened his resistance. He could not refuse his brother. Moments later, Daeyoung carried Danong to Jung-won's house. The moment they stepped inside, exhaustion overtook him, and he sank to the floor. Jung-won immediately knelt, asking if he was all right. Daeyoung reassured him, insisting it was just fatigue after finally allowing himself to relax. "Check on Danong first," he urged. Gently Jung-won laid Daeyoung on the bed. checking her pulse. Relief washed over Tai Wong when he confirmed she was still alive. Jung Won observed her condition in silence, noting the surprising vulnerability of someone with such a strong physique. I was truly worried something terrible had happened, he admitted softly. Tai Wong, overwhelmed with guilt, confessed, "It's all my fault. If only I could have done more." He sank to the floor, weighed down by remorse, and eventually drifted into a restless sleep. Jung Won carefully lifted him onto the sofa, covering him with a blanket. He looked outside at the rain-slicked streets, and whispered to himself that they were not the bad people. Later, he turned to check on Deung in the next room. The sight that met him made his heart tighten. Blood stained the bed. Deung stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. Her gaze, clouded by trauma, fell on Jung Won, and in her panic, she mistook him for one of her attackers. Terrified, she grabbed a pair of scissors, warning him to stay away. Jung Won's voice was calm and steady. "It's over, Jung. You're safe now." He moved closer slowly, letting her see his face, trying to bridge the gap of fear. She recoiled, repeating her warning, ready to strike. With patience and gentle strength, Jung Won finally embraced her, whispering softly, "Everything's okay. It's in the past. You're safe now." Slowly, Jung's trembling began to ease, and she blinked, focusing on him. A shiver ran through her as she realized she had accidentally stabbed him in the stomach with the scissors. Panic filled her expression, but Jung Won remained calm. "It's just a scratch," he reassured her, brushing off her fear. "It didn't even land properly. Rest now." Jung's lips quivered, horrified by what had almost happened. Yet, in that quiet moment, a fragile sense of safety began to settle over her. Jung reluctantly obeyed, sinking back onto the bed, though her body remained tense, her mind racing with questions. How had Jung Won saved them in the first place? Before she could voice her doubts, Jung Won explained calmly that he had run into her brother Tai Wong by chance and brought them both home, seeing how badly injured they were. The mention of Tai Wong made her pulse quicken. She asked about his condition, and Jung Won, with quiet assurance, led her to where Tai Wong rested. "He's stable," Jung Won said. "Vitals are normal, but you're still too injured." Relief washed over Dong, though her mind quickly spiraled back into worry. What about the man who had attacked them? Had she truly defeated him, or was he still hunting them? Doubt and paranoia gnawed at her, threatening to overwhelm her. Seeing her mental struggle, Jung Won picked her up gently, carrying her back to the bed. "Stop overthinking," he urged. "Rest. Tai Wong trusted me, and now it's my duty to take care of you. If I let you push yourself, I'd be failing in my responsibility." Jung lowered herself onto the bed again, exhausted, though she tried to protest. Her legs shook, and her voice wavered as she insisted her injuries weren't severe. Jung Won wasn't convinced. "Do you think I'm a fool?" he asked, eyes sharp. Jung could only apologize, murmuring that she wasn't going to stay long, though internally, every part of her ached to stay strong, to hide her weakness. She couldn't bear him seeing her bloodied, broken, vulnerable. Her attention turned to her hand, stained with blood, when Jung Won remarked quietly that it explained why her speech was slurred, confused and uneasy. Jung resisted as he gently held her face. "Let go," she whispered. But Jung Won's calm persistence didn't waver. Carefully, he examined her mouth, and though she repeated her protests, he pressed on. Then, with quiet weight, he asked the question that shocked her into silence. Had she thought about ending her life? Jung froze, unable to respond. Jung Won watched, silent and patient. Slowly, instinctively, she grabbed his neck, her body channeling the fear and tension that had been coursing through her. Yet Jung Won didn't resist. He let her release her emotions physically until her breathing steadied, and she finally let go. Gently, he asked if Shiny Yun Wan, the name she had mentioned, was the cause of her turmoil. Jung admitted in her mind that she had only just regained awareness, still fragile, still unsteady. Jung Won pressed further, reminding her of the attacks on Li Jae-yong and Huang Ji-chun, the contracts cancelled, and the fallout that had hurt so many people close to her. His words weighed heavily. She screamed in acknowledgement, confirming that it was indeed Shiny Yun Wan, yet she questioned the point. What difference would it make to tell him now? Jung Won's voice was calm but firm. "What is your plan?" he asked. "Do you intend to confront someone so powerful alone? Do you think you can win? Why not run?" But Jung's reply was unwavering. "I can't run. I have to face this now." Her mind raced as she explained why she couldn't escape. Innocent people, her family, friends, even her own past self, all counted on her. She couldn't let them suffer because of her inaction. Jung Won listened, reminded of a woman he had once known, someone who had risked everything to protect the people who mattered to her. He gently urged Jung to step away from danger, to not sacrifice herself in a battle that could end tragically. But Jung, fierce and determined, cut him off. "Stop joking," she said. "Why should I listen to you?" In that moment, the room was heavy with unspoken tension. Jung's resolve blazed despite her exhaustion, and Jung Won's calm persistence tried to temper the storm within her. Both understood the stakes, the danger and the responsibility that had fallen upon her shoulders, but for Jiang, there was no turning back. Jung-won finally explained why he had agreed to help. It was because of a condition he had set. Jung's eyes widened, surprised. A condition? What did he mean? That's when Jung-won revealed it. This was the condition for him to help her eliminate Shin Man-kwan. The offer stunned Dong. Jung-won was willing to help her take down Shin Man-hwan. The idea was tempting, dangerously tempting. If he truly could erase Shin Man-hwan, it would remove a massive obstacle, reveal the man's position, and give her an advantage. She could even consider breaking the promise later if needed. But the thought of Jung-won's reaction if she betrayed him gnawed at her. He didn't seem like someone who would forgive easily. Jiang's mind swirled with these conflicting thoughts, leaving her visibly disturbed. Jong-gwyn noticed her unease and asked gently if she was all right. She didn't reply immediately. Instead, she lay back on the bed, resting a hand against her forehead. Jong-gwyn tried to calm her, telling her to rest and not rush an answer. But Jiang's voice was firm. She didn't need rest. Her decision was made. She would eliminate Shin Man-won herself and didn't want Jung-won to interfere. He remained silent for a moment, then commented on her astonishing resolve. Her words sounded unrealistic, yet he believed her. Perhaps it was the strength of her will. He admired that about her, but the admiration was laced with anger. Her determination was dangerous. It could lead to her own destruction. As he gently wiped blood from her face, his concern deepened. "Why is it that the people I care about always end up like this?" he asked softly. Dayong stopped his hand, curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Who else?" she demanded. "My parents," Jung-won replied. Jiang froze, a deep wave of realization washing over her. Not just his father. Then, she pressed for answers. Jung-won remained calm, only offering comfort, letting her piece together the truth herself. "When did it happen?" she asked, voice trembling. Quietly, he answered. 2 years ago." Even with his own emotional scars, Jung-won's focus returned to her. He asked about her internal injuries, pressing for the timing and severity, but Jung refused to answer. Finally, he learned it had been at the end of summer. As they spoke, her condition visibly worsened. Jung-won asked again if she was all right. "Nothing," she insisted, though her thoughts betrayed the truth. Perhaps she was truly sick, she reasoned, trying to convince herself it was only coincidence. Jung-won, seeing her cold sweat and unfocused eyes, urged her to go to the hospital, promising to accompany her. Jiang panicked. She refused, insisting it didn't matter whether he went or not. Her injuries were minor. She would survive. Jung-won countered, warning her that death wasn't always predictable. Frustration flared in Jiang's voice, as she argued that if her condition were serious, she wouldn't even be able to sit and talk. Yet the signs were clear. Her body betrayed her: cold sweat, unsteady posture, eyes unfocused. She brushed it off, claiming she would be fine after a nap. Jung-won, unconvinced, sarcastically suggested she should be submitted to scientific research. Jung's bitter reply: maybe she had a superpower. Jung-won, taken aback, asked for clarification. She simply told him to stay put. Her odd behavior left him confused. Then he noticed she had taken his phone. He demanded it back, but she refused, turning away and lying down with it in hand. "Don't argue with a patient," she teased lightly. He questioned her logic. She replied only with a playful smirk, claiming to have superpowers yet acting like a patient. Duong fell silent, leaving Jung-won puzzled. Changing the topic abruptly, Diong asked about someone named Anina. Did he really not know her? The sudden question startled Jung-won, and he went silent, lost in thought. Diong noticed his reaction and grew confused, unable to understand why he wasn't responding. Time passed, and as Diong tried to fall asleep, Jung-won suddenly remembered something. "I remember," he exclaimed. Diong startled. What did he mean? He explained it was about Anina. They had dated briefly in 2nd grade. Jung couldn't believe it had taken him so long to recall. She even questioned whether he had really been the top student in school, or if that had been a lie. Jung-won, surprised, asked how she knew that. Jung explained that her classmates had told her about Jung-won, though she found it hard to believe. After all, he always seemed so clueless. Jung-won insisted it was true. Still doubtful, Jung brushed him off. He promised her that the results of the upcoming exam would prove it. Then, with a serious tone, he warned her to stay away from Anina. Diong asked why everyone kept saying that. Jung-won hesitated before describing Anina as troublesome, a person full of flaws. He told Diong not to worry about her and began to leave. Apologizing for waking her, he told her to rest, but Jong suddenly sat up, declaring that she was going out. Jung-won paused, confused, but she dismissed his concern and told him to continue. He tried to clarify if this was about Anina, but Jong said no. When he pressed further, she insisted it was nothing and told him to leave. Jong held her head, clearly struggling. Jung-won noticed her worsening condition and asked if she wanted him to sleep beside her. The scene ended there, leaving the tension unresolved. In the next scene, A new girl waited inside a room. Jae-hung arrived shortly after, surprised to see her. The girl Lee-jaya smiled and said she had been waiting for a long time. Jae-hung asked why she was there, calling her Lee-jaya. She confronted him angrily, upset that he had blocked her after her return the previous week. She demanded to know why she couldn't contact him and who he had been calling so obsessively, especially when he ignored his sister's calls. As she snatched his phone, a call from Do-young appeared on the screen. Lee-jaya noticed the caller ID and spoke Do-young's name aloud. Jae-hung quickly grabbed his phone back, anger flashing in his eyes. He ordered her to leave, telling her not to pretend she understood him. Instead of leaving, Lee-jaya sat down and questioned him further, insisting she did understand. She revealed she had just met Shin Myung-won, who hinted at Jae-hung and Do-young's unusually close relationship. The man had warned her to keep a close watch on Do-young, suggesting she might already be in danger in someone else's home. Lee-jaya smirked, pretending to regret sharing the information, leaving Jae-hung staring at her in disbelief. Elsewhere, Jung-won asked Do-young if she needed him to sleep beside her. Startled, she declined. When he asked what she had wanted to say earlier, she hesitated, but then brushed it off, thanking him for helping her and asking him to leave. Surprised by her gratitude, Jung-won silently thought she was cute, ignoring her request and declaring he wouldn't leave. Jung, confused, reminded him that she had never asked him to stay. Jung-won simply said that her expression alone made him stay, calling her dishonest. Without waiting for a response, he lay down beside her. Jung was shocked to see him so close, and remained silent, questioning why people like him even existed. She tried to make sense of his behavior but decided it wasn't worth understanding. She told herself it was his choice whether to stay or leave, noting the place smelled of blood and was crowded. Surely it should be uncomfortable for him. As she tried to sleep, Jung-won moved closer. Surprised, Jung asked what he was doing. Calmly he replied that he was just retrieving his phone and assured her to rest peacefully before returning to his spot. Though anxious, Do-young began thinking about how strange he was. Moments ago he had been aggressive, capable of tearing someone apart. Now he was gentle and caring. She couldn't understand why he got angry when she was hurt, or why he insisted on helping her. Despite knowing nothing about his past, she noticed something had changed. For the first time he had opened up to her. Jung realized she didn't hate being near him as much as she used to. Even after the recent battle, she found herself wondering if she desired affection more than understanding his past. She accepted her weakness but hoped there would be no more nightmares that night. As she drifted into deep sleep, Jung-won whispered softly that only he could help her, watching over her. He told her not to bear things alone and to call him if she ever needed help. But Jung was already lost in sleep, unable to hear him. The next day, Ji and another boy waited anxiously for the exam to begin. Jung-won entered the classroom, still half asleep and brushing his teeth, prompting Ji to call out to him. Groggily he noted that everyone was already there. Ji expressed disbelief at his multitasking, while a nearby student asked if he hadn't slept well. Jung-won explained that he had rushed over without brushing or washing up. Another student teased if he had stayed up studying, while someone else questioned if he intended to take the exam seriously this time. Jung-won denied it, saying he didn't want to be a nuisance. Kan mentioned she hoped he would challenge Anina's dominance, but also noted that Jung hadn't arrived yet. With the bell about to ring, Jung-won began voicing concerns about Jung when Jae-hung suddenly entered the classroom and asked where she was. A student explained that they had just been discussing her absence. Jae-hung then asked if anyone had tried contacting Dong the previous night. Jung-won, worried, explained that she had been unreachable for a week. Another student added that Dong was often hard to reach. Jae-hung didn't answer, instead turning to Jung-won and asking if he knew anything. Jung-won offered no reply at first, thinking that Daewon probably didn't want him to cause a scene. He couldn't bring himself to tell anyone about her condition from the previous day. Eventually he pretended ignorance and suggested that perhaps she was simply sleeping in. With the bell ringing, he urged everyone to move on. Jae-hong silently watched him walk away. The exam began. As Jung-won glanced at the question paper, drowsiness crept in. He planned to finish quickly so he could get some rest. But memories of Davoln kept flashing through his mind, her disbelief about his past academic achievements, her teasing, the way she had challenged him. A faint smile crossed his lips. After the exam, one of Jae-young's friends approached him, inviting him out for a smoke. Jung-won declined, saying he had quit. Surprised, the friend asked why. Jung-won replied simply that someone didn't like it. When asked if it was his girlfriend, Lee Da-kyung, he interrupted, clarifying that they weren't together. The friend then asked if Jung-won still wanted to have dinner with the group. Distracted, Jung-won only half listened. The friend called out again, asking if he smelled something odd. Confused, Jung-won asked what he meant, and the friend hinted at a strange fishy scent. At that moment, Jung-won noticed someone approaching, another student walking toward him, calling his name and inviting him to eat. Jung-won ignored him and stepped out of the classroom. Jungwon's attention shifted as he followed outside, repeatedly asking what was wrong. Jae-hong, frustrated, snapped at him, telling him to stop following and accusing him of being a bother. Jungwon warned that such behavior could embarrass others, reminding him that Dowoong had asked him to get along with Jae-hong. He urged Jae-hong to explain what was wrong and resolve it through communication. Suddenly Jae-hong grabbed Jungwon by the collar and pushed him toward the window. Shocked, Jungwon watched as Jae-hong leaned in, catching a faint scent on him. Nervously, Jungwon defended himself, claiming it must be perfume and insisting he liked girls. But Jae-hong pressed on, noting that the faint but unmistakable scent of blood lingered on Jungwon's body. Frozen, Jungwon felt stunned. Jae-hong asked if all of this truly had nothing to do with Lee Da-kyung. Jungwon's sharp instincts immediately alerted him. He could sense the blood and he realized the situation was serious. He offered to step aside before discussing further, but Jae-hong, already agitated, redirected the conversation to Dowoong's phone, which had been off since the previous night. Jungwon explained that he normally couldn't reach her anyway, but Jae-hong pressed, noting that she only behaved this way with him. Jungwon grew suspicious, wondering why the faint smell of blood had made Jae-hong think of Dowoong so quickly. Nearby, another student and Jung watched the heated exchange, puzzled by their intensity. Calmly, Jungwon addressed Jae-hong's spiraling thoughts, pointing out that he often lost sight of reason when consumed by his own mind. He questioned if there was a hidden reason behind Jae-hong's aggression. Angrily, Jae-hong accused Jungwon of being arrogant and evasive, always talking about others instead of giving straight answers. Jungwon countered, pointing out that Jae-hong had been unstable lately and might even need medical help. Shocked, Jae-hong fell silent. A crowd of students began to gather as tension grew. Suddenly Jae-hong punched Jungwon in the face, leaving everyone stunned. Without waiting for a reaction, he stormed off. Jungwon calmly called out, telling him not to worry. Jae-hong paused, realizing Jungwon's words. He was only angry because he cared about Lee Daong. Jungwon explained that Daong had been with him all morning, keeping her safe. The scene ended there. The next scene shifted to Taewong and a wounded Daong sitting down for lunch, both visibly battered. Taewong joked about her miserable appearance, and Daong noted that he wasn't looking much better. She asked if the meal had been prepared by Jungwon. Taewong confirmed, mentioning that Jungwon had left a note and stayed with them all night to care for their injuries. Jung asked if Jungwon had treated her wounds himself, and Taewong replied affirmatively, admitting that he had passed out from exhaustion as soon as he hit the bed. Feeling guilty, Taewong added that Jungwon had gone through a lot for both of them. Jung couldn't help but wonder if Jungwon had ulterior motives, her mind spinning with questions. Taewong acknowledged Daong's suspicion, but gently advised her to sometimes accept simple acts of kindness. He reminded her that Jungwon could have easily harmed them if he had wanted to, yet he chose not to. Taewong pointed out that even if someone like Siang were somehow behind Jungwon's actions, there was no proof, no evidence linking them. He urged her to see the situation for what it was and not let paranoia cloud her judgment. At the end of the day, Jungwon was still just a student, and even helping for a brief moment took immense courage from him. Da-kyung quietly agreed, just as Jungwon returned home from school earlier than usual. Surprised, Tong asked why he was back so soon. Jungwon explained there had been an exam that day. Noticing Da-kyung awake, Jong teased that she could barely move her arms. Tanong laughed, saying she had gotten up only because she smelled food. Curious, Jongwon asked if the meal was alright, and Da-kyung happily praised his cooking, admitting that he was even better at surviving than she was. Jong brushed off the compliment humbly. When Da-kyung tried to stand, Jongwon quickly helped her and told her to sit back down. Their closeness caught Taewong's eye, and he asked curiously what was going on. At that moment, Da-kyung noticed a bruise on Jongwon's cheek. Gently touching his face, she asked what had happened. Shocked, Taewong also demanded an explanation, assuming Jong had been attacked by thugs. Jongwon denied it, but under pressure reluctantly admitted the truth, though the actual scene was never shown. Hearing it left both Taewong and Da-kyung stunned. Tong shouted in disbelief, and Da-kyung quickly asked if Lee Jung had hit him. Jong confirmed that there had indeed been some conflict. Taewong turned to Da-kyung, demanding to know what she had done at school. She replied innocently that she had done nothing. Jongwon then admitted that Jae-hong's concern for her felt strange, almost as if Jae-hong already knew something had happened. Da-kyung explained that she had asked Jong to say she was at his house. Jong confirmed that he had done so. Alarmed, Taewong shouted that this would only fuel Jae-hong's suspicions. He confessed that he had been angry and picked a childish fight with Jong. He then admitted the whole issue began when no one could contact Da-kyung, and suggested she should get a phone soon. When Jong's phone rang, Da-kyung asked if it was Ji-hong calling. Jong checked and confirmed. Taking the phone from him, she answered and calmly reassured Ji-hong that it was her, and everything was fine. On the other end, Ji-hong's voice remained calm before the call ended. Afterward, Dakyong returned the phone and asked if it would be alright to call Ji-hong back and inform the others as well. Jong-won urged her to speak with him privately first. Moving to a quieter spot, Dakyong asked what was wrong. Jong revealed that he didn't want her to meet Ji-hong. He explained that Ji-hong's mental state had been unstable, and seeing her injuries could worsen it. He also worried that in her fragile condition, she was pushing herself too hard by worrying about others. But Dakyong reassured him, saying she wasn't worried about Ji-hong, but about Jong himself. Letting Ji-hong see her, she argued, would clear misunderstandings and prevent further conflict. She added softly that it was her way of thanking him for the food. Her words surprised Jong, making him smile. He admitted her kindness felt almost illegal, then promised he would pick her up when she returned. Dakyong, noticing his smile, asked why he seemed so happy. Jong replied with a quiet laugh that he simply couldn't handle her. Then, with a teasing tone, he reminded her that it was time to change her bandage. The next scene shifted to Ji-hong standing on the road. When Dakyong appeared before him, still wrapped in bandages from head to toe, the sight left him stunned. Approaching him, Dakyong asked why he had been looking for her. Seeing her state, Ji-hong's concern deepened, and he asked about her well-being, pointing out that she was covered in layers of clothing despite the summer heat. She replied calmly that the night was turning cold and asked him not to worry. Pressing further, she asked what he really wanted from her, but Ji-hong could not answer immediately. After a pause, he suggested they go for a walk. As they walked, Ji-hong suddenly asked if she did not trust him. The question caught her off guard, and she answered that she trusted no one. Ji-hong challenged her, mentioning Han Jong-won, and asked why she wanted to stay at his house. He confessed that before she answered the phone earlier, he had always suspected Jong-won of having hidden intentions. His words shocked Dakyong. She explained that she never truly wanted to go there, and reminded him she had spent more time at his place. Then, she asked why he hated Han Jong-won so much. Ji-hong replied firmly, saying he had told her many times before. When pressed, he explained that Jong was never sincere with anyone, and he feared Jong would even risk others' lives to achieve his own goals. What troubled him most was why Jong had grown so close to her. He asked what she trusted so much in Jong that made her feel safe with him, fearing that something bad might happen to her. Dakyong hesitated before suggesting that maybe Jong-won wasn't as bad as Ji-hong thought. Then she added something that stunned him further, that perhaps the kind of person he hated was actually her. Her words left him startled. He asked why she would defend Jong, but she clarified that she wasn't defending him. Suddenly, Ji-hong took her hand, repeating her words back to her, that maybe she was the kind of person he hated. To him, that honesty proved she wasn't bad at all. He told her that she couldn't hide her true feelings, and therefore had nothing else to hide. As he spoke, he gently lifted the side of her jacket, revealing the bruises and injuries on her hands. He told her he could see it clearly now. She was a good person, someone not skilled at hiding pain. That was how he saw her. Finally, he asked what had happened the previous day. In response, Dakyong told him everything. Shocked, Ji-hong asked if she had been in a fight. She explained it had been a minor conflict, and afterward she had run into Han Jong-won, who ended up helping her. Concerned, Ji-hong asked if Dakyong's family had shown no care and whether she had reported the incident to the police. Calmly sipping her drink, Dakyong dismissed his worries, saying she would handle it herself and that he should forget about it. She assured him everything was fine now. But Ji-hong grew frustrated, asking if her solution was simply to go to Han Jong-won's house. She firmly denied it. He pressed further, questioning why Guan had done such a thing to her and whether anyone was there to protect her. Once again she insisted she was fine. Ji-hong scolded that she should have at least kept in touch with him. Hearing this, Dakyong turned the question back on him. Surprised, Ji-hong asked what she meant. She reminded him of the sports festival, the day he was shot, and asked why his parents had never visited him. She added that she had never once seen them at his house either. Ji-hong brushed it off, saying that wasn't the main issue, but Dakyong pressed him to tell her the truth. Finally, Ji-hong admitted that his parents didn't even know about the incident. Shocked, she asked if the school or the police had informed them. He explained that his sister managed all his matters, and the school preferred to keep things quiet. He hadn't wanted his parents to find out too soon. When she asked why, he answered that there wasn't enough solid evidence yet. Dakyong pointed out that checking the CCTV footage should be proof enough to show Shin Man-won was at the school that day, but Ji-hong revealed that it hadn't been Shin Man. The revelation left Dakyong silent, lost in thought. She began to suspect someone else, and asked if it could be Ji-hong's sister who had arranged for someone to kill him. He admitted that it was only a suspicion and that he was still collecting evidence. He started to explain that the main issue now was something else, but Dakyong cut him off. She told him that, compared to her, he should be more worried about his own safety. She finally understood why he had seemed so anxious and fearful lately. Then she brought up the attack on Han Jong-won, asking if Ji-hong had done it under psychological pressure. He couldn't give her a clear answer. Dakyong told him he shouldn't resort to violence, especially against Jong-won, who was once his friend, and insisted that he had done nothing wrong. Looking her directly in the eye, Ji-hong declared that he wasn't a child. Dak-yong pressed him again, asking if he realized he was in the wrong. Before she could continue, Ji-hong admitted he had been wrong. Touched, Dak-yong placed her hand on his head and patted him gently, telling him to be obedient. She advised him to make peace with Han Jong-won. Before leaving, she reminded him that she was fine and told him not to worry about her. He should focus on himself. Hearing this, Ji-hong let out a laugh, which surprised her. When she asked why, he replied that it wasn't just her. He had been so angry earlier, but a few words with her had already calmed him down. Jae-kyung acknowledged his words with a faint smile, saying she was glad. Still, Ji-hong looked at her injuries with concern and asked about her health. She repeated that she was fine, claiming she had just hurt herself. She then told him to update her tomorrow about Shin Manhwa and his sister, because she was too tired to continue. Looking closely at her, Ji-hong said she was lying. He pointed out she had a fever. Brushing his hand away, she told him not to worry and insisted it was nothing serious, just some discomfort. As she turned to leave, she told him she would come to school the next day, and they could talk more. She urged him to go home as well. Before she left, Ji-hong asked if she truly wanted to go. She thanked him for the coffee. He reminded her that she hadn't finished her story yet. Walking away, she replied that they would continue tomorrow. Ji-hong stood silently watching her, his heart heavy. Unable to let her go like that, he quickly followed, gently grabbed her hand, and said that if she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force her, he just wanted her to stay a little longer. He admitted softly that he hadn't been sleeping well without her. The house felt empty, and he regretted ever letting her leave. Her absence left him hollow, and he apologized, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he asked her to come back home. Dak-yong touched his cheek gently, noticing how unwell he looked. His lips were chapped, his face hot. She wondered if he had a fever. At her touch, Jae-kyung's face turned red. He quickly held her hand and lowered it from his cheek. She asked if he was all right, reminding him that even though he looked strong, he was still vulnerable. Jae-kyung insisted he didn't have a fever. When she asked why his face was burning, he hinted at his feelings, but before he could continue, loud laughter interrupted. Hunan appeared behind them, teasing with a grin. He apologized for disturbing them and encouraged them to continue. Dak-yong was surprised to see Jong-won and asked why he was there. He casually replied that he lived nearby and suggested they head home. Jae-kyung immediately objected, insisting she should come with him instead, leaving Dak-yong caught between the two. Jong-won mentioned Ji-hong's private ward at home, saying Dak-yong could rest there. Ji-hong agreed, stressing that her health was the priority. Then he asked Dak-yong directly whom she wanted to go with, but before she could answer, he hesitated. He admitted that his sister was home, and that he didn't want to face her, which left Dak-yong surprised. Tension rose again as Ji-hong stepped closer to Jong-won, accusing him of not taking proper care of Dak-yong. Jong-won firmly replied that he was more than capable of looking after her. The argument was escalating until Dak-yong finally snapped. Frustrated, she shouted for both of them to stop fighting. She demanded that they shake hands and make peace, even telling Ji-hong to apologize. Reluctantly, he said sorry, and at her insistence, the two shook hands. Later, Ji-hong bought coffee for Jong-won before leaving. Watching him go, Jong-won remarked that Ji-hong probably felt guilty for slapping him earlier. Curious, he then turned to Dak-yong and asked what she and Ji-hong had talked about, but he found her sitting by the roadside, holding her forehead. Concerned, he rushed to her and asked if she was all right. Dak-yong admitted she was just exhausted. Jong-won quietly noted that she had been pretending to be strong in front of Jae-hong to avoid worrying him. Jae-yong confessed that being weak wasn't the problem. She just didn't want to cause trouble. Jong-won told her to stand and offered to carry her on his back. She refused, but he insisted, calling her stubborn, and decided they needed food and medicine. Without waiting, he carried her home. Back at home, Dak-yong complained that the congee wasn't tasty, but Jong-won encouraged her to eat, reminding her that she was sick. In response, she promised to change his old blanket later. The scene then shifted to school. Zia asked Jong-won if he had gotten home safely the previous day, and he confirmed. Ji-hong followed up, asking if anything had happened. Jong calmly reassured him that nothing was wrong. Watching their interaction, another student, Jian, was confused. How were they suddenly so calm after fighting the day before? Just then, a loud scream erupted. Startled, Jan asked what was wrong. A student waved a paper, shouting that he was back. Jan asked for clarity, and the student revealed the paper. Han Jong-won had scored perfectly in all subjects. The classroom erupted in shock. Even Jan-hong froze, staring at the results. The student emphasized that Jong-won had always been the top scorer. Jan-hong congratulated him. But the same student joked, pointing out that Jong had still answered question 19 with a 3. At that moment, Yina entered and asked Jong-won how he had done on the exam. Excited, the the student asked about her results. Yina admitted she struggled with the narrative question and wasn't sure yet. Turning to Jong-won, she praised his perfect score and asked him to give her extra lessons. Jong-won told her she needed to rely on herself. Watching their interaction, Jam felt awkward and embarrassed. She remembered their previous encounter and found herself longing to see Lee Jong-hong again. Right then, Dakyong arrived at school. Jane rushed to her, excitedly claiming her telepathy had worked. Hugging her, she said she had missed her and scolded her for not answering calls. Jane Hong, watching, commented that Jane was too loud. He then asked Dakyong if she was well enough to be outside, and she replied that she was feeling better. Jane Hong smiled with relief. Another student asked why Dakyong wasn't wearing a uniform. Before she could answer, Jong-won moved closer to her, but Yina stopped him, reminding him of something he had said earlier. Jong-won looked at her silently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Jong cheerfully suggested that since exams were over, she and Dakyong should go swimsuit shopping after school. Noticing Jong-won's strange look, Yina quickly reminded him that the principal had called them, and they needed to go. Students crowded around Dakyong, bombarding her with questions: why she came late, why she hadn't answered calls, why she had been absent. Overwhelmed by the noise, she grew frustrated and asked them to speak one at a time. One curious student asked about her mask, wondering if it wasn't too hot to wear. Dakyong firmly replied that it wasn't, and told them not to touch it. When asked about her missing uniform and how she had avoided being caught at the school gate, she only acknowledged the uniform issue without explaining further. Meanwhile, Jong-won and Yina headed toward the principal's office. Before leaving, Dakyong called out to Ji-hong, asking if they could talk, and they walked off together. Ji-in waved goodbye cheerfully, saying she'd wait in the canteen. As they walked, Ji-hong gently brushed Dakyong's hair aside and asked if she was ready for school again. She nodded, saying she felt much better now. She mentioned borrowing his sister's uniform, though it had torn, and apologized. Jae-hong dismissed Dakyong's worry, telling her it was fine since his sister had already graduated. Still uneasy, Dakyong suggested apologizing in person, but Jae-hong questioned why she was being so formal over something so small. When he realized she wanted to meet his sister, he refused outright. Frustrated, he scolded her for constantly putting herself in danger, and for never truly understanding his feelings. With that, he walked ahead. Dakyong called after him, making him pause. He suggested they check the teacher's room for an extra uniform. As she followed, she thought to herself, with all her secrets now exposed, pretending to be a normal student was impossible, but she still needed to keep up the act. Later, Dakyong emerged wearing a new school uniform. Jae-hong asked if it fit. She nodded. Then, deciding to be direct, he told her that if she revealed the truth about Shin Mong-hwan, about why she had approached Jang-won, and about her current circumstances, he might be able to help her. When he asked if she was listening, Dakyong responded instead that the uniform felt tight, wondering if her body was swollen. Her words caught Jae-hong completely off guard. Realizing what he had said earlier, Dakyong asked if he truly meant he could help her, and how. Jae-hong, flustered, suddenly asked if she even saw him as a man. Confused, she admitted she did. He explained further, she had just changed clothes in front of him as though it meant nothing. Dakyong reminded him she had been wearing clothes underneath, so she didn't see the problem. Exasperated, Jae-hong muttered that conversations with her drove him crazy and walked away. When Dakyong called after him, asking what was wrong, he only told her to take her time and join him later. Elsewhere, Jung-won was with Yina. She reminded him of their earlier agreement to talk. He seemed impatient, and she admitted he probably already knew what she wanted to say. Jung-won remarked that the principal would never seek him out personally. Yina, gathering courage, confessed her feelings and hugged him. She accused him of being cruel and embarrassing her in front of their friends, then asked if he remembered her. Gently pushing her away, Jung-won replied that he had forgotten, though now he recalled she was Yina. She insisted he had never forgotten, explaining that she simply hadn't been able to reach out before. Before she could finish, he interrupted with an apology. He told her if that was all, she should go eat, since there was a party happening. As he walked away, Yina softly whispered Dakyong's full name. That single name made Jung-won pause. Yina noticed immediately and asked if he liked Dakyong. He stayed silent. Meanwhile, Jae-hong was climbing the stairs when Dakyong's earlier words echoed in his mind. He wondered what it would take for her to finally understand him. At that same moment, Yina repeated her question to Jung-won. Did he like Dakyong? Jae-hong overheard and froze. Yina pressed harder, asking directly if he liked Lee Dakyong. Jung-won remained silent. Jae-hong stood shocked. Just then, Dakyong arrived, calling out to Jung-won and asking why he was standing frozen. Startled, Jae-hong instinctively covered her ears, desperate to shield her from Jung's response. Finally, Jung-won spoke. He said he didn't like her. Yina, unconvinced, teased him. She remarked that it really seemed like he did, and that he had finally admitted as much. Dakyong, confused by Jae-hong's sudden actions, tried to understand what was happening. Jae-hong quickly asked if she had heard anything. When she said no, he told her it was nothing and urged her to go downstairs with him. She questioned his behavior, but he brushed it off and hurried her along. Outside, Jae-hong commented that the path to the canteen was long. Then, suddenly, he asked her if she still liked Han Jung-won. Dakyong was startled by the question. She reminded him that she had only ever said she was curious about Jung-won. Nothing more. Jae-hong asked again, seeking confirmation. She dismissed it, saying it didn't matter. Jae-hong teased her, saying she had no taste. Dakyong, now even more confused, asked what was wrong with him. He replied that he should be the one asking that question. Back with Yina and Jung-won, she asked one last time if he truly didn't like Dakyong. Concluding that she must have been mistaken, she thanked him, saying that was all she wanted to know. As she turned to leave, Jung-won called her name and warned her not to bother him again. His sudden smile left Yina speechless. Then, laughing loudly, she asked if that was supposed to be a warning. Yina began to laugh, an unsettling, almost eerie laugh, as her eyes locked onto Jung-won. For the first time, she saw genuine emotion on his face. Though his gaze was filled with contempt, it revealed that he had already seen through her. That explained why he had warned her not to act rashly anymore. Her voice turned desperate. She demanded to know who the girl was. The one who had changed him, the one who could make him show such expression, the one who mattered enough for him to go this far. She repeated her questions, refusing to accept his denial about having feelings for Dakyong. Over and over, she called him a liar, insisting that someone like him could never truly like anyone. With a sneer, she spat that love did not suit him at all. Meanwhile, Ji-hong was stunned when Dakyong revealed that Yina had once dated Han Jung-won. In disbelief, he asked if it was true. Dakyong, just as surprised, learned that Ji-hong had not known either. Muttering to himself, Ji-hong pieced the situation together. But when Dakyong pressed him for clarity, he dodged her questions. Instead, he warned her sternly to stay away from Yina. Confused by the constant warnings, Dakyong recalled what others had already told her. When she asked why she needed to avoid Yina, Ji-hong bluntly replied that Yina was a sicko. Shocked, Dakyong demanded to know how he was so sure. He explained that everyone who knew Yina wasn't surprised anymore. He even mentioned Gwon-jun, who had nearly stumbled into something dangerous because of her. With a grave tone, Ji-hong warned Dakyong never to let her curiosity draw her toward that same danger. Just then, Jung-won appeared, interrupting them. He asked why they hadn't gone inside yet, noticing that Ji-hong was already in uniform. He suggested they all head to eat, reminding them that Ji-chan and Min-jae were probably waiting. When Dakyong asked what was on the menu, Jung-won began describing the meal as the group walked off together. Later, Dakyong and Yan sat on a bench outside the school. Dakyong groaned, saying she felt stuffed. Yan teased her for eating 5 bowls of rice, then pointed out that she was wearing far too many layers for the summer heat. She guessed that Dakyong was hiding scars from a great battle. Dakyong stayed quiet. Nearby, another student trailed close behind them. Annoyed, Yan confronted him about always following. The boy replied that he would go wherever Dakyong went. Yan accused him of sticking close just to avoid being bullied, but Dakyong noticed their relationship seemed to have improved. The boy, offended, shouted that his respect for her was genuine. Changing the subject, Yan suggested they plan beach outfits. Turning to the boy, Dakyong called him by name, Kim Minja, and asked if he had changed his mind. Confused, he asked what she meant. She reminded him of her request. She wanted a real gun. Minja lowered his head and said he would head back first. As he walked away, Dakyong felt betrayed. She asked Yan if Minja's respect had been a lie. Yan, puzzled, asked what she meant, but Dakyong brushed it off. Smiling, Yan reminded her that they were heading to the beach the next day and asked what to wear. Dakyong suggested keeping it casual, though inside she struggled. She knew she had to tell Yan she couldn't go, not only because of her condition, but also because she feared Shin Moonin would interfere again. Yan, beaming, confessed how excited she was. It would be her first time hanging out with a group of friends. She had always longed for this, but in the past her friends had always cancelled on her. Hearing this, Dakyong was quietly touched. Yan said she was truly looking forward to the outing, then asked if Dakyong was too. That evening, after school was dismissed, Dakyong walked with Jung-won. He asked if she had spoken to Huani. She explained that both she and Cho Tai-wong would not be able to attend the trip and asked him to take care of Yan. Jung-won replied that if she did not go, no one else would want to either. Dakyong was surprised and felt guilty. He reminded her gently that they had all been brought together because of her. Without her, none of them would have bonded. That was what made the trip meaningful. She listened in silence as he added that it was fine if she was unwell, and that the others understood the risks around her. To change the mood, Dakyong asked what they would eat for dinner. Jung laughed, teasing her for always thinking about food. Their light-hearted exchange continued as they returned to their room. Jung cheerfully called out to Taewong, announcing their return. Dakyong was shocked to see him already in a swimming suit, preparing for the beach. He groaned in annoyance. Jung-won stared at his younger brother's strange outfit and burst into laughter, questioning whether he had dressed that way just to be funny. Taewong insisted that his outfit was what he wanted to wear. Dakyong, visibly disturbed, scolded him and ordered him out of the room. Taewong muttered that he had expected such a reaction and tried dragging Jungwon along with him. As Dakyong stepped inside, she grumbled under her breath, questioning whether Taewong had any common sense at all, especially after nearly dying just days earlier at the hands of Shimong-won. Outside the room, Taewong and Jungwon began discussing their figures and appearances. Dakyong grew irritated, unable to believe that Taewong still wanted to go to the beach after everything that had happened. Her frustration only deepened when Jungwon appeared in a swimsuit of his own. Taewong cheered and called for her attention, exclaiming that Jungwon looked incredible in the tight outfit. Jungwon, slightly embarrassed and out of breath, admitted he could hardly breathe and quickly unzipped the suit. Taewong, stunned by his brother's physique, stared in awe, while Dakyong stood off to the side, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Jungwon brushed off the concern, saying he would simply buy another suit. But when Dakyong rose to her feet, her expression turned serious. She told them both to change their clothes and asked Taewong to speak with her privately. Once Jungwon had left, her frustration spilled over. She demanded to know if Taewong had lost his mind. How could they plan to travel under such threats? Her voice carried real concern, as she reminded him that Shunmun could easily target them, especially now when they were gathered together and planning a trip. This was the perfect chance for an attack. Taewong said nothing at first, silently sitting down. Taekyong, angered by his lack of response, pressed him again, asking if he was even listening. Finally, he handed her a new mobile phone, explaining that it was for her future use. Surprised, she accepted it. He revealed that he had bought 2 phones, one connected to the office's surveillance camera. Showing her the latest footage, he asked if she noticed anything unusual in it. Taekyong asked him to replay the recording. He then asked if anything strange had happened to her at school that day. She replied that nothing had. He speculated that the conversation caught on the recording might hint at a possible attack planned for Saturday. He emphasized how long the group had been silent and urged caution, even if nothing was confirmed. Reflecting on his words, Dakyong agreed. The timing did seem ideal. Dakyong concluded that they should still proceed with the trip, but remain cautious afterward. She nodded in agreement. Soon after, Jungwon interrupted, asking if their talk was finished and mentioning that he was preparing dinner. Dakyong offered to help. The next morning, Dakyong was brushing her teeth, when Jungwon approached with a hairdryer to help dry her hair. He urged her to hurry or she would be late. She responded softly, curious. He asked if the clothes he had bought fit her well. She confirmed they did. Relieved, he admitted he had worried since he purchased them in a rush. He then asked if she was feeling better. Dakyong thanked him, saying she was all right because of his support. Jungwon smiled, glad to hear that. Then, unexpectedly, she remarked that he would make a great father one day. Startled, he asked what she meant. Embarrassed, she pretended she had said nothing. Stepping closer, he repeated the question. Flustered by his nearness, she stumbled over her words. He warned her not to say such things so casually. It could lead to misunderstandings. When she pressed again, he teasingly told her to change clothes, and even asked if she needed help putting them on. Shocked, Dakyong reacted in disbelief. The scene shifted to school. The teacher announced the end of exams and praised the students for their hard work. She advised them not to stay out late and to be cautious on their way home. The students responded in unison. Meanwhile, Yan tried waking Dakyong, who had dozed off at her desk. She reminded her that school was over and invited her to go shopping. At that moment, Yana appeared, greeting them both. Looking at Yan, she asked if she had urgent plans. Yan, uncertain, said no. Yana then requested to speak with Dakyong first. Surprised, Yan agreed and stepped back. Dakyong, wary, asked what this was about. Yina simply said they needed to talk. When Dakyong pressed for details, Yina insisted they move elsewhere. As the two left together, Yina called after Dakyong, asking where she was going. Dakyong told her to talk with Yin instead, then walked away with Yina, leaving Yin watching silently. Inside the art room, Dakyong asked why Yina had brought her there. Yina hesitated before asking if she liked Han Jung-won. Dakyong, munching on chips, wondered silently why even Yina was bringing up that topic. She asked if she really looked like someone who liked him. Yina pointed out that they seemed close, and that they even attended the same school. Dakyong explained that she and Jung-won were just friends, and that she was simply curious about him. Hearing this, Yina nodded in acknowledgement. Dakyong then asked if Yina herself wanted to know more about Jung-won. Laughing lightly, Yina teased, asking how much Dakyong already knew. Dakyong admitted that she knew nothing at all. Yina began explaining that Jung-won's family ran a private enterprise, something she had heard directly. She questioned whether Jung-won was truly a good student, expressing surprise that Daekyung even cared about such matters. Daekyung clarified that to her, such things were important. Yina responded that no one could say for certain, as Jungwon was different from most people and left little evidence of his true self. That uncertainty, she claimed, only made her observations more certain. Daekyung speculated aloud, if Yina's assumptions were correct, then Jungwon's family must be quite wealthy, yet to her he never seemed that way. When Yina asked what she meant, Daekyung explained that his home did not match her imagination. She mumbled to herself, comparing Leong's luxurious house with Jungwon's, which though clean and respectable was at best only upper class. Catching her muttering, Yina asked if she had actually been to Jungwon's home. Daekyung turned the question back on her, pointing out that Yina had once been in a relationship with him. Laughing awkwardly, Yina stepped closer and admitted that Jungwon never took anyone home. In her opinion, that meant he truly deeply liked Daekyung. The words stunned Daekyung. She thought to herself in disbelief, wondering what exactly Yina meant by that. But Yina pressed on calmly. She said that Jungwon seemed to be searching for something, and everyone who interacted with him had one thing in common. Daekyung froze. She remembered hearing similar words once before from Jae-hong. Gathering herself, she asked Yina what that common point was. Yina admitted that she had always been curious too, but had recently figured it out. Moving closer, she asked directly, was Jungwon searching for Daekyung? The question left Daekyung speechless. Her mind repeated the words over and over, unable to make sense of them. Why would he be searching for her? How could that even be possible? Yina only added that Daekyung, of all people, should know the answer. She told her it was now her turn to speak. Before Daekyung could respond, a hand touched her shoulder from behind. It was Jae-hong. He called out to her, telling her it was too late, and urging her to leave with him. As they walked away, Jae-hong shot Yina a suspicious glance. Yina looked back innocently, offering no explanation. Out on the balcony, Jae-hong pulled Daekyung aside. Creating distance from Yina, he confronted her, reminding her of his earlier warnings not to speak with Yina and demanding to know what they had discussed. But Daekyung barely heard him. Her mind was still echoing with Yina's words. Jungwon searching for her. She struggled to understand what it could mean. Noticing her distraction, Jae-hong grew frustrated. He snapped, asking if she had listened to a single word he had said. At that moment, Jae-yong appeared and called out, asking if their conversation was over. She mentioned that she had received an order and told Daekyung to come quickly. Confused, Daekyung followed. She went to check her locker, only to find a bouquet of flowers inside. Shock washed over her. She had no idea who had left it. John appeared at her side, delighted, and teased her, wondering who the warm-hearted sender might be this time. Still puzzled, Daekyung admitted she had no clue. Young asked whether a boy had given it to her. Daekyung firmly replied that she didn't know. But as she held the bouquet in her arms, her expression darkened. The flowers gave her a headache. She could not imagine who would give her such a gift anonymously. Her mind twisted through dangerous possibilities. Could it be from someone unsettling? Carrying the bouquet, she walked away in thought. John watched her, confused. While Jae-yong asked where she was going, Dae-yong only said she was headed to the washroom. Even there, she refused to set the bouquet down. In one hand, she held the flowers. In the other, a small medicine bottle. As she looked at it, her suspicion hardened into certainty. This was Shin Mongwan's work. Her memory flashed back to the day he had rummaged through her bag, the same bag where she had kept the medicine Jae-hong relied on daily. Now, she realized, the bottle had been switched. The implication was chilling. It was a signal. An order to assassinate Jae-hong. Her hands trembled as the truth sank in. This was her final opportunity. After some time, she stepped out of the washroom. Jungwon appeared, cheerful, inviting her to a party that everyone was planning. He asked if she would join. Daekyung glanced toward Jagan and asked softly if he would be attending as well. Jongwon explained that he had invited him, but Jongwon refused to go. Jongwon, still scrolling through his phone, remarked that since he would see him tomorrow anyway, there was no point in attending. Turning to Daekyung, he asked if she planned to go. Instead of answering directly, Daekyung asked if he wanted to go out with her. Jong was caught off guard and asked if she meant just the two of them. She confirmed, leaving Jongmoon hurt by the exchange. The next scene shifted to Daekyung and Jong arriving together at his home. Jong wondered aloud why it had been so easy to enter this time. Reminding her that earlier he had been hesitant, he mentioned that his sister was not home. Daekyung stayed silent, which left him a little unsettled. A moment later, Jong told her they had arrived and suggested they check something together, saying he had already called his personal doctor. Daekyung quickly dismissed the idea, insisting she was feeling much better. Suddenly, her expression changed. She noticed something and looked visibly surprised. Seeing her reaction, Jaeong immediately asked what was wrong. Without warning, Daeong ran and jumped straight into the pool. Shocked, Jaeong rushed forward to catch her. He scolded her for trying to dive in while still in uniform, reminding her that she had not brought a change of clothes. Daeong playfully stared at him, asking what they should do now. Moments later, she returned in a swimsuit and asked if it was all right for her to wear his sister's clothes. Jaeyoung was stunned at the sight and flustered, though he admitted to himself that at least it was better than her not changing at all. Daekyung entered the water, shivering at the cold, and exclaimed that her heart almost stopped. Sitting by the edge, Jaeyoung warned her to be careful. She replied confidently that she could not die. Swimming around, she asked if he wanted to join. He said he did, but when he remained at the edge, she teased him for only watching. Jaeyoung answered calmly, and when she asked if he liked swimming, he admitted that he had loved it since childhood. Yet instead of joining her, he kept watching silently, thinking to himself that he liked watching her even more. As evening settled, Daekyung admired the sunset, mesmerized. Jaeyoung offered to show her something interesting and invited her closer. He dipped his hand into the water, and just as she leaned in, he splashed her face. Bursting into laughter, he teased her while she gave no immediate reaction. Concerned, he asked if she was choking on water, but instead, Daekyung grabbed his shoulder, asking if he was ready. Before he could react, she pulled him into the pool. Soaked and irritated, Jaeyoung complained about his wet uniform. Daekyung laughed and told him to dry it. As he removed the heavy uniform, revealing his body, she froze in surprise. Half teasing, she asked if he was getting serious. Jaeyoung beckoned her closer, and when she turned to run, he chased after her in the water. Daekyung laughed and teased him, asking if he really planned to bully someone who was sick. He caught her hand and pulled her close, remarking that she seemed far too healthy. Struggling, she told him to stay away, but Jaeyoung finally caught her completely, declaring his victory. Shocked, she reminded him that she was the one who gave him artificial respiration. Surprised, he asked if that had truly happened, or if it had only been a dream. Realizing what she had let slip, Daekyung grew flustered, trying to cover it up. She clarified that she had been the one who woke him from his coma. Jaeyoung acknowledged her words as she explained his condition. He had apnea, and without her intervention, he would have died. Smiling, Jaeyoung suddenly lifted her onto his lap, and thanked her for saving him. That smile left Daekyung stunned and confused. Yet in the next moment, he mischievously pushed her back into the pool. Underwater, Daekyung cursed herself for letting her guard down again. Later, as the two sat together watching the sunset, Daekyung asked if his goal was to take revenge on his sister. He answered calmly that it was not revenge he sought, only that she be punished for her crimes. Daekyung reminded him that relying on innocence and justice alone was a difficult battle, even now. Jung quietly agreed. Then she asked, if all other methods failed, could she be the one to kill his sister? He did not respond. In her thoughts, Daekyung reflected that he must have imagined killing his sister countless times, pacing outside her room at night, not out of fear, but because he was not like them. He was honest, righteous, and that was why he could not cross that line. Finally, she told him not to become like those people, reminding him that unlike her, he still had a home and family. Her words left Jung visibly shaken. In the next scene, Jaeyoung appeared gravely injured, blood spilling from his mouth. As Daekyung rushed to his side, he trembled and accused her, asking why even she had turned against him. He pleaded desperately, saying he had trusted her, demanding to know what he had done wrong. With his hand clutching hers against his cheek, he whispered, asking why he had to die. Suddenly, Daekyung jolted awake from the nightmare, her body trembling in fear. Jae-hong entered the room, softly calling her name and asking if she was awake. Still shaken, Jae-hong immediately asked what he had done just now. Calmly, Jae-hong replied that he had only injected her with medicine. The word alone unsettled her. Seeing her tense expression, he reassured her that she had slept peacefully, and that he had been preparing to leave. Panicked, Jeong quickly rushed to check on him, asking if he was all right and whether anything felt unusual. Then she frantically searched for her bag, pulling out a small medicine bottle. Relieved to see it still full, she scolded herself inwardly for carrying it around, knowing it only deepened her confusion. Yang asked again if she was truly all right and what had happened. Jeong gave no answer. He urged her not to make him worry, but she only muttered that she needed to leave. As she walked away, her mind spiraled with fear. Her worst suspicions were starting to feel real. Could President Lee's son also be a victim like her? If so, could she still kill him without hesitation? She paused, realizing how much her certainty had weakened. Once, she had believed firmly in her mission, but now she wondered if knowing too much was nothing more than a curse. The scene shifted to John's room, where the doorbell rang. Wearing a mask, John angrily opened the door, only to be surprised to see Dong and Jong-won standing outside. Dong, already irritated, scolded her for being slow. Yet John's irritation melted into joy as she hugged them both, excited by their arrival. She asked if they had come to pick her up. Jong-won reminded her that everyone was waiting downstairs and urged her to hurry. Leon cheered, thrilled about finally going to the beach. Meanwhile, Taewong and Jae-hong waited near the car. Taewong casually asked if Jae-hong had eaten breakfast, only to be reminded for the third time that he had. Neither spoke further, but as the silence stretched, Taewong wondered aloud why the others had not come out yet. Inside, Jaein called to Daekyong and Jung-won, asking them to wait as she finished getting ready. Settling on the sofa, Jaein asked Jung if it had been a while since his last visit. He confirmed it. Then casually, he asked if anything had happened between her and Jaein yesterday. Jaein fell silent, recalling Jaein Shrang's persistence from the night before. Finally she answered lightly, saying she had only gone there to hang out, and questioned why he was so curious. Jaein admitted he had simply noticed her expressions when she returned. Though she said nothing, Jeong admitted to herself that yesterday had left her deeply unsettled. Being teased by Shin Manghwan had been humiliating, and the decision she had been forced to face made her angry with herself. She brushed the thought away quickly, convincing herself she would return to normal soon. Out loud she told Jung that he was overthinking. He offered no reply. Soon after, Jeon appeared in her outfit, asking how she looked. Jung-won clapped and complimented her. While Jung said nothing, Jeon suddenly turned to Jung, noticing her attire and questioned her choice. Jung grew uneasy, unable to shake the feeling of familiarity. Jeon began fixing her hair, apologizing to Jung-won for the delay, saying they would be done in 5 minutes. As she worked, she remarked that Jung was wasting her pretty face. Out on the balcony, Zhao called Taewong, asking when he would come up. Meanwhile, Jiaoing waited impatiently by the car, asking what was taking so long. Just as he was about to head upstairs, the group finally emerged. Jiaoing quickly apologized for the delay, only to be scolded by Taewong for taking so long. Minjae noticed immediately that Daoing was wearing John's clothes, which Jung confirmed. As they began discussing seating arrangements, Jung-won leaned toward Jiaoing and whispered a warning. He might see straight through Jung. Jiaoing froze, shocked, but said nothing. Eventually, everyone piled into the cars and set off for the beach. In one car, Dakyuong sat between Jung-won and Jae-hong, feeling tense. She wondered why both chose to sit in the back instead of one taking the front passenger seat. Jung explained that the front was cramped. The driver joked that now the back felt even more crowded, urging Dakyuong to shift toward the window. Jung-won offered her one of his earbuds, but Jung ignored the driver's scolding. Irritated, she tried to move to the front, only to be told it was dangerous. Finally, with no better option, she stretched her legs across Jung-won's lap and rested her head on Ji-hong's, remarking that she finally felt comfortable. Jung laughed, while Ji-hong flushed with embarrassment. Lying there, Jeong remembered a past conversation with Taewong. He had warned her to always check for anyone following her, asking whether she had received anything suspicious besides a pill bottle, or if anyone had contacted her. She reassured him then that everything had been quiet, even at school. Taewong had admitted his only concern was getting everyone home safely, hoping nothing would go wrong. In her thoughts, Dakyong reminded herself that without concrete evidence, everyone else was innocent. She could not allow anyone to get hurt because of her suspicions. Suddenly, Jong-hong grabbed her legs, startling her. She shouted at him to stop, but he teased that her serious expression made him want to mess with her, warning him not to touch her again or she would kick him. Dakyong met his challenge as Jong-han dared her to try. Their playful scuffle made the car shake so much that it caught Tae-hun's attention in the other vehicle. He wondered aloud what kind of fight they were having to cause such movement. Jaein shrugged, saying it was probably just their usual chaos. Meanwhile, Leon asked Taewong what else she could call him, besides uncle, since he did not look like one. Flustered, Taewong told her to call him Cho Taewong, just like Daekyong did. Jian agreed and shortened it to Wong, leaving him stunned. Excited, she shouted for him to hit the gas. In the back seat, Minjae silently scrolled through his phone, while Taewong warned Jian to sit properly because the road was dangerous. At last, they arrived at the beach. John and Taewong quickly began enjoying themselves. Daekyong whispered to herself that she had finally made it. Jong-won commented on the pleasant weather. John cheerfully noted that the beach was not crowded, and told everyone not to cling to her in the heat. Jaekyong gazed out into the distance, while Daekyong suggested leaving their luggage at the hotel first. Jaekyong reassured her that he had already given it to the driver. Concerned, Jaekyong wondered if the driver could carry everything alone and asked about the swimsuits. Jaekyong replied that he had them and went off to change. Just then, Taewong sneaked up behind Daekyong and grabbed her, with John joining in by holding her legs. Panicked, Daekyong struggled, unsure of their intentions. Before she could resist, the two counted down and threw her into the sea. Minjae was stunned. Daekyong looked confused, while John simply laughed, saying he had expected this. Daekyong surfaced, furious, while John and Taewong celebrated their prank with a high five. Daekyong blushed, and Minjae shouted angrily for not being included. Daekyong scolded him for being too absorbed in anime to notice her earlier call, leaving him speechless. Daekyong quickly retaliated. Rising from the water, she lifted both John and Taewong and tossed them into the sea. Then she grabbed Minjae, who panicked, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Jiang Wu laughed so hard he wished they had recorded Minjae spinning twice midair before splashing down. Finally Dakyong approached Jiang Woon and hugged him. Surprised, he asked why she hugged him too. She smirked, declaring that anyone standing beside the culprits was also an accomplice. Jiang Woon dramatically begged not to be thrown in, claiming he might suffer a heart attack. Startled, Jiang asked if he was serious, but he quickly admitted it was only a joke. Annoyed, she scolded him. Soon after, Deong called out to Dakyong and Shang, urging them to change into swimsuits. Dakyong agreed. The story then shifted. A chubby man introduced himself as Kwon Jung-min, nearly 29 years old. He had dropped out of high school to sell used cars, and had recently decided to open a bar. A flashback revealed his girlfriend criticizing him for acting like a thug, reminding him of his debts, and questioning how he could suddenly afford a new car. Embarrassed by his age and lifestyle, he was dumped on the spot. She walked away, and though he tried to stop her, she ignored him. Frustrated, he shouted after her, demanding repayment for the coffee. Back in the present, Jung-min muttered angrily, declaring that today he would find a prettier girl to post on Instagram so his ex would regret leaving him. As he raged about his expensive watch, something caught his eye. Excited, he called for his friends. Together, they spotted Dakyong and Jian walking by in swimsuits. Dakyong questioned why Jian had styled her hair if they were only going into the water, to which Jian replied that was the fun of it. Jung-min's friends were stunned, calling them beautiful and speculating if one of them might be famous. One guessed she already had a boyfriend, but the other dismissed the idea. Watching greedily, Jung-min whispered to himself that he had to have her. Back on the beach, Jae-hong told everyone to change into swimsuits, and Min-jae agreed. Noticing Jung-won's absence, Tae-wong asked Jae-hong and Min-jae where he had gone. The scene shifted to Jung-won staring into a washroom mirror, whispering to himself that he was still the same. At Daong Beach, Dakyong stood waiting, calling out for Jung. Suddenly, a figure approached, grabbing her hand. Jung appeared, asking if she was searching for a friend. He offered to take her there, claiming his brother would help, but Dakyong pulled her hand away. Stunned, her thoughts raced in disbelief. Could it really be Shin Young-won? Before she could process it, Jian's panicked voice echoed nearby. She was being harassed. A man had forced her close, demanding her name and age. Jian struggled, insisting she was just a high school student. The man laughed, dismissing her words, teasing that she looked more like a college student, and tried luring her with promises of expensive alcohol. Dakyong rushed over, telling Jian to get up. With tears in her eyes, Jian cried out for help, accusing the man of grabbing her and forcing her to sit beside him. Irritated, the older man snapped back, demanding to know who she was calling old. At that moment, Jung-min appeared behind Dakyong and placed a hand on her shoulder. With a smug smile, he suggested they all sit together for 5 minutes and then leave if they got bored. His companion laughed, joking that Jung-min was funny and sexy, almost like a comedian. Dakyong studied them closely. They did not look like people sent by Mong-han. Instead they looked like ordinary sleazy men. The young men sat down and began staring at her legs. One of them asked why her legs were scarred. John bristled with anger, snapping back at him and threatening to call Dakyong's appa to teach them a lesson. But the men were unfazed. One leaned closer, warning that seawater could sting her delicate scars, and then he boldly attempted to kiss her legs. Dakyong froze, torn between her fear and the thought that if Jae-young saw this, his rage would erupt. She debated whether to dismiss it as a mistake just to avoid trouble. Before she could act, a strong hand yanked the chain around her neck from behind. It was Jae-young Rosas. The young men eyed him warily, wondering if this was Dakyong's boyfriend. Young's glare was ice cold as he demanded to know where Jung-min thought he was touching her. Dakyong quickly asked Jung-min if he knew Young-min, but he flatly denied it. She tried to calm Young before things spiraled. One of Jung-min's friends stepped forward, demanding to know who Young was. Jung-min defended himself, claiming he was only admiring Dakyong's body, but when his gaze landed on Young's physique, unease crept in. This man looked like a fighter. Another friend mocked Young, saying he should leave before he got beaten up. He sneered at Young's arrogance, predicting his handsome face would soon be covered in scratches. Laughing, he added that he would not even steal a woman from someone like Young. He jeered that Dakyong and Young must have already rolled around together and shouted at them to get out. The scene cut sharply to a luxurious bathtub, where a woman lounged in the water while a man sat behind her. She spoke bitterly, saying her mother still believed Jia-hung was an innocent child. In truth, Jia-hung had carefully crafted a gentle, polite image for his mother's sake, but deep down, he was one of them. Back on the beach, Young snapped. He had Jung-min pinned to the ground and was pummeling him with punch after punch. Jung-min lay stunned, unable to believe Young's audacity. Nearby, Jung-min's friends spotted Young's watch and started whispering about its value. They joked that if they charged 500 per punch, Based on its quality and resale price, Yang would only need 59 more blows. Panic spread among them. Shaken, they yelled in frustration, demanding to know what was happening. Yang's voice cut through their chaos like a blade, cold, calm, and merciless. Count the punches. Elsewhere, Yang's older sister remarked quietly that he loved Dakyang with a madness that bordered on obsession. After some time, Taewong turned to Dakyang and suggested they continue with their plans since they had already come this far. Dakyang hesitated, asking about Jun-won. Taewong explained casually that Jun-won had felt seasick and was resting. Suspicious, Dakyang pressed him, wondering if that was really true. Taewong admitted it seemed odd and revealed he had wanted to send her to check on him anyway. Following his suggestion, Dakyang made her way to Jun-won's room. Inside, she found him in a deep, uncharacteristic sleep. Watching him closely, she thought it strange. He was usually a light sleeper, yet now he lay completely defenseless, as if dead to the world. Perhaps it was exhaustion. Leaning in to wipe the sweat from his forehead, she was startled when Jun-won suddenly woke and grabbed her hand. Recognizing her, he murmured softly that she had startled him. Then without warning, he pulled her onto his chest, teasing that she had been staring at him intently. He asked if she had just come from the sea, noting her drenched appearance. Flustered, Dakyang pushed herself away, insisting he move. He smirked, calling her shady for peeking at him while he slept, and sarcastically tacked on a nice at the end. Irritated, she shot back that she had been genuinely worried about him. "Were you really?" he asked, half teasing, half serious. "Yes," she snapped. "You idiot." She pointed out that the seasickness excuse had been a lie, and demanded to know why he was so shameless. Finally, Jun-won admitted the truth. He suffered from PTSD. Every time he came near the ocean, he saw illusions of his dead mother drifting in the water. It was too long and painful a story to explain, he said, and he did not want to face all the questions that would follow. Just then, Dakyang's thoughts were interrupted by a loud noise passing outside the room. Jun shifted the topic abruptly, saying the conversation was getting too depressing. But Dakyang pressed him. "Why did you even come here if you weren't feeling well?" His answer was simple, almost careless. Her eyes widened. "Why are you saying something like that so casually?" Jun-won leaned back, his voice calm but heavy. "Because I've grown numb to it." Dakyang shook her head firmly. "No one can grow numb to this. If you still seeing those illusions, it means you still suffering." Jun-won gave a faint smile, as though resigned. "Maybe, but it isn't just because of my mother's death. She always lived a dangerous life. From the time I was a child, I imagined her dying, over and over. I trained myself for it, like image training, so I wouldn't collapse when it finally happened. Funny, isn't it? A child practicing how to lose his own mother." Dakyang didn't laugh. "That's not funny. So what's really making you miserable?" His voice lowered. "I always told her she was reckless, wrong, unrealistic, but she never listened. She walked her own path anyway, and though she didn't end the way she wanted, she still got there. You know what I really hoped? That she'd prove me wrong, that she'd find a way I hadn't seen. Without realizing it, I clung to that hope. That was my mistake." He paused, his gaze distant. "I had never collapsed like that before. The weight of losing control, it shattered me. My memories broke apart, and only one voice stayed with me. Hers. She said, 'You were not wrong.' She told me everything was within my expectations, that I was never wrong. But instead of comfort, those words numbed me. They crushed me. That's why people who break the mold, people like you who do things I could never imagine, those are the people I find most interesting." The heaviness lingered between them until Joan sighed. "That's all I full say for now. Does that answer some of your curiosity?" Dakyang, touched by his honesty, asked softly, "Why are you telling me all this? You never share like this." His lips curved faintly. "It's my response to your concern. I know you not someone who feels that easily." But she wasn't satisfied. "Then give me more. You been sensitive about something lately. Is it Ji-hong? What's really going on between you two?" Her tone sharpened. "If you want more of my response, you'll have to pay the price. What do you think I am? Some kind of vending machine?" Jun-won chuckled. "A vending machine? That's amusing." His laughter softened the tension. "Then insert a coin and I'll tell you whatever you want to know." On the other side of the beach, Jae-yong stood deep in thought. Jae-yong called out asking him to pass the tube but he didn't respond. His distraction was obvious. Jae-yong smirked knowingly. "You thinking about Dakyong, aren't you?" She leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "I know a secret. Dakyong went to see Jun because she was worried about him." At once, Jae-yong's expression shifted. "Then I should go too." Jae-yong laughed and egged him on. "Hurry, before someone else takes her away." He rushed off, leaving Jae-yong with a sly smile. She admitted to herself she was enjoying this tangled love triangle, supporting this chaos. It was fun for her, and so she decided to follow as well. Back with Dakyong and Junwon, the tension thickened. She stood poised but sharp, aware her method was risky but determined. Based on Junwon's subtle reactions, she believed she could draw something out of him. Looking straight into his eyes, she asked, "Is this related to Chairman Saiong?" She knew she wouldn't get a clear answer easily, but she couldn't ignore the strange light in Junwon's expression, a thrill that unsettled her. Instead of answering directly, he leaned in and said, "So that's your real interest." His words only deepened her frustration. Dakyong pressed harder, but he brushed it aside, saying she wasn't set intriguing him enough. Her patience snapped. "If you waste it just going to dodge the question, then fine, but don't think I still leave without an answer." Junwon tilted his head, amused. "Are we going to stay here forever, just the two of us?" Her anger pushed her forward, and she grabbed at him, but he caught her hand instead. His grip was firm, his smile teasing. "Is this your way of confessing?" he asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Because I once sit be a broken vending machine, spitting out answers every time you shake me." Dakyong, now thoroughly annoyed, fixed her gaze on Junwon and demanded, "What is it you really want?" But Jun didn't set answer directly. Instead, he turned the question back on her. "What do you think I want from you?" Her thoughts flared. If she let him twist the conversation any further, it would spiral out of control. Without hesitation, she shoved him onto the bed and climbed on top of him. Junwon froze, completely stunned. Her voice was sharp, almost threatening. "I don't set appreciate the nonsense you are spouting. If you don't shut your mouth right now, I too'll kill you." He quickly surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. "All right, I shall be quiet." Just as Dakyong leaned down, her lips nearing his, a voice rang out. "Dakyong." It was Jae-yong, calling from outside the room. The moment broke. Dakyong froze mid-motion, her breath caught between frustration and hesitation. Jun, however, was unbothered. "Ignore him," he said casually. "Just keep going." But Dakyong shook her head. "Not now. It isn't set the right time." Moments later, Jae opened the door. Inside, he found Dakyong standing near the bed while Jun remained seated. Suspicion laced his voice. "What were you two doing in here?" Dakyong answered calmly. "He wasn't feeling well. I just came to talk for a bit." "What about you, Jae-yong? Why are you here?" Jae replied from the doorway. "It's late. I got worried something might have happened." Dakyong nodded, preparing to leave. "Our conversation is over, but I shall go for now." She turned, but before she could reach the door, Jun silently stepped behind her and clicked the lock shut. His breath brushed her ear as he whispered, "Even if our lips had touched, I still wouldn't have told you what you wanted to know." From outside, Jae began pounding on the door. "Open up. What's going on in there?" But Jun ignored him. His eyes stayed locked on Dakyong. "Even a kiss without sincerity has its effect. I still admit, you tried well." His words dropped lower, almost hypnotic. "For a moment, I nearly spoke. That's how close you came." Dakyong, stunned, whispered, "Then it's over." But Jun smirked. "Not quite. I shall lower the price sincerity in exchange for truth. Here's something for now. Lee Yong has no direct connection to the Saiong group." She stiffened at the information. "And since I given you that," he added, his lips brushing her skin as he kissed her neck, "you still owe me your part, but I still let you go for today." Dakyong stood frozen, speechless. Finally she managed to whisper, "Should we leave now?" Just then Jae burst into the room. "What's going on here?" Jun leaned back casually, unbothered. "We were just talking. But since you crashed in, I suppose the conversation's over." With that, he slipped past them and walked off. Jae turned to Dakyong, suspicious. "What were you two really talking about?" But she seemed lost in her own world, dazed. Jae snapped his fingers in front of her face until she blinked. "Huh? What did you just say?" Later that evening, John and Taeyong arrived at the hotel with a child in tow. John recounted how a strange man had tried to grab her earlier, her tone uneasy. At that moment, Dakyong and Jae-yong came down the stairs. Dakyong asked, "You just got here?" John nodded. "We were hungry. Thought we all eat together." The group quickly agreed on a barbecue. "Who's grilling?" Taeyong asked. "We still have to cook it ourselves." "I'll start," Dakyong volunteered. "I'll help," Jun added, and Jae-yong joined as well. The three gathered around the grill. Dakyong guided Jae-yong patiently. "Flip the meat before it burns." He fumbled with the tongs. "How do you know when it's ready?" "You can tell just by looking," she explained. "Now cut it into bite-sized pieces." As he awkwardly handled the scissors, he muttered, "These pieces are tiny. What is this? For ants." "Bite-sized means for humans," she corrected dryly. Then showing him step by step, she asked, "Now, do you get it?" Nearby, June began serving the grilled pork belly. "This smells amazing," John said eagerly. "Where do you learn to cook like this?" Jun shrugged. "It's just grilling. Nothing special." Is the meat ready? Jae-young asked Dak-young. She nodded. It's burnt, but since it's pork belly, it's still fine. She offered him a piece. Watching the exchange, June theatrically groaned. How tragic. She sips feeding him. Laughing, Jae-young fed June a piece in return. Dak-young watched quietly, noticing how easily the two of them seemed to get along. Jun clutched his chest in mock drama. I sipped some so touched I could cry. Taeyong called out to the group. All right, everything set's ready, let's set's eat. They all gathered around, sharing the food. This is delicious, someone said. It set's always best when we all eat together. Yeah, another teased, and it tastes even better when the weird ones are on grill duty. The child piped up, pointing at Dak-young. Miss, stop hogging all the shrimp, share. Laughter rippled through the group, teasing, joking, passing food around, warmth filled the air. Watching quietly, Taeyong thought to himself how strange, yet comforting, it felt to experience this kind of closeness. It was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Then, breaking the rhythm, Daeon suddenly grinned and announced, "Let's sets play a truth game." Dak-young, surprised, asked what kind of truth game they were planning. Still chewing her shrimp. "Let me finish this first," she said, pointing at her plate. John quickly suggested, "Why don't we play some hand games instead?" The child, cheeky as ever, waved him off. "Play by yourself." At the table, Jian called out to Taewong, "Can you get some drinks?" Taewong complied, bringing the drinks over and placing them nearby. Just then, Dak-young approached. "I've already spoken to Jungwon about that matter," she said calmly. Taewong raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "You asked him directly if he was connected to Saeyoung?" Dak-young explained, "If Jungwon doesn't instead understand the true purpose behind the question, the information would be useless. He needs to see it clearly for it to matter." Taewong sighed, admitting she had a point. From the start, trying to completely deceive Jungwon had been a mistake. They had only been covering for each other. Now, if Jung began probing deeper, Taewong had no idea what excuse they could make. Perhaps, he thought, they should be grateful that he wasn't digging any further. Dak-young, however, disagreed. Grateful for what? Jungwon has his own motives, just like we do. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't be taking such risks and cooperating so easily. Taewong considered her words carefully. From everything Dak-young had told him, it was clear that Jungwon was exceptionally clever, a person who could extract maximum value from even the smallest clues, always staying one step ahead. When Dak-young wasn't around, Taewong had noticed Jungwon constantly trying to uncover others' true intentions, analyzing every word for deeper meaning. It wasn't just a habit, it was his nature. No wonder Dak-young found him difficult to deal with. His personality clashed completely with their goals, especially hers. Still, Taewong shrugged off the tension. Even if Jungwon sought to understand others, he rarely revealed his own intentions. That in itself was telling. Taewong realized this tendency likely came from a subconscious need to control situations and maintain the upper hand. Jungwon needed certainty and leverage. For someone like him to willingly involve himself with them and introduce a risky variable meant one of two things. Either it was calculated, or he was drawn to something unfamiliar, something intriguing. Taewong mused, Jungwon might just be a hedonist who enjoys a little play, a joker. Dak-young, annoyed, exhaled. Either way, it was frustrating, but Taewong reassured her that it probably wasn't the worst-case scenario. Jungwon had even said outright that he was attracted to those who were out of the ordinary. That was all there was to it. From his perspective, Dak-young was like a puzzle. His goal would be to collect each piece until he understood the complete picture. It was risky, because he might lose interest once the puzzle was solved, but it was also something they could leverage, just like Dak-young had done earlier, giving him a piece that made him speak. That tactic could slowly turn the tables in their favor. Suddenly, Min-jae appeared, breaking the moment. Miss Lee Dak-young, want to play a puzzle?" he called out. He looked apologetic. "I didn't bring a puzzle and I not an expert." Taewong lightly shoved him, scolding him for leaving his food unfinished. Min-jae protested, saying some arrogant guy had asked him to bring toys. Taewong called the other boy a jerk, and Min-jae defended himself. Taewong finally waved him on. "Go ahead, we still be there soon." Once he left, Taewong leaned closer to Dak-young, speaking in a low tone. About Jae-hong not being related to Saeyoung, he admitted he wasn't sure how to verify that. The uncertainty alone was troubling. Dak-young quietly suggested they might need to meet Shin-young-hwan again. Dak-young immediately refused. When she called out playfully, asking when he would come, he sighed in frustration. Later he said. Soon everyone gathered around as Min-jae proudly brought out a few items. Curiosity spread through the group. With a grin, Min-jae revealed what he had stayed up all night building, a brainwave detection headband. It was exactly what Ji had requested for the truth game, a tool requiring patience and precision. Taewong immediately complimented Minjae, impressed by his effort. Minjae carefully placed the headband on Jongwon's head, explaining that brainwave sensors weren't perfect indicators of truthfulness. After all, even brainwaves weren't always accurate. The stage was set. The truth game was about to begin. Taewong encouraged Jongwon to say his name aloud. Jongwon complied, repeating his name carefully, but the device showed no notable reaction. He shrugged and commented that if a person simply sat still, the headband wouldn't detect anything. Looks like it's just for fun, he concluded, grinning. Next, Dakyong placed the headband on Jae-young and challenged him to declare that the company he was about to inherit was completely clean and innocent. Jae-young froze, taken aback. "Why do I even have to do this?" he asked, clearly unsure. Meanwhile, John praised Minjae for his cute invention. Minjae beamed proudly, explaining that he had even customized each device to match the user's hair colors. Dakyong picked up another gadget, asking Minjae about it. Minjae explained that it was a miniature location tracker designed for parents to keep tabs on children or pets, practical yet simple. It was finally time to play the game. Jong-un asked if the devices were supposed to remain on during the game, and John confirmed that they were. He added with a mischievous grin that whoever lost would be slapped by the person next to them. Bong-won laughed nervously, questioning whether that was really allowed. Taewong expressed concern as well, warning that if someone like Jong or John got caught in a powerful slap, especially if she had tampered with the intensity setting, they could end up seriously hurt. Jun joked that she would strike Dong gently on purpose, but Dong, never one to back down, declared she would go all out. Minjae looked terrified, pleading for mercy. Youngwon quietly suggested to Jae-hong that they switch places, but Jae-hong declined, insisting it was fine. Minjae took charge, announcing the start of the game. "Everyone taller than 180 centimeters fold," he instructed. Youngwon grumbled, accusing Minjae of being sneaky. Taewong laughed and encouraged Jae-hong and Jung to focus on lightly hitting Minjae. Minjae protested, calling it cowardly. Meanwhile, Jan silently considered the purpose behind the game. She suspected it might be a clever way to uncover Taewong's romantic status, without directly asking, because officially, everyone in the group was supposed to be single. Seeing that Jan remained silent, Taewong asked why she wasn't set answering. Jan thought carefully and decided to ask a more indirect question instead. "Those who have kissed someone fold." Taewong gently grabbed Minjae, allowing John to give him a playful slap. John teased that she would go slowly, but the moment came, and Minjae's head spun from the hit. John then declared it was her turn. Taewong checked with Minjae about the next question, while John asked if she could raise the stakes a little. Taewong, surprised, reminded her she was still in high school. John pleaded for leniency, but Taewong claimed he didn't expect her to be so bold. Jong Wong intervened, calling him mean, while Jan shushed everyone and posed her question clearly. "Has anyone kissed someone this year?" The group froze. Dakyong recalled her brief kiss with Jae-hong and considered it harmless, just a small investment in strategy. Still, she felt pressured to answer truthfully. Jian noticed that Taewong hadn't folded his fingers. Curious, she asked him directly if he had a girlfriend. Taewong admitted that he didn't. She probed further about his last relationship. Taewong explained it had been 8 years ago when he was 20. Leon asked him to share his story, and Taewong obliged, keeping it brief. He mentioned doing small jobs on the side at the time, like erasing data from the internet. Jian found it impressive. The scene shifted in a flashback to 8 years ago, where Taewong met a woman 5 years older than him. In the present, Jaein asked about her age. Jaein replied she had been 25 when Taewong was 20. Jaein asked why they broke up, and Taewong explained that although they had been deeply in love, practical concerns about the future had interfered. The flashback showed Taewong's girlfriend questioning why he never brought her home. Taewong explained that his parents' presence might complicate things. Feeling frustrated, he had even turned to drinking. When those he lived with found out about his marriage plans, the woman and her bodyguard pretended to be his parents to support him. Taewong revealed his real struggle. He had no true identity, no family, no home. Back in the present, Jan remarked that his story was sad. Gon noticed that Gon-won hadn't folded his fingers yet and asked if he was the only one who had kissed someone. Gon-won admitted it was him. Taewong teased him about keeping a secret relationship. Minjae, curious, asked for details, but Gon-won waved it off, insisting it was ancient history. Gon, curious, asked Jun-won if he had ever kissed more than one person. Jun-won replied casually that he had kissed only one person and only once. Jatin, intrigued, pressed for details, and Jun-won glanced at Taewong, hinting at someone he liked. Jatin immediately picked up on the subtle cue and suspected that Jun-won's feelings might be directed toward Dakyong. All eyes turned to Dakyong. Dion asked her directly if she had ever kissed anyone. Dion teased her, pointing out that she didn't even know the first steps of romance. Dion Hang wanted the answer straight from her, intensifying the pressure. Dion looked flustered, her thoughts racing. The atmosphere grew tense, and Taeyeon noticed the sudden shift, sensing that something serious was unfolding. It almost seemed like she had kissed Jun-won without anyone else knowing. Feeling cornered, Dekong asked why everyone was making such a big deal out of it. Jun-won pressed further, demanding the truth. Flustered, Dekong firmly denied everything. Just then, Taewong accidentally spilled his juice. Without tissues nearby, Jae-hong offered to run to the convenience store to get some. Taewong jokingly asked him to bring back ice cream as well, and John joined in. Meanwhile, Yang stepped out to the beach and lit a cigarette. Daekyong followed him, concerned. Yang questioned why she was there, clearly annoyed. She reminded him that he had quit smoking, and he admitted he had, but someone's constant nagging had pushed him back into it. Daekyong urged him to stop, warning him about his health and suggesting they just talk instead. She tried to take the cigarette from him, but Yang pulled his hand away, his behavior unusually cold. Daekyong confronted him, asking if his sudden distance was related to the earlier game. Yang admitted he didn't want to ruin the day for everyone else. He just wanted to protect them. The situation was becoming more complicated than she had anticipated. As Yang walked away, he told her they should talk later. Daekyong called after him, trying to clarify things. She insisted that she and Jun were not in the kind of relationship he might have assumed. She admitted the kiss had happened, but firmly stated that it didn't mean anything. Back with the group, everyone surrounded Jun-won, grilling him about who he had kissed, and whether it had been Daekyong. Jun-won, clearly amused, joked that it felt more like a press conference than a friendly outing. He casually walked away, sucking on a lollipop, but then noticed Jae-hong's car nearby. Suspicious, he assumed Jae-hong and Daekyong were together. His gaze landed on an old man staring directly at him, and for a moment, he froze, nerves suddenly prickling. Back at the beach, Jae-yong resumed the confrontation. He demanded a straight answer about the kiss. Daekyong wondered why he was so fixated and why he couldn't just let it go. She insisted again that it hadn't meant anything, but Jae-yong pressed her, saying that if she were telling the truth, she wouldn't have looked so shaken earlier. He reminded her that he had previously investigated Jun-won for personal reasons, and that the only girl Jun-won had approached that year was her. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed like she was the only person Jun-won had real feelings for. Jae-yong struggled to trust her based on words alone. He asked if Jun-won had deceived him too, if everything he had seen or heard was just an illusion. He admitted that he was trying to be honest and trust her, but her hesitation made it almost impossible. Desperately, he begged her to tell the truth. Lowering her head, Daekyong finally confessed that the kiss had happened, just once, but she insisted it meant nothing. Jae-yong gently placed his hand over her lips, and questioned whether someone could truly kiss without feelings. He challenged her if her words were true, she should prove it to him. Leaning in as if to kiss her, he stopped himself at the last moment. Frustration settled over him. He wondered if she was lying again, or if perhaps he simply wasn't the one for her. He muttered that if only she liked someone else, someone who genuinely cared for her, he wouldn't feel this miserable. Deep down, he realized he truly believed her feelings mirrored his own. If they didn't, none of this would make sense. He admitted that he had made a mistake by pressuring her about Shin Yong-hwan. His strong, pure affection had shaken his resolve, blurring his intentions and making his longing feel like greed. He had tried to suppress it, swinging between purpose and compassion, trusting that she would understand him. Hearing all of this, Daekyong felt a pang of guilt. She realized the longer she stayed silent, the worse things would become. He had trusted her, and opened his heart. They had come so close, it was time to put an end to the confusion for his sake. Then in a soft, quiet voice, Jae-yong finally confessed, "I've loved you." Daekyong froze in place, stunned, as tears welled up in Jae-hong's eyes. His voice trembled, thick with emotion. As he struggled to speak, he confessed, revealing the depth of his regret. He hadn't wanted to express his feelings this way, but now, in front of everyone, he couldn't hold back. His words, heavy with sorrow, were simple and raw. He had never hoped for a response, never sought validation. He had only wanted to make his feelings clear. As he apologized, Daekyong's voice softened, offering reassurance. Jae-hong continued, admitting that his obsession with her had been fueled by frustration, but he promised not to burden her anymore, regardless of who she liked. He acknowledged the one-sided nature of his feelings, apologizing once more for pressing them onto her. The night grew late, and Jae-hong, with a quiet gentleness, suggested they go back and forget everything. He draped his jacket over her shoulders and urged her to return without looking back. Daekyong's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She struggled to process his words, feeling as though everything was returning to the beginning, leaving her emotions tangled and immovable. Just as the tension thickened, Jun-won arrived, breaking the heavy silence. With a teasing tone he asked, "Do you want me to fall for you?" The shift in atmosphere caught the group's attention. Jan, ever the playful one, suggested they take a picture together on the beach to preserve the memory, momentarily lifting the weight of the moment. Taewong, however, noticed Dakyong's uneasy behavior and wondered aloud about the strange energy in the air. Gillian, with her usual bluntness, asked Dakyong why she seemed so awkward. Despite the playful attempts to lighten the mood, the tension lingered as Taewong directed everyone into position for the photo. While the group posed and joked, Junwon recalled a past moment with Minjae and questioned why they hadn't stayed at the dorm. Jinju explained that Taewong had insisted they leave before it got too dark, and though some protested, they agreed it was time to go. The rain was coming, and they needed to head back soon. As they made their way to the car, Dakyong felt the lingering weight of unspoken tension. With a final thank you for the ice cream, the group prepared to leave. Taewong set the camera for a few last shots, urging everyone to pose, but his mind was partially elsewhere, still consumed by thoughts of Jae-hong. They snapped a few more pictures, yet the moment felt distant, shadowed by everything that had transpired. Later Taewong mentioned, practically but gently, that he and Dakyong needed to leave for something urgent. Ji-hong, curious, asked if she would be driving alone, but Taewong reassured her that Jae-hong had been informed and would assist. Dakyong expressed quiet sadness, but Taewong reminded her that she would see Jae-hong again soon. He dismissed questions about their destination, urging everyone to leave before it got too late. During the drive, Taewong tried to ease the atmosphere by speaking philosophically about human emotions. He explained that what Dakyong was feeling was natural, part of being human. Dakyong's mind, however, was still racing. Memories and feelings she had tried to suppress surfaced, threatening to overwhelm her. Frustrated by her own emotional turmoil, she muttered under her breath, trying to shake off the weight of it all. Taewong continued, calmly explaining that her emotions were normal and that everyone faced similar struggles, but Dakyong couldn't ignore the past. Thoughts of those around Jae-hong, the tangled relationships, and the unspoken pain haunted her. She felt trapped, unable to escape the cycle of conflict and responsibility. Taewong offered reassurance, saying that even if she let go of the past and abandoned her quest for revenge, their bond would remain strong, and the past should not dictate the future. Still troubled, Dakyong wrestled with the weight of her choices and the responsibility she felt toward her feelings for June. The car slowed as they neared their destination. Just as they were about to get out, Junwon suddenly appeared in front of them. Taewong shouted in frustration, demanding to know if Junwon wanted to die. Embarrassed yet desperate, Junwon pleaded for a ride, recalling how June had kicked him out earlier. Dakyong stepped out of the car, her brows furrowed, disbelief spreading across her face as she spotted Yang standing nearby. He wasn't supposed to be there. He had left earlier with Jae-hong. His sudden presence unsettled her, adding yet another layer of tension to an already emotionally charged night. Yang, unfazed by Dakyong's shocked expression, calmly explained the situation. He had initially set off with Jae-hong, but Jae-hong had kicked him out, insisting that he ride with them instead. His casual, nonchalant tone stood in stark contrast to the thick tension lingering in the air, making the moment feel even more charged. Dakyong, still processing everything that had happened, couldn't hide her unease at his sudden presence. Inside the car, Taewong suggested they simply let Jongwon come along. He opened the door, climbed in and thanked them for the ride. As he settled into the seat, Dakyong couldn't help but notice that this was the same man who had forced them to stop the car in the first place, as if every event had been carefully orchestrated. Curious, Taewong turned toward Youngwon and pressed him about what he meant by being kicked out. Youngwon chuckled and admitted that he might have been too annoying. He had bombarded Jae-hong with questions, driven purely by curiosity, particularly about what had passed between Jae-hong and Dakyong. Wong blinked, stunned, realizing how persistent Youngwon must have been to get thrown out in the middle of the night. Youngwon revealed that the questioning had started from the very beginning of their trip. That meant he had been pestering Jae-hong for nearly an hour. Taewong couldn't believe he had tolerated it for so long. Dakyong jumped in, stating that if she had been in Jae-hong's place, she would have sewn Jungwon's mouth shut. Jungwon laughed, noting that Jae-hong had said the same thing. Dakyong rolled her eyes and snapped that she wouldn't have treated him any differently. Still grinning, Jungwon added that he hadn't even been that curious to begin with. Dakyong stared at him in disbelief, completely thrown by his audacity. Then, without warning, Jungwon leaned toward her, his tone shifting. With narrowed eyes and a sharp edge to his voice, he asked how she had managed to make Chong cry. He guessed it had to be a rejection. His timing was so precise that even Taewong, quietly observing, felt a flicker of admiration. It was as if Jungwon could read minds. Flustered and defensive, Dakyong insisted she hadn't said anything. Jungwon wasn't convinced. He accused Jungwon of trying to win her sympathy with tears. Then, half teasing, he asked if he cried too. Would she feel sorry for him? That pushed Dakyong over the edge. Her frustration boiled over as she hit Jungwon, scolding him for creating such a scene when he already knew the truth. She accused him of getting himself thrown out of the car on purpose. As the exchange dragged on, Taewong leaned back with a groan. No matter how absurd the argument had become, one thing was clear. Dekyong seemed in a better mood than before. Still, she warned Jung-won that if he really wanted to cry, she would make sure he cried for real. Alarmed, Jung-won quickly apologized, his bravado vanishing. Outside, the rain poured steadily, cold and unyielding, mirroring the banter inside the car. Eventually Dekyong drifted off to sleep. Taewong turned to Young-won and asked if she was truly asleep. Young-won nodded, explaining that she had glared at him, mumbled that she was tired, and finally drifted off, though not before snatching his earphones. Seeing this, Taewong told Jung-won to rest as well. But Jung-won's tone shifted again. Low and cautious, he mentioned having seen someone strange near the lodge earlier. When Taewong asked what kind of person, Jung-won hesitated before confessing that he had been hiding from none other than Shen Yong-hwan. Considering everything, he believed it would be safer to take him home first. Laishan leaned in, saying that sometimes danger could be felt just from locking eyes with someone. Taewong gave a nervous laugh, asking how scary the person had looked, but an uneasy dread began rising within him. Memories flooded back: white hair, pale eyes, a scar etched near the eyes, a face burned into memory, a terror that refused to fade. Suddenly, Jung-won said he had a serious question, one that demanded an honest answer. Taewong tensed, sweat forming on his brow as he braced himself. Jung-won stared forward and asked if they were being chased at that very moment. Elsewhere, high above on the rooftop of a nearby building, a man stood silently, observing their vehicle. He raised his phone and made a call. A calm voice on the other end requested an update. The observer reported that they had momentarily pulled back due to unexpected interference, but were now tracking the targets again. When asked about the interference, he explained that a blonde classmate had appeared just before they could make their move. 3 confirmed individuals were now grouped together. The voice inquired whether the targets had sensed anything. The observer confirmed that they hadn't shown any suspicious behavior. As the call ended, the observer narrowed his eyes, replaying the image of the blonde classmate in his mind. Meanwhile, in another room, an operative sifted through classified files. Within their intelligence system, Jung-won remained a blank slate. No affiliations, no confirmed ties, nothing verifiable. There were even whispers linking him to an investigative agency. The higher-ups had labeled him unstable and advised against provoking him. And now, he had become part of the equation. The man on the phone offered a cold smile. Of all the people it could have been, it had to be someone this troublesome. Still, as long as Lai Qiang was delivered to the chairman, the rest would be easy to clean up. His anticipation twisted into something darker. He pictured the broken remains of a woman long believed dead. The chairman's reaction would be worth it. His voice turned sharp as he gave the order. Bring them in no matter what it takes. The agent stationed on the rooftop responded with a calm acknowledgement. Inside the car, Taewong sat drenched in sweat, his thoughts looping uncontrollably. White hair, pale eyes, a scar near the eye. There was no mistaking it. It was him, Shin Yong-hwan's dog. Even Lekyong had failed to stop that monster. This was no ordinary threat. This was the worst-case scenario. And now, they had been discovered far sooner than expected. Yulong spoke quietly, his voice steady as he uttered the name, Shin Yong-hwan. Taewong snapped his head toward him, warning him not to get involved. It was far too dangerous. But Jung-won's response was simple, chilling in its certainty. It was already too late. He was already part of it, already standing here beside them. Taewong's mind spun. Jung had known, he had come willingly, but why? Why go this far? Yet there was no point questioning it now. The truth was undeniable, they were already in this together. Leon 1 wanted to understand Shin Yong-hwan's real objective. Taewong finally spoke. Depending on the goal, capture or kill, their tactics would have to change. If necessary, they would choose death. Yulong nodded grimly. That left only one option: keep running. The two quickly laid out their next steps. Do not stop unless absolutely necessary. Stick to the outskirts. Move swiftly. So far, no vehicles had been following them, and the tracking devices had only been checked visually. Without hesitation, Taewong decided to change their destination. Meanwhile, in a black vehicle tailing them, 2 agents monitored the situation closely. The target's car had veered off the expected route, speeding along a coastal highway. It was clear they had realized they were being followed. If this continued, the agents risked losing them. One agent scanned the surroundings. A truck was nearby, but using it would make capturing the targets alive nearly impossible. The other agent didn't hesitate. The command was given, send the truck. The car cut through the night along the dim highway, headlights slicing through the fog. Inside, silence hung heavily. In the passenger seat, Taewong kept his eyes on Young Wong, face tense, thoughts racing. Finally, Young Wong gave a silent nod, permitting him to speak. Taewong's voice carried urgency as he asked why Jung-won had waited until Daekyong was asleep to speak up. The timing felt too precise. Leon-won answered without hesitation. He had feared her reaction. If she sensed something was wrong, she would act immediately, even recklessly. She never stood by when someone she cared about was in danger. Putting her to sleep first had been the safest move. He promised he would wake her once they neared their destination. Even after knowing her for so long, parts of Daekyong remained unreachable to him. Yet Taewong had come to understand her in ways he never could. Still, Jung-won brushed it off. To him, Daekyong was a paradox. Outwardly simple, inwardly layered and complex. Taewong's frustration finally broke through. He questioned why Jung hadn't contacted anyone else for help. Surely there were others, people more capable, better suited. Why risk everything? Leon-won offered calm reassurance, but it only stirred deeper anger in Taewong. This wasn't just about staying safe. He had come here for a reason. He had something he needed to say. Just as he opened his mouth, Yulong's eyes widened in alarm. In a flash, he yelled at Taewong to move. Taewong turned his head, and the world seemed to slow. A massive freight truck tore toward them from the side, headlights blazing, horn drowned beneath screeching tires. A second later, it struck. The collision was brutal. Their car was hurled across the highway like a ragdoll, twisting and grinding along the asphalt. Metal crumpled on impact. Windows shattered, glass spraying like crystal rain. The world became a blur of chaos and destruction. In the chaos, Ramwon shielded Daekyong with his body, holding her close as the vehicle tore apart around them. They were thrown from their seats, tossed through the remains of the car into the cold night air. The ground hit hard, far from the wreckage beneath a calm evening sky. Elsewhere, Shan sat with her friends, staring at a photo on her phone. A quiet smile tugged at her lips. The lighting had captured the moment perfectly, something almost magical. Min-jae asked her to send the picture. Shan teased him for being slow, reminding him she had already done so. Jian's voice softened. She thought back to her past, to the people she once called friends. In truth, they weren't friends at all, merely followers clinging to her shadow for status. Min-jae's question brought her to a quiet admission. She had chosen to be part of that world. Back then she believed it gave her strength, but the truth was fear. Everyone clinging to their place, afraid to fall. Everything changed when Dakan came into her life. Unlike the others, Dakan didn't pretend. She lived honestly, unchained by social games. Chishan admired her, not out of envy, but out of respect. Once obsessed with reputation, Gon had finally found peace during their day together. For the first time, status didn't matter. She wasn't measuring anyone, not even herself. School, once a battlefield of silent wars and invisible pressures, felt different now. She didn't want to leave it behind. She wanted time to slow down. Ninja felt the same. Their shared silence said it all. But peace never lasted. Back on the highway, night bled into carnage. The car lay ruined across the wet asphalt, flattened by impact. Steam rose from crushed metal, and shattered glass littered the road. Amid the wreckage, Jun-won had fallen to the ground, still holding Daekyong tightly in his arms. Daekyong found herself lost in a haunting dream. In that vision she sat silently at her parents' gravesite, consumed by sorrow. Her eyes drifted to a group photo in her hands, and without hesitation, she set it on fire. Flames engulfed the image of familiar faces, consuming the photograph entirely. From the distance, a voice pierced through the dream, calling her name over and over again. Startled, Daekyong awoke, gasping and trembling, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to catch her breath. Jung-won, sitting beside her, immediately grabbed her shoulders, trying to comfort her. He spoke softly, urging her to calm down, but Daekyong refused to believe it was just a nightmare. To her it felt too real. She insisted something had happened. Jung-won's voice turned serious. There had been an accident. Confusion turned to alarm as Daekyong repeated his words. An accident. Panic set in. Her voice cracked as she shouted Jung Tae-won's name, her heart pounding. She called for him desperately, terrified. Dong-won, noticing her spiraling panic, gently held her face and urged her to look ahead. He reminded her it wasn't just about him. Others were after them. People from Shinyang-hwan were already on their trail. In the distance, dark silhouettes moved toward their wrecked car. Young-won lowered his voice, explaining that only one had arrived so far, but more were sure to come. Daekyong couldn't understand how he knew this. Her eyes locked on his bloodied head. Calmly, Young-won reassured her it was just a small cut. There wasn't time to worry about it now. The car was tilting. They had to get out before it was too late. Young-won asked if she could move. Somewhere nearby, Jae-hung recalled a recent mention of an accident, brushing off the concern and urging them to head inside. Yet something about the situation lingered in his mind. He stared at his call list, troubled. Back at the crash site, one of the attackers who had caused the accident made a call, confirming that everyone inside the vehicle was unconscious. The car was tilting, and they needed to pull the passengers out quickly. When someone hesitated, the attacker barked commands, ordering them to step back. Daekyong, still overwhelmed by the chaos, told herself they had to end this fast and flee. Without hesitation she sprang into action, attacking one of the men. After dealing with him, she rushed to Jungwon, lifting him and checking his pulse. She called his name in a trembling voice, but there was no response. Her heart sank, his pulse was weak. There were no external injuries, but it was clear he had taken the brunt of the impact. Her mind raced with guilt. When had they started chasing them? Why hadn't she noticed sooner? She blamed herself. The realization hit hard. Why did this have to happen now? At a moment like this, determined, she ran back to the car and shouted for Han Jung to come out. She urged him to move quickly, but he warned her not to approach. A shard of glass had pierced his abdomen. His leg was broken. Even if he managed to escape the wreckage, he would collapse from blood loss. He reminded her of reality. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't carry two unconscious men and flee alone. There wasn't enough time. He urged her to take Jae-won and hide until reinforcements arrived. That was the only hope, but Daekyong refused to accept it. She yelled at him to shut up and take her hand. She wasn't going to abandon anyone. She insisted she could carry them both. She told him not to worry about what came next, only to hold on. Her voice grew louder with desperation as she screamed for Jungwon to move. Jungwon looked at her with pain and clarity. He told her to think about what mattered most. He reminded her that none of this was her fault. Daekyong's thoughts spiraled again. Misfortune always came at her in the form she feared most. Sudden, unforgiving, all at once. And yet, he still threw himself into danger for her, recklessly, without hesitation, leaving more unanswered questions behind. Suddenly, the car slipped from the edge and plunged into deep water. Jungwon sank beneath the surface, swallowed by darkness. Even in his final moments, he remained resolute. Against the rising sun, they would not falter. They would stand strong, guarding the night. Like the moon shining in darkness, they would continue to shine silently and without fear. On rainy days, Jungwon had always believed that even the tightest security could weaken. Rain distorted visibility and unstable signals disrupted surveillance systems. Under such conditions, slipping through unnoticed became far easier. And so, during the quiet hours before dawn, he moved silently along a narrow, rain-soaked mountain path. The only light came from the dim moon, struggling to pierce the heavy clouds. The forest stood still, shrouded in darkness, as if urging him to turn back, but he didn't stop. Beneath the thick shadows where most would hide, he moved forward without hesitation. The words echoed in his mind like a steady heartbeat. "We shall not falter." Then a memory rose, vivid and unexpected. His mother had come to visit. He had greeted her with a quiet "Mom," the word catching in his throat. He hadn't expected to see her yet, but there she was, standing before him. She gently asked what he had been doing lately. "As always," he replied, "training, then practice." That day he had been learning jujitsu, but her eyes soon drifted to his wrist, noticing the plaster. Worry flashed across her face. He explained calmly that it was from practicing breakfalls, but he knew she hadn't come just for that. She had traveled all this way with heavier thoughts. She brought up the cigarettes, reminding him she had already asked him to quit. Her tone held no anger, only concern. Their conversation drifted through familiar territory, simple words with deep meaning. Her sharp eyes, inherited from herself, noticed everything. No air freshener could mask the truth. She could always sense it. She smiled softly, teasing him, saying he was nagging her already, like before, even after 2 years apart. To her, even these small moments were enough. Then she mentioned a child. Young Moon tilted his head, confused. She clarified, "Dong." Her expression lit up with warmth. Her eyes always softened at the name. She called Dong a troublemaker, loyal to a fault, the kind who insisted on being her bodyguard no matter how often she was told not to. That child had become part of her everyday life. She shared how she tried to shield Dawang from danger, but some people were born with instinct, talent, and defiance. That girl had all of it. There was no hiding it. Youngwon admitted he only knew her name. His mother simply laughed. Compared to the secret she had once held, that was nothing. She recalled how hard it had been to let go of Dawang that day. She had struggled just to remove all the wiretaps. Living this way wasn't easy. His mother stayed silent for a long time. He understood then that she had wanted to befriend that girl, not out of obligation but from genuine affection. She pulled out her phone and showed him messages from Daong. Foolish, senseless, full of nonsense. But even those meaningless texts had brought her joy. Sometimes all it took were silly messages and small wishes to keep her going. And that was when Jung-un spoke. He asked her not to come anymore. His voice was steady but pain shone in his eyes. He said he liked it there, that he had adjusted, but in truth he feared for her. He couldn't bear the thought of her ending like so many others. Though he said what he had to, he warned that if she returned, he would die. Cruel words, sharp but necessary. Because this woman, his mother who stood strong before the world, was still his greatest weakness, and he was hers. She looked at him with heavy understanding, then asked if this was truly their final meeting. She opened her arms for one last hug. Time seemed to freeze, a goodbye so quiet it barely felt like one, like closing a chapter you didn't want to end. She pulled back slightly and asked if those words applied only to her. Then, with a soft smile, she said that next time, she'd just send Darong instead. Even in their last moment, she found a way to make him smile. She said she was only joking, then added, with love in her voice, that she loved him. He whispered it back, telling her not to get hurt. Then she walked away. Now in the present, Young-won lay underwater, lost in thought. He had hoped it wouldn't be the end of her story, but her flames, so bright and unyielding, had finally gone out beneath the cold sea. Even in her last breath, she hadn't given up. Her will had been stronger than anything, and now he was frozen in that moment, powerless. A bitter thought surfaced. Had he believed too much in her strength? Could he have delayed the end just a little longer? Resentment rose. He resented the mother who never allowed herself to collapse, who never surrendered to despair. Yet, despite everything, that spark she left behind had not vanished. It had passed on to that child. The water clung to his skin. Young-won floated lifeless beneath the surface. Then, Dong reached out. She dove deep and pulled him upward with everything she had. The cold bit into her bones. Her body shook violently. Every breath burned like fire in her chest. But she kept going. The car door had been torn off during the crash. One miracle, because Young hadn't been strapped in, she could reach him in time. But the danger wasn't over. Rebar had pierced through the vehicle. The fall had been brutal. Was Jung even alive? And in choosing to save him, had she lost her only chance to save Jung-won? The boy who existed because of Young-won's sacrifice. Had she chosen a corpse over someone still breathing? No, she forced the thoughts away. She couldn't lose anyone else. Not because of her choices. No one. But was this how it ended? Drowning, saving no one? Then another hand grasped hers. A figure dove in, Jae-hung. He fought against the water and panic, pulling both of them to shore. When his eyes landed on Young-won's face, he froze. Shock and confusion filled him. He asked why Dakyong was here. He had heard about the nearby accident, had a bad feeling, tried calling, but there was no answer. Dakyong broke down, her emotions spilling over. She reminded him of what he once said, that they should go back to being strangers. Then why was he here now? Why did he keep risking his life for her? Was he insane? Why did people keep doing this? She didn't understand. Jae-hung tried to answer, but she turned away. She had to go. Where? He called after her, but she didn't stop. She told him to take Jung-won and Han Jung-won to the hospital. She begged him to save them, then walked away. Stepping into the road, her mind swirled like a storm. Shin Mong-han was still out there, attacking anyone in his path. Jung had already been a target. If she hesitated again, more people would die. This had to stop. She already knew what had to be done. There could be no more running, no more losses. She was ready. Back at the crash site, Jae-hung desperately pressed down on Jun-won's chest, performing CPR with trembling hands. His breaths came heavier with every passing second. Fear and dread surged within him as he recalled rushing there, a terrible feeling consuming his heart. The sight was gruesome, blood everywhere, its stench thick in the air, making it hard to breathe. The horror of it clouded his thoughts. Even Han Jung, who was dying in front of him, made reality feel distant and unreal. But Jae-hung couldn't afford to give in. He gritted his teeth. He had to save him. Suddenly, one of his servants rushed over, calling out for the young master. Seeing Jae-hung in that state, the servant asked if he was all right. Jae-hung quickly asked about the ambulance. The servant informed him it would arrive in about 10 minutes, and urged him to head somewhere safer, assuring him that he would handle things from there. But Jae-hung's mind shifted again, this time to Dakyong. Realization struck hard. He still had to find her. Panic rose in his voice as he shouted her name into the open air, desperate and loud, scanning the surroundings frantically, pleading for her to respond. Regret gnawed at him. What had he missed? Why had he been so late to understand the situation? Why had he been so powerless? Maybe it began when Han Jung-won had walked alone on that dark rainy road, or perhaps it started even earlier. He clutched his phone, willing Dakyong to answer, hoping for a response that never came. He had told himself it must have been a simple accident. Otherwise, nothing made sense. As he moved toward a distant commotion, Jae-hung noticed a group of cars and a crowd gathering around something. His eyes widened as he saw Dakyong lying motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, he ran to her and held her in his arms. His gaze locked onto the men nearby, Shin Mong-hwan's operatives. Jae-hung shot them a death glare, met by a cold, unreadable response from one of the men. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Jae-hung's stepsister sat calmly in her bedroom. A man massaged her legs while she chatted on the phone, but the call quickly turned sour. Her expression shifted from indifference to offense. She snapped in anger. The voice on the other end had clearly disrespected her. She reminded them that she had given explicit orders to leave Dakyong alone. Frustration surged in her voice as she shouted again. Why did they always act up whenever she left Korea? With a bitter sigh, she dismissed the caller's excuses and ordered them to figure things out. She didn't care whether Daekyong screamed or cried. They should have left her alone. She also reminded them that their father had been on edge lately. If this caused trouble for her, she warned, they would pay. As the call ended, it became clear she had been speaking to Shanyong all along. Later, Shanyong sat face to face with someone else. With a smug tone, he commented on people's relatives. The person he was speaking to was none other than Jae-hung, bound tightly to a chair, unable to move. Shanyong mocked him, calling him rude. He reminded Jae-hung that he had been warned to stay out of it, but the young master had insisted on playing the hero. What a pity. There was no use trying to escape now. He was tied up with no way out. Then Shanyong revealed Daekyong. She too was unconscious and restrained. Jae-hung shouted her name, but it was useless. She couldn't hear him. She couldn't see him. Shanyong taunted him, asking how he planned to rescue her from beyond the wall. He questioned Jae-hung's connection with Daekyong, why he was willing to go to such lengths for her. Wasn't Shanyong just supposed to follow Lee Jagan's orders and eliminate Jae-hung? Why then was Daekyong being dragged into this? Shanyong corrected him. Jae-hung had misunderstood everything. It wasn't because of him that Dae-yong was caught up in this. It was the other way around. Because of her, Jae-hung had become involved. Shanyong explained that no one had told Jae-hung the truth. Daekyong was born as the daughter of a prostitute, raised by an organization that had only taught her how to kill. After the death of her former boss, she had spent her life seeking revenge, a low, dirty pursuit. And that same woman Shanyong revealed was the cruel murderer Jae-hung had once admired so much. This was Lee Daekyong's true identity. Chinmong declared that he would offer her to the director. Her unwavering will had become a threat. She had even plotted to murder the director's family. The same woman whom everyone had once followed as a boss had tormented the director for years. Dane Chinmong was blind, chasing power without knowing the truth. Shinyong had simply done what the police couldn't. It was, in his words, for the greater good. But Jae-hung rejected that completely. He called Shanyong a social evil, bound to be swallowed up by the karma he had earned. He said Shanyong's words were nonsense. The moment their stories no longer aligned, everything Shanyong said became meaningless. Jae-hung's anger boiled over. With venom in his voice, he said Shanyong had no right to call Lee Da-kyung a monster. He warned him not to try deceiving him again. There was no more need for words. He had made a decision. Da-kyung would be the one to finish Shanyong off. Without hesitation, without blinking, she would kill him. He hoped Shanyong realized exactly who he had provoked. He told him to watch closely, how decisively she would end him. Shanyong let out a laugh and walked out of the building, his amusement echoing behind him. Jung growled Shanyong's name through gritted teeth, a warning laced with fury. Outside, Shanyong asked his assistant if they had received a response from the chairman. The assistant whispered back, "It wasn't just anyone, it was a message from Chairman Lee." Fear crept across Shanyong's face. His eyes widened, sweat trickled down his forehead. The name alone was enough to shake him. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Daekyong lay unconscious. A man approached her gently, asking if she was okay. Daekyong's eyes opened slightly. She recognized him, the same man she had seen before. Her body was weak, her strength gone. Something had clearly been done to her. The man explained that he had been surprised the first time he saw her. Although their combat team had trained many people, it was rare to find someone with a will as strong as hers. Yet he questioned why she hadn't fought back earlier, why she hadn't resisted. He wondered aloud if it was fear for those close to her that had kept her still. Reaching out, he grabbed her hand and presented a cruel scenario. Two of her people were now there. The moment Daekyong lost consciousnness, Jae-hung had chased after her and willingly followed wherever she was taken. The silver-haired friend was also alive, unconscious, and easy to capture after being left behind by Jung. Because of that, they had managed to bring him as well. The man coldly informed her there was still hope. She could save one of them. That was the director's offer. But there was also a third man, the blonde one from the car. The man told her he had died on the spot. Shock widened Daekyong's eyes, leaving her momentarily speechless. But instead of breaking, she glared at the man with the fierce intensity of a lioness. He returned her death glare without backing down, smirking, encouraging her to keep that fire in her eyes. He reminded her that a broken toy was of no use. She didn't need to worry. Then he injected her with something painful. The agony surged through her body, making her wonder what kind of substance it was. Watching from behind the wall, Jae-hung witnessed everything, but bound tightly, he was helpless. Daekyong couldn't even see him. The man received a call and began to leave. As he exited, Daekyong lowered her head, whispering in her thoughts that it couldn't be true. It had to be a lie meant to provoke her. If not, she wouldn't be able to die peacefully. She urged herself not to lose focus. She had to stay sane. Soon after, another man entered the room. He observed her and commented sarcastically on seeing such a young woman in that condition. Daekyong silently noted that he was clearly a novice, A professional would never have revealed even the smallest detail. His presence was confusing. Why was someone inexperienced sent in, and why had the other man suddenly vanished? Drowsiness weighed on her. It was clearly from the sedative. They had likely injected her again while she was unconscious. Everything had been meticulously prepared, from the gag to prevent suicide, to the reinforced handcuffs and shackles. The man scratched his head, wondering aloud if it was necessary to gag her. As he began to remove the cloth from her mouth, Dakyong's thoughts raced. She knew that unless magic was involved, there was no way she could escape on her own. If the earlier man had stepped out, it meant they didn't consider her a threat, and it also meant the others could return at any moment. The novice man offered to chat, claiming boredom. She noticed there were no visible security cameras in the room. Likely, none were installed. He lifted her chin and asked what she had done to deserve being locked up, calling her pretty. Meanwhile, Jae-hung quickly understood what that meant. No one was watching. Whatever he did to this man, no one would know. He couldn't afford to die yet. Elsewhere, Jae-hung's stepsister acted with ruthless efficiency. The man who had been giving her a leg massage collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Without hesitation, she called out to her assistant, ordering him to call an ambulance. When he questioned the urgency, she snapped, demanding if he was deaf, insisting he hurry. Under the dim light of the room, Dakyong faced a young novice. Her voice was steady as she admitted she didn't know why his boss was so obsessed with her. The novice laughed, scoffing at the absurdity. When she mentioned his superior, Shin, his disbelief turned into amusement. He grinned, curious about what kind of charm she could possess to make Shin so fixated. With a mocking tone, he expressed interest in hearing more. Dakyong didn't hesitate. She reminded him she had killed many of his people. Instead of anger, the novice laughed again, almost entertained. He invited her to continue, assuming she must have been as bored as he was. Dakyong's tone shifted. She spoke cautiously, preparing him for what was to come. Sensing something in her voice, the novice lifted his gun, holding it toward her. He warned her not to attempt anything foolish, claiming she couldn't do much in her condition. His tone was casual, almost teasing, reassuring her that the safety was on. But Dakyong leaned closer, her eyes locking onto his. She traced her tongue across the barrel, taunting him seductively. She asked if he was truly that curious, offering, "Should I show you?" inviting him to come closer. The novice laughed, almost charmed. Her audacity excited him. He admitted she was crazy, but somehow, that made him like her even more. With no concern for consequences, he stepped in, confessing he didn't like to just watch, assuring her they wouldn't be disturbed. From outside, Jae-hung caught sight of the unfolding scene. Shock and rage surged through him. Inside, Dakyong asked again if the place was truly secure. The novice chuckled, confirming it was soundproof. He teased her, assuming she was already playing along. Then, in one smooth motion, Dakyong snatched his gun with practiced precision, pointing it at his chest. The novice froze, utterly confused. A gunshot rang out. He was thrown back with such force that he crashed into the wall, blood splattering across the surface. Watching from outside, Jae-hung recalled Shin Mong-won's haunting words. The man had warned him that Dakyong never revealed the truth, that he should witness for himself the merciless murderer she truly was. As the echo of the gunshot faded, Dakyong's mind returned to the words of another enemy, the one who had taunted her earlier. He had said that 2 of her people were already captured. The moment she lost consciousness, Jae-hung had chased after her, volunteering to follow wherever she was taken. Her silver-haired friend, Han Jung-won, was unconscious but alive. Jae-hung had left him behind, making him easy to approach. Because of that, they had managed to bring him in. Dakyong tried to deny it, telling herself it was all lies. Yet the mention of her blonde friend, Leon-won, lingered in her mind. She had hoped it was false, that he hadn't been dragged into this again. With heavy steps, she moved toward Jung. Her thoughts spiraled. She understood now, everything was her punishment for dreaming foolishly. For a fleeting moment, she had wished to fall into Jung's warmth, to be her true self with him. But such dreams weren't meant for people like her. This was the price for reaching beyond her grasp. She didn't blame him for ignoring her warnings and coming here. In truth, she had admired that side of him. His refusal to turn away from those in need, his humanity. None of this was his fault. The sacrifices made that day were hers alone. The weight of them belonged to her. Then, suddenly, someone fired at her. She thought, in the end she had failed. Her long-awaited revenge had slipped through her fingers. She had never returned the kindness, the love she had received. She had achieved nothing. Perhaps revenge had never been her true goal. What she had truly longed for was simpler, a sense of warmth, a place to belong, a life taken from her, clinging to a past that could never return. She had disguised that longing as vengeance, but she remembered one phrase once told to her, "There's no child whose birth is a sin, so she can keep living." Those words echoed louder than any gunshot. Chinyong was thrown to the ground, pinned by a small girl sitting atop him. Furious, he shouted, Unable to comprehend what had just happened, his eyes widened as he spotted the brooch on her uniform, an unmistakable emblem of the Glory Squad. These elite agents operated directly under Chairman Lee's orders, handling everything from combat to internal investigations and high-level security, monsters in human form, bound by absolute loyalty. Xianyang couldn't comprehend why he was being targeted. He shouted his name, desperate to prove his identity. He was the director of Xianyang Construction. There had to be some mistake. The real targets, the survivors of that woman's faction, were still in the basement. He insisted he could guide them to Sewon and the others they had failed to eliminate. But the man before him made it clear, there was no mistake. The chairman had specifically ordered Xianyang's capture. The mention of the woman's faction was irrelevant. The body count had already been confirmed. There were no survivors. Every one of Xianyang's former comrades had been accounted for, and he could not deny it. He was told to move quickly. Any delay could cost them their lives. Elsewhere, Jay approached Lai Jia-hyun, her mind in turmoil. The arrival of the Glory Squad so deep into the operation unsettled her. How had word spread so quickly? She had ensured Jaeong's phone was unreachable. How then had her father learned the truth? Confusion turned to fury, and she cursed Shin Munan, blaming him for whatever had gone wrong. Meanwhile, several of Jae-hung's men discovered his location. Rushing in, they shouted, calling him young master. They reacted swiftly, aiming their guns at a man demanding he drop his weapon. The standoff was tense, until Jae-hung's voice cut through the chaos. He sat on the ground, cradling Dae-hung's bloody body in his arms, pleading for help. Panic consumed him as he called out her name, tears streaming down his face. He begged for her to be saved, his voice trembling with desperation. Dakyong, fading in and out of consciousness, drifted into memories. Her earliest memory was of a noisy television that never shut off, the musty stench of mold, and the heavy odor of alcohol and tobacco that filled the air. She longed for even a glimpse of morning sunlight. Her mother, unable to sleep, wandered the house at night. When the moon rose, she left for work. During those lonely hours, Dakyong survived on leftovers, clinging to the faint moonlight as her only comfort. Her mother had once loved a wealthy man, deceived by his sweet promises. But when Dakyong was born, the man vanished. Her mother, consumed by desperation, turned her love into hatred, directing it at her own child. Dakyong remembered holding her breath, hiding from a mother who never left the room. The moon rose night after night, yet she remained trapped in hunger and loneliness, scavenging for scraps of food, chewing her nails. She never felt full. Then came the first warmth she ever experienced. A stranger reached out, treating her as their own child. They gave her a name, sang lullabies, taught her to speak, and showed her the world beyond the four walls of her early life. One phrase stayed with her forever: there is no child whose birth is a sin. In that moment, Dakyong learned what it meant to live. She found something she never wanted to lose, but she also learned that nothing in life is eternal. Afraid of losing it, she shut the window before the moon could rise again. That fear, yearning for warmth while pushing it away, may have been the start of her contradictions. And now, as her life dangled between moments, it was him, of all people, who appeared again. Leon Wu. She had brought him into this, unintentionally. His voice echoed in her mind. He had accused her of hurting those around her, perhaps even himself. Perhaps it was guilt that made her see his face, or perhaps it was the fact that he risked everything to bring her back from the brink. He had looked at her like the moon illuminating the darkness, calm, knowing, full of compassion. He had warned her not to throw her life away, reminding her that people like her always ended the same way. He had begged her to stop walking that path. That day, when he looked at her, he became the moon she had once longed for. Like light slipping through closed windows, he reached her. No matter how much she denied it, he stayed. She had always known deep down what she felt, and now, with everything slipping away, she could finally admit it. He was the embodiment of her yearning. If she could see him just one more time, she would be sure of her feelings. She was born with an unusually long destiny. Whether it was misfortune or something else, she did not yet know. Eventually, Dakyong arrived at the hospital. The nurse informed everyone of her condition. From the window, Dakyong stood watching, tears welling in his eyes, falling freely as he saw her still alive, yet battered and fragile. At the hospital reception, a nurse called out for patient Lee Dakyong. Jo Taiwang quickly responded, asking if she was all right. The nurse requested his name and ID. After confirming he was Jo Taiwang, she informed him that he was eligible for visitation and would be escorted to her room. It had been 4 days since the incident. Though Dakyong had regained consciousness, she had spent most of the time asleep. Toming's worry weighed heavily on him. Upon arriving at the VIP room, he marveled at its luxury, but his concern was entirely on her. As he stepped inside, relief flooded him. Lee Dakyong was awake. Overwhelmed, he rushed to her side, asking if she was all right, if she could speak, and if she remembered him. Panic flickered in his voice as he asked whether she had lost her memory. Dakyong, in that moment, realized something she had forgotten, something deeply important. Taiwang pressed further, asking if she remembered his name. Her thoughts told her that this man, despite everything, was the one she could trust the most. She teased him, pretending not to recognize him. "Who are you?" "Unjust," she said with a sly smile. Yet beneath the teasing, he was more reliable than anyone else. Shocked, Taiwang exclaimed in disbelief, but quickly reminded her she was lucky to be alive after being shot 3 times. That alone was a miracle. Her inner voice echoed with determination. She couldn't die and leave him behind. Taewong questioned her again, and Dakyong gently assured him that she could never forget him. She was simply glad to be alive and called him an idiot affectionately. Joy and relief washed over him as he shouted her name. Then he asked if Lee Jaeong's people were the ones who had rescued them. He explained that while Jaeong and Dakyong had been taken together, he had been rushed directly to the emergency room, only later learning that they had been taken by Shin Mongan. Dakyong recalled that it had all been a lie. Mongan's gray-haired minion had twisted the truth, mixing it with falsehoods to manipulate her. He had claimed that both Jae-hong and Taewong had been there, that one of them had died. It was all part of his deception. She then asked about Shin Yong-kwan. Taewong admitted he didn't know. From what it seemed, Jae-hong had backed down under pressure. He hadn't been in contact since, but Taewong was sure that once Jae-hong learned she had woken up, he would come. Taewong felt indebted to him and didn't know what to do. Dakyong confessed something heavy on her heart. She had killed a man in front of Lee Jae-yong. Desperate to free Taewong, she hadn't hesitated to shoot the enemy in the head. She had assumed there was a wall behind him, but the bullet had passed through, shattering the wall and revealing Jae-yong on the other side. In that split second, she couldn't even count how many times she had pulled the trigger. Now, to Jae-hong, she would only be a walking trauma. She couldn't bear to face him, but Taewong insisted it was enough that they were alive. All 3 of them, Daekyong, Taewong and Ji, were still breathing. Feelings could be sorted out in time. Wounds, both physical and emotional, would slowly heal. He urged her to stop blaming herself, to let go. Dakyong agreed. What mattered most was that everyone was still alive. Yet, Taewong noticed a change in her. Something was different. When he asked why she was already up, she revealed the urgent reason. She needed to see Han Jong-won. She had something to confirm. She pressed him for details. His room number, which hospital he might be in, whether he had regained consciousness. Taewong hesitated but eventually confessed. On the day of the incident, people claiming to be Jong-won's guardians had taken him away by force. Since then there had been no information. He didn't know if Jong-won was alive or where he was. The news hit Dakyong hard. Her thoughts spiraled, steel piercing her stomach, the trauma that followed, lingering bullet wounds. None of it felt coincidental. A girl's voice echoed in her head, complaining that no one had come. It had already been 2 weeks. The aftermath of it all lingered. Taewong silently wished he had lied. He remembered telling her the truth, that Jong-won had been taken and nothing more was known. Looking at Dakyong now, he saw the same fragile, unstable state she had been in after the boss died. It felt like history repeating itself. He wondered what he had missed. Dakyong's own thoughts turned dark. There had been no trace of entry or exit that day, not even from the room. Jung hadn't died. He had disappeared. And that meant he could still be alive. The link between the boss and Jung stirred her confusion. What started as hope began turning into despair. She recalled Jang Woo's words, telling her it wasn't her fault. But now, it felt like everything was. The guilt of not being able to protect anyone crushed her. She longed to lighten the burden that weighed her down. She had hidden a piece of guilt too painful to confront. A small part of her hoped someone would deny her fears. Ja's voice shattered the silence, sharp and unrelenting, demanding that Dakyong speak, anything to acknowledge that she had been the one to save her. When Dakyong had cried out for help, it had been Jas who had responded. And now, Dakyong's silence weighed heavily, almost unbearable. To Dakyong, Jak had always seemed hostile, a figure of intimidation, but now, she could see her clearly for who she truly was. Jak continued her verbal assault without pause. She mocked Dakyong's ambitions to start a business, sneered at her past failures, and belittled her for depending on others to save someone she had been powerless to protect herself. Dakyong asked herself, quietly, why she was even here. Ja, sensing her hesitation, pressed on. She reminded Dakyong of the true reason for coming to Korea, an invitation to next month's solar banquet. But before Dakyong could even consider attending, Ja challenged her. She told her that she would need to prove herself first, to show her worth, before uttering another word. Despite the sting of Ja's words, Dakyong remained calm on the surface, though her thoughts churned like a storm. Some things, she decided, were better left buried. Ja's cruelty intensified. She mocked Dakyong's fragile body, a body so weak that it might have perished from even a light touch. She spoke of their father's disappointment, his dashed hopes for a son strong enough to lead the family, shattered the moment Dakyong had been born. She implied that if Dakyong had never existed, perhaps life might have been average, even peaceful. The words were maddening, and Dakyung felt a familiar fire stir within her. Though the insult cut deep, she held herself steady, listening, observing, calculating. Dakyung's mind was weighed down with frustration. She knew families more broken than hers weren't uncommon. Blood ties often meant nothing, and at times, they could be crueler than strangers. She urged Jae-young to go inside, forget everything, and rest. To her, it felt like something that would eventually pass. But Jae-young stopped her. He didn't even know what to call her anymore. Everything he had believed about her had turned out to be a lie. In that moment, Dakyung realized the truth. She hadn't just broken his trust, she had shattered his last fragile piece of faith. His voice trembled with anger as he demanded answers. Who was she really? To him now, she was nothing but a murderer wrapped in lies. He asked why she had come at all. She should have stayed away. His accusations cut deep. She had manipulated him, used him, and then discarded him as if he meant nothing. To Jae-young, she was no longer Dakyung, but a monster born from her own fears. When he pressed her about revenge, she denied it. Inwardly, she realized how foolish she had been. Trying to comfort him had been a mistake. She explained that she had only come because she was worried. She thanked him for saving her, and Taewong for sending them to the hospital. She admitted she was grateful he had come to rescue them. Yet even as she spoke, she knew her words would wound him more than silence ever could. So she told him she would never appear before him again. She apologized. But before she could leave, Jae-young stopped her. If she was truly sorry, he said, then she shouldn't leave, she should stay by his side and redeem herself. Jae-young had always tried his best. Born with a frail body, he had spent his entire life determined not to remain weak forever. In his pursuit of health, he pushed himself beyond all limits. Even when his joints bled, he relied only on medicine. He pierced his own arms with needles again and again. For over a decade, he struggled to reach the level of health others took for granted. Because of that relentless effort, he no longer faced the threat of death from minor wounds. But fate wasn't kind. During the sports event, a single gunshot nearly ended his life. Still, he never allowed himself to drown in trauma. He fought against the pain, against unconsciousness, and overcame it the way he always had. Originally, the authority to manage the family business had been meant for his eldest sister, but she was murdered by their second sister. Whether their parents didn't know or simply refused to see the truth, authority was handed to Lee Ja, the murderer herself. Jae-young couldn't stand watching her twist their family's legacy while manipulating her way to power. He could have stopped her the same way she stopped their sister, with one bullet, but he refused to become a monster in order to defeat one. Instead, he devoted himself to proof. Tirelessly, he gathered evidence and documents, determined to strip Lee Ja of her position through justice, not blood. It was a long, painful battle, but no matter how hard he tried, the truth wasn't what people cared about. Good intentions could never defeat ruthless malice. Lee Ja painted herself as a hero, claiming she had saved her brother while betraying trusted allies. Meanwhile, Jae-young was portrayed as the broken youngest child, lost in conspiracy and delusion. As the day of her promotion to vice president drew near, bitterness consumed him. No one had listened to him, not even his father had believed him. All his struggles collapsed into futility. Dakyung, however, disagreed. She told him softly that his efforts hadn't been for nothing, but Jae-young shook his head. To him, his story wasn't over. He had invested so much into their relationship. Even when rumors spread that Dakyung was blinded by revenge and intended to kill him, rumors that sounded far more believable than her denials, he had chosen to believe in her. He had even thought himself insane for trusting her. But still, he held on. He remembered her words back then, her denial of any intent to harm him. She had told him she was just a student, incapable of such violence. She reminded him that if she had ever wanted to kill him, she had plenty of chances already. Those words had eased his doubts, making him fear his own distrust had hurt her. Later, a staff member had even confirmed that Dakyung once broke something during a phone call in anger, but Jae-young still believed her without question. Even when it became painfully clear that they weren't aligned in their feelings, he tried to close his heart to her, but it was impossible. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't stop worrying about her. When she jumped into the ocean to save someone, he had followed without hesitation. He never spoke of how terrifying that moment was. Even when others, like Shang Yong-kwan, spoke ill of her, Jae-young held his faith in her until the very end. He had believed in her completely, even when she denied everything. And now, with her voice breaking, Dakyung apologized once more. Jae-young confessed that he had always believed if he tried hard enough, she would eventually understand his feelings, but in truth, that had never mattered to her. While he fought his battles alone, she had only been calculating, measuring whether he could serve her purpose for revenge. That was all he had ever been to her. He thought back to that day he confessed, tears running down his face. How pathetic he must have looked. To her it must have seemed laughable. Once again she apologized, but Jung pressed further. What had all his effort been for? Was an apology supposed to erase everything? Her quiet whispers of sorry only made his voice sharper. Did she still believe he wasn't wrong? Then, his tone shifted. He demanded her story. He had already pieced it together. She held a grudge against the Seong group. Her true plan had been to kill the chairman's son, and that goal had already been achieved. Han Jung-woo, the heir of Seong group, and the biological son of Chairman Lee, was dead. Dakyung's face collapsed in horror as she realized the truth. Yahang confirmed it without mercy. Han Jun-woo had died because of her. He mocked her reaction. Wasn't this what she had wanted? She had enrolled in the academy only for this. Her mission was now complete. Dakyung stumbled back as his words cut deeper. Had she really fallen in love with her target for revenge? She begged him to let her go. He asked if she felt even the slightest regret for what she had done to him. Her voice trembled. She didn't know anymore. All she wanted was to leave. He didn't stop her. Instead, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Dakyung collapsed to the ground, exhausted and overwhelmed. Her thoughts spun in disbelief. This couldn't be true. It had to be a mistake. She whispered to herself that it was a lie. There was no proof, just a dream. She should never have dared to hope. So why had she clung so tightly? Then a gunshot cracked through the silence. She turned to see Jong holding the weapon. In panic, she rushed forward, grabbing his hand and forcing the gun upward. The bullet fired harmlessly into the sky. Tears streamed down her face as she begged him to stop, pleading with him not to follow the same dark path. Again and again her apologies spilled out, her voice breaking. Desperate, she asked what she could do to make things right, to be forgiven. His answer came in 2 words: save me, love me. Without thinking, Dakyung kissed him, but in her heart, she knew it was wrong. Their relationship had already rotted from the inside. Elsewhere, Yang Wang stirred in his hospital bed, and from that moment, the story shifted. As dawn arrived, sunlight streamed through the window. Dakyung reflected on the last thing she remembered, the countless moments when they had kissed. After that, they had fallen asleep for a few hours. When she stirred in the dazzling morning light, Ji-hung was quietly watching her. Without a word, she drifted back to sleep. Later, as dusk painted the room in warm hues, she opened her eyes again. He was still watching her. A thought lingered in her mind: had there ever been a time when she was the only one in his eyes like this? Yeong moved closer, gently cupping her cheek. She asked if he felt anxious. He admitted he was afraid he might die while she slept. His face inched closer until their lips nearly touched. Dakyung's thoughts turned bittersweet. It might be cruel, but she wished this moment could last forever, that she could be the only one in his world, the way he was in hers. Later, as Jaeong applied medicine to her wounds, he asked her name. She answered simply, Lagong. He seemed surprised she hadn't used an alias. She explained there was no need. Everyone who once knew her was dead, and no records remained. When he asked her age, she told him she was 21, with no reason left to lie. Yang admitted that despite watching her for so long and speaking with her countless times, he realized he had known nothing about her. She apologized, but the word only made him feel worse. From now on, he said she should say something else instead. I love you. Love. The word felt foreign to her. Even if she had once felt it, she wouldn't have recognized it as such. It was too complicated, too far from her world. But despite everything, she was here to atone. This was the only way she could save him. So, she said it. She told him she loved him. Dawn pressed his lips to hers and asked her to say it again. She repeated it. Overcome, Jaeong kissed her deeply. They clung to each other, drowning in desperation. In Dakyung's mind, she admitted to herself, his very personality had been broken by the beliefs he once held dear. Though she had not directly caused his circumstances, she had pushed him to the edge. His brokenness was her fault. And still, even knowing she had destroyed him, he held her with everything he had. That must have been his final attempt to survive. Together they were collapsing, broken in mind and body, clinging to one another as they fell. Later, Jaeong gently laid her down. Desire flickered in their eyes as they gazed at each other. He realized that everything, their words, their actions, was only a disguise for love. They had lost their way, unable to see where the surface was. With no will left to search for the light, they were sinking endlessly. And so, they kissed again, endlessly. Sometime later, the two of them sat side by side on a hill beneath the night sky, holding hands in silence. Finally, Dion broke the quiet with a question. Dakyung wrestled with a question that haunted her. Was Han Jung truly Chairman Lee's son? She needed to settle this in her heart before she could focus on Ji. Chairman Lee and his current wife had a child, but was it really Han Jung-won? She recalled the events after Jong collapsed. Chairman Lee's personal unit had arrived, but they had ignored her and Jae-hyung completely. Shin Mong-won had vanished soon after. That was when she realized the truth. There was no confirmation, no solid proof, but even the absence of information spoke volumes. In a private school, it was strange that no record existed for Han Jun-woo in the educational system. Xiao Yong had discovered the same. He revealed that the entire school board was filled with people tied to Xiong, and it didn't stop there. No place was untouched by the group's money. He had long suspected Han Junwoon was being groomed as the next heir, and that very secrecy hinted at something deeper. Dakyung asked him directly, who was he really? Young responded that in 2 weeks he had a private dinner scheduled with his father. He promised to take her there so she could see the truth for herself. For Dakyung, that was enough. Han Jong-won was indeed Chairman Lee's son, and he was dead. Her revenge was complete. Yet in the fragile space between life and death, her instincts had confused survival with hope. Later, she stood before her boss's grave. Speaking softly, she apologized. Once, she had tormented herself with the thought that maybe her boss had a child, that a piece of her might still be alive in the world, but it had been only a delusion. She had never been able to recover her boss's body. Not a single possession remained to remember her by. If her boss had truly had a child, Dakyung would have known. She had spent every moment by her side. A memory surfaced. Her teammates had once reassured her that even the boss needed time alone. Sometimes she would disappear for an entire day, but this time had been different. That day it poured with rain, and Timon had worried. If her boss had left on a sunny day instead, maybe things would have been different. Her reflection grew heavier. Her father wasn't the only one who had died. Her mother had passed the year before last. Now Shiny Minghwan's subordinates were closing in. Only one had appeared so far, but more would surely follow. In the dim stillness of the house, Dakyung noticed how empty it felt. The housekeeper auntie was gone, her comforting cooking now just a memory. No bodyguards were present either. The entire place felt abandoned. Zhao Yong answered her unspoken thought. He had sent them all away. When she asked why, he admitted uneasily that he felt watched. Something had unsettled him deeply. As Jae Yong studied her, unease grew in his chest. Dakyung's demeanor had changed overnight, as if the events of the past no longer existed in her memory. Was she once again hiding her true intentions behind a calm facade? The doubt in him tightened. Something was off. He asked her directly why she was acting this way so suddenly. Dakyung only replied that they still needed to eat. Even if they were destined to die, she said starving wasn't the way she wanted to go. Jae-hyung thought back to their talk the previous day. Had mentioning Han Jin-woo triggered something in her, but no, the change hadn't started there. She hadn't seemed relieved or satisfied. Whatever shift had taken place, it wasn't just revenge. Dakyung admitted she had tried in the beginning to hide her true emotions, even playing along, but as time went on, keeping up the act had become impossible. She slipped back into her old habits without realizing it. For Jae-young, trust had always been fragile, and sudden changes like this only deepened his weariness. Dakyung then mentioned something she had noticed while preparing ramen. A date July 5th circled. She asked about it. He told her it was his birthday. A quiet silence followed before she softly acknowledged it. Then she shifted the topic, asking if he could make a quick call to Jot Wong for her. Jae-young immediately saw through her. That had been her true purpose all along. But Dakyung pressed him. Couldn't he at least send a message to let Jot Wong know she was safe? Jae-hyung brushed it off, telling her to leave the dishes and that he would clean them. She protested, reminding him he only had one hand and hadn't even eaten. Her voice rose in desperation. She insisted she wasn't asking to see Jot Wong in person, only for a message. As he turned away, saying he was going out to smoke and warning her to stay back, she stood her ground. Unless he told her to leave, she wasn't going anywhere. She pleaded again. Jot Wong must be worried. She was worried too. That was what finally pushed Jae-young to the edge. He asked about her relationship with Jot Wong. Were they lovers? Dakyung's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he out of his mind to think such a thing? But Jae-young pressed harder. How could he separate truth from lies in her words? How could he be sure she and Jot Wong hadn't been conspiring against him? She told him there was no reason for such a thing to happen. Unless he intended to hurt Jot Wong, she had no reason to betray him either. Her goal was already achieved. Why would she do more? She told him to forget it. Whether he listened or not, she would keep talking. Believing her or not was up to him. To her, Jot Wong was family. When Jae-hyung asked if they were blood relatives, she answered firmly, no. After a brief pause, she explained that his name and age were exactly as Jae-hyung knew them. But Jae-hi Wong was never supposed to be exposed to Jae-hyung, and that mistake had led to the chaos they were now in. Without giving him much time to process, she began speaking of his talents, skills that set him apart. Hacking. That was where his true genius lay. Jae-hyung was startled, but she confirmed it. From childhood, they had been taught an arsenal of skills, specialized makeup techniques that went far beyond cosmetics, even altering bone structure, facial features, and body shape. They were trained in combat, in tactics, and even in seduction, though she admitted she had only ever heard rumors about that one. But hacking was Jot Wong's true domain. When Jae-hyung pressed further, asking what kind of people they really were, Dakyong admitted she didn't fully know. What she did understand was that every one of them carried a grudge against Chairman Lee. According to their boss, these were individuals she had encountered through her work, drawn together by a common purpose. Over time, only the most loyal remained, shaping themselves into what eventually became their group. She explained that she and Jot Wong had been different. They were taken in directly by the boss. The organization hadn't started as anything official. It was simply a gathering born of shared intent, but with the years, it had become something like a family. As absurd as it sounded, for security reasons no one truly knew each other's past or real identities. Only the boss held that knowledge, and so for Dakyong, the only word that fit was family. When asked about her own specialty, her answer was blunt: combat. She wasn't good at dealing with people, nor did she consider herself particularly clever, but fighting following orders, engaging directly, that came naturally. She had been trained in hand-to-hand combat by a man named Mr. Cheel, who taught her how to handle larger opponents and strike at their weak points. Weapon training came from Med. To sharpen her instincts, she sometimes taped her blade so the tip remained exposed, forcing herself to grow accustomed to pain. Her voice stayed calm as she recalled the days of relentless practice. Most of their training had been with wooden swords, so injuries were common. Still, she could never land a single scratch on her teacher. Frustrated, but stubborn, she pushed on. She admitted sneaking into real fights when she was younger, despite her boss's constant scolding. The first time she killed enemies, the boss's expression had been unforgettable, shock mixed with anger. The punishment afterward was harsher than ever. When Jae Hyung asked why she was so obsessed with fighting, her answer revealed her heart. The boss had told her that learning to protect herself would be enough. But to Dakyong, that wasn't enough at all. She didn't just want to protect herself, she wanted to protect the people who had once protected her. Her tone grew steady, carrying the weight of quiet sorrow. She had trained, fought, and pushed herself endlessly, always chasing strength, but in the end, she had failed to protect them. The grief was there, restrained but deeply rooted. A soft laugh escaped her lips, as she wondered aloud why she was even saying such things. That was when Jeong noticed the cigarette in her hand. Alarmed, he demanded she hand it over, warning her it was dangerous. She only looked at him calmly. Why, she asked. If it was so dangerous, did he smoke? Why did he harm himself? Why throw his life away? She reminded him that he had saved her life, and because of that she begged him not to die so carelessly. For her, the thought of dying had long since faded. She could not dishonor the care others had shown her. She confessed that she cared about him. Maybe it wasn't the kind of love he longed for, but she still wanted his healing and happiness. She didn't want him to die. She still believed that his struggles had not been in vain. Perhaps they hadn't been enough to stop every tragedy, but he had changed himself over time. That alone, she believed, was more than enough. Far away, Song's son moved with quiet determination. Approaching his father, he spoke with unwavering conviction. The curses of the past, he said, were nothing more than echoes of inner unrest. Calmly, he reminded his father that the long-awaited banquet was drawing near. He vowed to investigate every possibility, promising to take full responsibility should anything arise. All he asked was that his father set his worries aside. Song gave a single nod. His son, resolute in his loyalty, declared that he would remain at his father's side always. After wishing him peace, he turned to leave, instructing the personnel outside to return to their posts and allow only essential staff to remain. Then, calling sharply to one figure, he commanded, "P4, follow me." Once alone, the interrogation began. Port 4 was strapped into a device calibrated to detect the truth in every word. Calmly, he confessed that 17 years ago he had infiltrated Hanawan's organization under orders. Every detail had been reported faithfully. 2 years ago, his final report had confirmed that all identified members were accounted for and eliminated. When asked if any had escaped detection, he denied it. When questioned about betrayal, leaks, or hidden loyalties, he answered with firm denials. When asked if his life and mind belonged entirely to father, he answered yes, without hesitation. The machine confirmed no trace of deceit. Finally, confused, P4 asked why this interrogation was even happening. Hadn't the case been closed long ago for father's peace of mind? His superior replied grimly. Father had grown uneasy once again. P4 pushed back, asking if all of this was truly because of a single remark from the executive director of the construction department. They had already seized and examined the man's data. Nothing credible had been found, but truth didn't matter now. What mattered was father's peace of mind, ensuring that no doubts would disturb him. And so the questions continued. Could a corpse have been faked? The attack on Hanoan and her group, P4 explained, had been launched without prior notice. Even he had not known until it was over. The operation was carried out exclusively by the Glory Corps. Multiple strikes fell at once, leaving no chance for preparation, let alone deception. Under such conditions, faking a body was all but impossible. Still, his superior pressed further. P4 had spent years close to Han Siwon. Was she ever truly just an ordinary woman? At that question, P4 fell silent. Before leaving, the superior asked about his current duties. P4 replied that he was responsible for security at the upcoming board members' dinner. The command that followed was chilling. Reopen the case. If no evidence surfaced, create it. He was granted access to the discarded archives, with one warning: keep all actions secret from the others. As the superior departed, he left P4 with a final remark. Those corrupted by the world would always try to prove their immortality. P4 was told never to forget. When the room emptied, P4 clenched his jaw. Rage boiled beneath the surface. That man had already destroyed his eyes in pursuit of shadows, and still he wouldn't let go. How long would this continue? Would he be worn down until nothing remained? Over the comm line, his assistant's voice crackled, frustration evident. They had once been ordered to bury the past, and now suddenly they were told to fabricate it anew. Madness. Ahead of them loomed Father's creation, idea, the artificial island. P4 gave a sharp command: locate Shiny Myongwan. The assistant acknowledged and cut the line. Left alone, P4's mind drifted back to the question that had shaken him. Had Han Siwan ever been ordinary? A memory surfaced. He had once knelt before her, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. Before he could speak, she stopped him. She told him she didn't care about his past, his affiliations, or his secrets. She would never ask about his sins, never demand confessions. That was the price he had to pay to remain by her side: silence. It was her decision to let him stay, her choice to protect him. Everyone bore the weight of their own choices. To follow her with life and faith was his decision, but the children, they were innocent. They had not chosen this path. If disaster ever struck, if she herself fell, he was to send a single message, and then act as if nothing had ever happened. From that point on, the burden would be his alone. The children's fate would rest in their own hands. That was the price of her silence. Now years later, P4 reflected grimly. When it came time to pay that price, she hadn't even been there to see if he honored it. Suspicion, surveillance, betrayal, he had endured it all. Yet after everything, she had treated him as if none of it had happened, as if she had executed him with silence and buried it with sincerity. 18 years. That was how long his infiltration lasted, and still, she had never been ordinary. She had been layered, commanding, and burdened by the weight she carried. When the remains arrived, said to be the children's, they were beyond recognition. Every trace had been meticulously prepared, flawless. He told himself he had followed her will because it was also Father's order, but deep inside, he knew it had never felt like betrayal. Perhaps the only reason he had fulfilled her final wish was because she, who might have known everything, had willingly exchanged fates with him. Over comms, he finally told his assistant, what was done is done. Let it remain buried. As they neared Shin Yong Hwan's last known location, the assistant asked carefully, was his sentence eternal, to live as a sculpture on idea, suffering endlessly without release? P4 answered coldly, yes, eternal. The assistant was stunned. So many resources had been spent keeping the man alive only to prolong his suffering. But then P4 revealed the truth. Shin Manhwan was already dead. The assistant could only stare in disbelief. Elsewhere on idea, instructions were being carried out with delicate precision. A long cloth was drawn back slowly. A voice corrected the angle. Yes, exactly like that. Another admitted to discomfort, saying the sensation at their throat was unpleasant. A calm voice reassured them, it was fine. Nearby, a blonde-haired boy in a wheelchair quietly helped a child into their clothes. Then, the door opened. The butler entered. He apologized for not visiting sooner, his eyes falling on the boy in the wheelchair. At last, he spoke the name, Jung-won. He asked about Jung-won's condition. Accepting the file handed to him, the boy admitted bluntly that things were terrible. His body refused to obey. The heavy scent of antibiotics clung to him, and his mind remained clouded. Yet strangely, despite all of it, he confessed to being in a good mood. The butler shifted the subject, reporting that Lee Daekyung had sustained gunshot wounds to her left shoulder and ear. He reminded Jung-won that it was still class time, and with a half smile, warned that if he didn't return to his seat soon, he would begin handing out demerits. Jung-won brushed off the tension with calm indifference, saying he had only been explaining proper uniform etiquette. Then he asked if there was anything beyond what the report already stated. Without waiting for a reply, Rohun set the paper aflame in his hand. Because a child was nearby, both men immediately switched to another language. The child, overhearing their words, assumed it was some kind of specialized security dialect not included in their training. In that tongue, Butler quietly informed Jung-won that he had already handled the director responsible for the accident. Jung-won, unimpressed, questioned whether that had really been necessary. All he wanted was to eliminate unnecessary variables. Butler assured him that if anything happened, he alone would bear responsibility. But Jung-won pressed further, asking when he would be allowed to leave. Butler insisted that he should focus on recovery first, and made it clear there would be no changes to his schedule. Jung-won was not satisfied. He demanded a clear answer. Butler's tone hardened until new orders came in. Jung-won was strictly prohibited from taking independent action. Jung's gaze shifted sharply toward the curator, sarcasm lacing his words as he congratulated him for discovering his new weakness. Then, with a calculated calmness, Jung proposed they strike a deal. Butler studied him closely, his thoughts drifting. Jung-won had always been exceptional, a child shaped by relentless effort into the very image of a model student. Every trace of his mother's impulsive nature had been stripped away, leaving only discipline and strength. Among all the children Butler had worked with, Jung-won was closest to perfection. He lacked raw combat ability, but under pressure he never cracked. Still, Butler had once suspected contradictions within him, perhaps even signs of a personality disorder. Yet in terms of social behavior, Jung-won was flawless, respected, even admired. The idea that he might be suppressing unbearable stress seemed impossible. No child could carry such a burden without breaking. Butler concluded Jung-won must simply be born with extraordinary talent. But with that gift came a fragile vulnerability. He had always feared what the upper command's ruthless decisions might do to the boy's spirit. That fear became reality the day Jung-won's mother died. Butler recalled the moment vividly. Jung had awoken during a treatment session, eyes sharp, speaking of surviving a facility that was nothing short of hell. His mother had been his sole anchor, his only bond of blood. He had endured everything for her, and her alone. When she vanished, even the little control he clung to collapsed. The foundation of his endurance shattered, and despair consumed him. Butler's thoughts turned darker. If Jung-won had been a monster, it would have been easier. But he was just a boy who had lost everything. To maintain such perfect self-control and fool everyone around him, that was terrifying. Another memory surfaced. Rosewise had once called him the curator, asking how long the operation had truly been running. When pressed, Butler asked when she had discovered the truth. Jung replied that however long it had been, the curator of all people should understand this hollow emptiness. He urged the curator to stay with him until the end, to witness the futility of a life built on effort that led to nothing. Then came the question. On the day his mother died, Jung-won had seen someone hiding behind the study. Why had the curator been there? Butler remembered it clearly. The boy had spoken endlessly, powerless yet piercing, his words carrying a resonance that unsettled him deeply. When Jung revealed that his mother's death had been orchestrated by Shinmongan and the corrupt upper command, Butler's world collapsed. The system he had faithfully served was rotten at its core. That day, Butler realized his hatred for everything it stood for. From then on, Jung-won changed. He no longer cared for survival. He wanted to drag the entire system down with him. His unpredictability grew, unraveling everything Butler thought he knew. Jung seemed to hold the whole structure in the palm of his hand. Butler knew he needed a new weakness to control him. But how could one restrain someone who had transcended the line between human and something else? Back in the present, Butler warned him, no matter the reason, the chance to escape comes only once. When it does, you must return immediately. Jung replied coldly that it did not matter. Butler asked why he was going so far. Jung explained that on that day he had seen a light hidden within the deepest darkness. He had grown fond of that boy and wanted to see his foolish face once more. Butler fell into thought. He opened the computer and searched weakness of Han Jung-won. Then accessing Dong's ID, he reached a chilling conclusion. Jung's weakness was love. Time passed, and soon Doang herself appeared. Her security escort advanced toward Jung's house. His companion noticed her with suspicion. She did not look like a typical watchdog. Something about her presence felt off. At dawn, Jane stood at the doorway, her eyes narrowing. The sight before her was not what she expected. The woman in front of her was no caretaker. Suspicion filled her mind. Why was this woman in Jung Hyung's home? With a firm voice, Jae demanded to know where her brother was, and why this woman was here. Calmly, Dakyong replied that Jung was still asleep. It was early after all. She offered to wake him, but Ja refused. Instead, she suggested they talk. They would have had to meet sooner or later, she reasoned. Though she had not expected it to happen like this, she had already heard much about Dakyong. With a subtle edge in her voice, Ja asked her to repeat her name. Dakyong introduced herself as Lee Dakyong. Jae responded with a polite smile, introducing herself as Lee Jae, Jae-yong's older sister, and expressing relief at Dakyong's recovery. She already knew who Dakyong was and how close she and her brother had become. With a seemingly warm gesture, Jae offered Dakyong the freedom to address her however she liked, whether as sister-in-law or simply as an older sister. But beneath that calm exterior, Jae's mind was unsettled. Something felt wrong, not just with Dakyong, but with Jae-yong as well. Both seemed hollow, their emotions muted, their eyes blank, their voices subdued. Dakyong's gaze was unfocused, her demeanor distant. The whole situation radiated unease. Jae knew what happened when two broken people leaned only on each other. Everyone knew how such stories ended. She asked how long Dakyong had been staying there. Dakyong answered quietly, a week, maybe longer. Just the two of us. Her voice was low, guarded. Jae acknowledged that her next words might sound intrusive, especially for a first meeting, but as Jae Young's older sister, she felt responsible. There were things she needed to know, things she might even need to prevent. Jae noted how unwell Dakyong looked, and she reminded her that Jae Hyung was in no better state. His emotions were unstable, his temper violent, his paranoia worse than ever. The signs had always been there, but now they had grown severe. Family support was important, yes, but when that support began to hurt others, it could no longer be ignored. Jae urged her to speak honestly. This wasn't about formalities. Was Dakyong there because she wanted to be, or had Jae Hyung forced her to stay? Meanwhile, in another room, Jae Young sat alone. It was 4 in the morning. Dong wasn't there, but he didn't mind. He thought back to a night beneath an open sky, when for the first time he felt someone truly wanted him to live. Even his instinctive mistrust, his habit of twisting kindness into manipulation had begun to fade. He remembered Dakyong's words, she would stay unless he told her to leave, and she had stayed. She listened to him, shared her stories, and never forced him out of his silence. Her quiet presence gave him strength, but it also terrified him. As clarity returned, he feared facing their broken realities. The more his hatred faded, the more he clung to her, until her presence consumed him. It was no longer simple affection. It had grown into something deeper, darker, more frightening. Then a chill passed through him. His darker self stirred, whispering temptations. If you could guarantee she'd stay forever, wouldn't the fear disappear? That voice knew how to make it happen. He was still in pain, still lonely. Didn't he deserve love? Hadn't she once used his sincerity for her own goals? If revenge justified everything, why not him? The voice urged him, remove the fear, isolate her, make her dependent. Erase anyone standing in the way, be ruthless like Shim Yong Hwan, wield power like Lee Jia. Even if he were caught, his parents would cover it up. They always had. They had done it for his brother, and they would do it for him too. But another part of him resisted. He didn't want to become a monster just to destroy one. The voice mocked his weakness, reminding him that conviction alone had achieved nothing. Yet, when those thoughts disgusted him, even slightly, he realized that meant he might still be healing, however slowly. For now the noise inside quieted. Dakyong was still there. Out of his caste at last, he even considered cooking, something he had never done before, but she had once taught him. As he called her name, his words froze. Someone was standing there. It was the security guard. Startled, Jae Young recognized Lee Jae's security team. His voice sharpened immediately. He demanded an explanation. The guard, unfazed, answered vaguely, asking whom he was referring to. The girl who had just been there. Jae Young began to reply that Jae had taken her, but then a darker thought sliced through. Wasn't this too much already? First conspiring with Shim Yong Hwan, and now sneaking into his home in the dead of night to take away the only person who had stayed by his side. He couldn't take it anymore. His voice trembled with fury as he demanded, "Where is she? Where is Ja?" He stormed forward with intensity, his words cutting through the air. The guard blinked in confusion, unprepared for the outburst, and asked again who he was referring to. But Jae Hyung's tone only grew colder. His voice dropped lower, taut with rage. As he repeated the question, where had the girl gone? The guard faltered, stammering, barely managing to mention Lee Ja's name before Jae Young cut him off. His fury boiled over. Enough, he roared. The alliance with Shim Yong Hwan had already pushed him to despair, but sneaking into his home at night to steal away the only person who stayed with him, that was unforgivable. His voice cracked, but his resolve did not. His eyes burned as he pressed forward. Where is she? The guard, shaken, repeated his confusion, insisting he didn't know. But Jae Hyung's tone had shifted now, cold and resolute. He was no longer asking about Dakyong. His demand was clear. Where is Lee Jia? Meanwhile, De Young sat across from Jagan. Her tone was soft, but beneath it lingered a sharp tension. She asked if De Young had come of her own will, then pressed further, her words trembling as she implied that something might have happened with De Young, something darker. De Young frowned, demanding what she meant, but Jagan leaned closer, hinting at exploitation. Jiang immediately shut the notion down. She insisted that Jae Hong had never crossed a line, and she was not the type to let such things slide. At that, Jaehyun's expression hardened. She spoke coldly of how human weakness did not stem from the body but from the mind. Mental abuse, she argued, was far more effective than physical violence. When force was disguised as obligation, it could become even more dangerous. Yet De Young did not waver. She said she had never felt such things, and Ji Hong was genuinely changing for the better. Then she demanded to know how Jiel had even learned about her. Was it Shin Myung Wan, she asked. Jiel scoffed in reply, claiming she had only worked with him professionally until his betrayal. When De Young asked what became of him, Jiel's voice turned cold. She assumed he was already paying the price for his actions. Her tone shifted again. this time feigning concern. If Ji Hong truly was improving, she said, and if Jeong's presence was not an issue, then good for them both. With a forced smile, she proposed something unexpected. A trip abroad. A getaway for Ji Hong, a chance for him to breathe and for Jeong to relax. She even offered to cover all costs and urged them to leave within the week. Jeong stared in shock. Then she asked bluntly if Ja was scared. The older woman faltered for a moment. Jeong pressed harder, accusing her of trying to eliminate living proof of her crimes. Now that Shin Myang Si-won was gone, and something important loomed on the horizon, Ja was only pretending to be protective, isolating Ji Hong, sending him abroad, making it easier to arrange an accident, or simply erase him. Ja's voice snapped in warning, telling her to stop. But Jeong would not. She brought up the Banquet of the Sun, calling it the true priority. Jaz lashed back, accusing Jeong of parroting Jong Hong's delusions. She called her emotional, irrational, and claimed everything she was saying was rooted in his paranoia. She demanded proof, insisting Jeong had none. Jaz argued that she had tolerated enough simply because of Jong Hong's unstable condition, and she warned that even the sanest mind could fracture by staying close to him. Jeong remembered Ji Hong's quiet words about collecting evidence against Jeong, but aloud she remained steady. She admitted that neither she nor Ji Hong were completely sane, but she saw something far darker in Jeong. Her voice sharpened. If she had a sibling who was wounded, traumatized and broken, she said, she would never waste time blaming them. She would have sought justice, protected them, and fought for them. But Jeong had treated Ji Hong's pain as irrelevant, even sneaking into his home without warning. Jae scoffed at the accusation, but Jeong pressed on. She turned Jae's earlier philosophy against her, asking if she had twisted the belief that mental weakness was stronger than physical pain to push Jae Hong toward self-destruction. Then, almost mockingly, Jeong added that she actually liked people like Jae because her hunger for power made her predictable. Jae laughed bitterly. Her words turned venomous as she demanded how Jeong could accuse her of being power-hungry, but excused Jae Hong. Jeong had only known him for a few months, she spat, while she had spent her whole life by his side. Who was the real intruder here? Her insults cut deep, reminding Jeong that she had grown up in the gutter, chasing after men and picking fights. She claimed people never changed. Just as Jeong had used Shin Myang-won, Jae Hong was using her now. According to Ja, Ji Hong's so-called pursuit of justice was nothing but envy disguised as righteousness, a deep inferiority complex hidden beneath a mask of morality. She admitted freely to being power-hungry, but argued that Ji Hong was worth the effort, worth training someone like Jeong to follow him like a loyal mutt. At that, Jia ended the argument. She gave an ultimatum: leave and never return, or stay and obey. But Jeong met her coldly. She rejected the idea that Ji Hong was anything like her. He was flawed, yes, obsessive and controlling at times, but never proud of it. Deep down, he knew it was wrong. What he feared most was becoming like Jeong. The fact that he had endured her torment for so long and still remained standing was proof of his strength. She scoffed, calling Jeong insecure, desperate to drag others down to her level. With one last bitter glance, she turned away, almost entertained by Jeong's twisted delusions. Ja growled, accusing them both of paranoia and Stockholm Syndrome. To her, the entire conversation had been a waste of time. And then a voice rang out. It was Ji Hong Sits. They both spun around. He stood in the doorway, his hands trembling as he held a gun. Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. She shouted at him, questioning his sanity, demanding to know where he had gotten the weapon. But Ji Hong did not answer. His voice was low and furious. He ordered her to get out of his sight. The guard behind Ji Hong gasped in fear, calling him insane, but Ji Hong ignored him and turned to Jeong. His voice cracked as he demanded to know why she had no pride, why she still protected him after everything that had been said about him. Broken and desperate, he asked why she had stayed, calling her foolish for doing so. Jeong met his gaze calmly. She told him she had only spoken what she truly felt and saw. When he asked if she still believed he was different from Jeong, she nodded. After all, he had not pulled the trigger. She sighed, admitting she was not clever, but her instincts about people had always kept her alive. Some people, she said, could never be beaten. Others carried a twisted stench. Jae reeked of something dark, something sociopathic, but Jae Hong was different. He was solid and straightforward, and because he did not bend, he could never become like her. Ji Hong clenched his fists. His voice trembled as he told her to leave. He explained that Tai Wong was waiting in the hospital room she had once used, guarded by security. His voice softened to a whisper as he promised her he would not die. Not now, not when her presence had shown him that someone still cared. He begged her to go, while he still had the strength to protect her. As Daeon walked away, she paused. Turning back, she placed a small item beside him, something she had made with her own hands. It was late, but she wished him a quiet happy birthday. With a faint smile, she admitted she could not leave without giving it to him. It was not much, but she had poured all her effort into it. Her voice faded as she left the room. Ji Hong sat in silence, his heart heavy, his thoughts spiraled. If she had lashed out at him, condemned his wrongdoings, or pushed him away, perhaps the pain would not have been so unbearable. But her quiet kindness cut deeper than any rebuke. Without allowing him to truly face his sins, she had wrapped everything in silence, leaving him with an ache that felt like punishment. Lowering his gaze, he whispered an apology. He was truly sorry. But Dong's voice seemed to linger, telling him to stop, telling him it was time to let go and rise again. Looking back on her words, Ji Hong remembered when she had once told him he did not understand love. He disagreed now. What he felt, this was love. Perhaps not the love he had once dreamed of between them, but love all the same. She had always stood by those who had lost the will to live. Whether it was Tai Wang, Ji Han, Min Jae, or Jin Won, she would have sacrificed herself for any of them, just as she had done for him. And if that was not love, what else could it be? It still hurt to know she would never return those feelings romantically, but he no longer longed for it. What she had already given him was far greater. Daeyoung had become a part of him. Even if she left, her presence would remain, guiding him every time he faltered. For that he was thankful. Later, Tai Wang greeted him cheerfully, relieved to see him recovering. Ji Hong apologized for worrying him. A flash of memory crossed his mind, how Tai Wang had once thought they were both doomed. Now it was a relief to still be alive. Brushing the moment aside, Tai Wang thanked him for the phone, asking where he had gotten it since he had not seen it that morning. Ji Hong explained that Min Jae had given it to him, asking him to make sure Jeong received it. Then, with quiet urgency, he asked where she was.